Su Changkong stared at the attribute panel floating before his eyes, a faint bitterness on his young face. Name: Su Changkong, 12 years old. Lifespan: 40 years. Potential value: 1 point. I've been in this world for 3 months, and I still haven't finished the book I was writing. Well, at least there weren't many readers to miss me, he muttered. Su Changkong was not a native of this world. He used to be a struggling web author on the Blue Planet, barely surviving on meager royalties, counting coins just to afford 2 meals a day. One late night, while rushing a draft, a sharp pain stabbed through his chest. Everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was here. This was the Great Flame Empire, a chaotic world where bandits ran rampant. Local warlords carved out their own territories, and rumors spread of demons lurking in the dark. Ordinary people were no better than weeds on the roadside. In that sense, Su Changkong was lucky. After transmigrating, he had been picked up by the owner of Black Iron Manor, a large forging estate that survived by working iron. Over 100 people lived and worked here, all under the command of the manor lord, Mo Tai, a well-known forging master in the region near Clearwater City. In Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong ran errands, helped with chores, and delivered goods. If he followed this path, he would eventually become a skilled forging master, just like the others here, with a stable life and no worries about food or shelter. But as a transmigrator, he wasn't satisfied with a calm, ordinary life. He wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to see how wide this world really was. Like many transmigrators, he had a golden finger. Unfortunately, up to now, it only showed him basic information like age and lifespan. No cultivation techniques, no cheats, no hidden missions. My lifespan, only 40 years. I only have 28 years left to live. That line on the panel hit him the hardest. In these troubled times, living to 40 was already considered decent, but coming from a modern world where 70 or 80 was normal, Su Changkong felt like he'd been handed a death sentence. Dang, dang, dang. Morning bells rang through Black Iron Manor, crisp and clear. It was the signal to wake up and start the day's work. Forging was the heart of the manor. Everyone's schedule revolved around it, and every member had to gather in the central square each morning to report in. Su Changkong quickly washed up and hurried out. By the time he arrived, more than 100 people were already standing in neat rows. Chun Fan, a man in a scholar's robe, called out names from a roster. Here. Li San. Here. Voices answered one after another until the roll call ended. Then everyone turned their attention toward the far side of the square. 2 figures were approaching. One was a white-haired elder with a youthful face and an almost immortal air. The other was a sturdy middle-aged man in his 40s, with bronze skin and powerful shoulders. Immortal, Lord of Black Iron Manor. Immortal swept his gaze over the crowd and smiled. Since everyone is here, let me introduce our guest. This is Dr. Huashan. The white-haired elder nodded lightly. At the mention of his name, a trace of respect appeared on many faces. In this era, physicians held high status. No one could guarantee a life without illness. Dr. Huashan cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Villa owner M.O. invited this old man here, and I could not refuse. I will be staying at Black Iron Manor as a guest for a few days. During that time, I will teach you all a set of health-preserving boxing called 5 Animal Frolics. Anyone interested may come to the backyard of my residence every afternoon at the 18th hour. 5 Animal Frolics? Isn't that some kind of health fist technique? Whispers rippled through the crowd. 5 Animal Frolics was a well-known health-oriented fist form. It wasn't used for combat or killing, but for maintaining health and strengthening the body. Practicing it regularly was said to ward off sickness and improve constitution. However, most people in Black Iron Manor were already exhausted from long days at the forge. Who had the time or energy to practice a health fist? Health-preserving boxing. 5 Animal Frolics. Su Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up. His lifespan was fixed at 40. If he wanted to live longer, then something that strengthened the body and preserved health might be his only hope. Life expectancy wasn't set by talent alone. Good habits and proper training could change the body too. I have to try it, Su Changkong decided. If the 5 animal frolics can even slightly increase my lifespan, it's worth it. With the gathering dismissed, the workers drifted away to eat or begin their jobs. Dang, dang, dang. Inside the forging hall, the heat was suffocating. Rows of furnaces burned hot, spewing waves of heat. Bare-chested forging masters swung their hammers, sparks flying with every strike, the rhythm of metal ringing endlessly. "Feed the fire," a brawny man with rough, tan skin shouted. "Got it." Su Changkong bent over the bellows, pumping hard to stoke the flames. Sweat soaked through his clothes, but after 3 months he had grown used to this workload. As a low-level apprentice, all he did was work the bellows, add coal, and occasionally hammer out simple farm tools like sickle and hoe blanks. Clearwater City has martial schools, but their tuition is insane. At least several taels of silver a month, some even more than 10. As he worked, he couldn't help calculating in his head. After 3 months, the money I've saved isn't even 1/10 of the lowest fee. The world's martial path was right there, but for a poor, ordinary apprentice like him, it was still far out of reach. For now, the only thing he could touch was the 5 animal frolics. Su Changkong really had no choice. He had long wanted to learn martial arts, but that path simply wasn't open to someone like him. In Clearwater City, every martial school charged fees that were completely out of reach for ordinary folk. As an apprentice at Black Iron Manor, he mostly did odd jobs for the forging masters. His wage was a mere 200 copper coins a month. Even after pinching every coin for 3 months, all he'd managed to save was less than half a tael of silver. That wasn't even enough to pay the entrance fee for a single month at the cheapest martial school. Still, Su Changkong did not complain too much. In his eyes, income matched ability. Here at Black Iron Manor, he had food, clothes, and a relatively safe place to sleep. If he became a proper forging master in the future, his pay would naturally increase a lot. Modern world, ancient world, internships, probation, becoming official. It's all the same, Su Changkong muttered to himself. Knock off time. Knock off time. Seal the furnace properly before you go. As the afternoon came to an end, the overseer's shout echoed through the forge. The workers began to wrap up their tasks. Some were still busy finishing their current work. Others were stretching out sore backs and shoulders. Finally off, Su Changkong exhaled, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. He went back to his small room, quickly bathed, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then he headed toward the back courtyard of Black Iron Manor. He had agreed with Dr. Huashan that morning. Tonight, he would learn the 5 animal frolics. The back courtyard was reserved for honored guests. It was quiet and elegantly arranged, a world apart from the noisy forging rooms. When Su Changkong arrived, Dr. Huashan was already there. Besides Su Changkong, there were 7 or 8 others, both old and young, who had also come to learn the 5 animal frolics. Only this few. Dr. Huashan sighed inwardly. To spread the 5 animal frolics as a health practice among commoners was not an easy task. Out of over 100 people in Black Iron Manor, fewer than 10 had come. Still, he could not blame them. Most people were already exhausted just trying to survive. Where would they find the strength to practice a health-preserving fist? He calmed his thoughts and began speaking. These 5 animal frolics are a health-oriented practice passed down for generations. By mimicking 5 animals, they strengthen the body and regulate qi and blood. But remember, results only come with persistence. Dr. Huashan's expression softened slightly as he added, "My master practiced these 5 animal frolics his whole life and lived to be over 100 before finally passing on." Su Changkong listened very carefully. He didn't want to stay weak and ordinary. He had already settled in a life at Black Iron Manor. If he could use this free time to practice the 5 animal frolics and gain something from it, it might truly affect his future. The 5 animal frolics I practice are split into 54 forms, Dr. Huashan continued. 13 forms of tiger play, 9 forms of deer play, 9 forms of bear play, 10 forms of ape play, and 13 forms of bird play. In addition, there are advanced combined practices like the mutual generation routine, mutual restraint routine, agile ape and foolish bear routine, and paired crane play. For now, I will demonstrate and explain at the same time. Just follow along. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask me. With that, Dr. Huashan finished his brief explanation and began the practice. He moved slowly on purpose. At one moment, he embodied the fierce power of a tiger. In the next, the gentle stillness of a deer. His motions were smooth and natural, visually striking despite their simplicity. The others started to imitate him, including Su Changkong. At first, Su Changkong's movements were stiff and clumsy. But as he followed along again and again, his body gradually adapted. The transitions between forms became less jerky, and he slowly started to find a rhythm. About an hour passed. Su Changkong's expression shifted slightly. On his attribute panel, a new line had quietly appeared. 5 animal frolics. Introductory 1%. A martial art? Su Changkong was shocked. The 5 animal frolics were clearly meant for health and not for fighting, yet his panel had recognized them as a martial art and started tracking proficiency. Well, it is still a method of cultivation of the body, he thought. So, it counts as martial arts. As the sky grew dim, Dr. Huashan finally stopped and spoke. I will remain here in Black Iron Manor for 5 days. During these 5 days, you may come at the same time each day to learn the 5 animal frolics. He waved for everyone to rest. However, Dr. Huashan knew very well that although nearly 10 people showed up on the first day, by tomorrow the number would definitely drop. And he was right. On the second afternoon, only 5 or 6 people returned to practice the 5 animal frolics. But Su Changkong came every single day. Not only that, he constantly looked for chances to ask Dr. Huashan detailed questions about specific movements, breathing patterns, and posture. His seriousness and persistence surprised the old doctor. To see such diligence in a young man gave Dr. Huashan some comfort. He had always hoped that spreading the 5 animal frolics could help the common people suffer fewer illnesses and injuries. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. By the last evening, when Dr. Huashan was about to finish teaching, the only one still standing beside him, imitating the forms, was Su Changkong. Most people could endure a day or 2 of novelty, but almost no one could keep going with true dedication. Young man, your name is Su Changkong, correct? Dr. Huashan asked with a kind smile. Yes. Su Changkong nodded. After 5 days of classes, he and the old doctor had become somewhat familiar with each other. Dr. Huashan was silent for a moment, as if weighing something. I will be leaving Black Iron Manor tomorrow, he finally said. I have something for you. It might be useful to you in the future. From inside his robe, he took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Su Changkong. What is this? Su Changkong asked in confusion. This is a body-strengthening soup recipe I have researched myself, Dr. Huashan explained slowly. It helps to strengthen the body and nourish qi and blood. Of course, the herbs listed on it are not cheap. Su Changkong's eyes instantly brightened. A medicinal recipe that could strengthen the body and benefit qi and blood was, without question, a priceless item for someone like him. In these 5 days, only Su Changkong had come without fail and persisted to the very end. That was why Dr. Huashan chose to give him this body-strengthening soup recipe.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huashan. Su Changkong expressed his gratitude. Dr. Huashan was indeed a good person, teaching the 5 animal frolics for free and even giving him such a precious prescription without charge. It's nothing, just practice the 5 animal frolics when you have time, and persist in anything if you hope to harvest results, Dr. Huashan said, shaking his head. Su Changkong unexpectedly received a prescription from Dr. Huashan. The following morning, Dr. Huashan also left Black Iron Manor in a low-key manner. For him, the manor was merely a stop on his lengthy journey. These 5 animal frolics indeed seemed somewhat useful. After practicing for a few days, I've noticed a slight improvement in my spirits. Su Changkong didn't know if it was psychological, but he felt a bit better physically after practicing the 5 animal frolics these past few days. Of course, in actuality, persisting in activities like jogging and calisthenics daily can improve one's physical constitution. The key is to persist. Life for Su Changkong became peaceful again, busying himself with chores in Black Iron Manor as usual. Only now he would wake up early every morning to practice the 5 animal frolics. Martial arts mastery. 5 animal frolics, beginner 51%. Su Changkong could persist, not just because he wanted to live longer, but also because he could see his proficiency in the 5 animal frolics increasing. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the early hours before dawn, with the sun yet to rise and the sky beginning to light up, Su Changkong, dressed in plain clothes and handsome in appearance, was energetically moving his body, practicing the 5 animal frolics. Sometimes he was like a clumsy bear clapping his hands, at other times like a spirit deer leaping. He was breathing slightly heavily, yet felt an exhilarating satisfaction. Huff, huff, huff. After completing a set of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong felt a warm current rising within his body, a slight heat which invigorated him, bringing an indescribable ease. My 5 animal frolics must have made a breakthrough. With hopeful anticipation, Su Changkong opened his status panel. In 3 months, his 5 animal frolics had finally advanced from beginner's level to a new realm. Name: Su Changkong, 12 years old. Lifespan: 42 years. Potential points: 3. Martial arts mastery: 5 animal frolics. Level 1 beginner's path 1%. My lifespan has increased by 2 years. When Su Changkong saw the information on the status panel, he shook all over, unable to hide the joy on his face. After 3 months of intense practice, Su Changkong's 5 animal frolics had progressed from beginner's level to the beginner's path level, and his lifespan had increased from 40 to 42 years, an addition of a full 2 years. As Su Changkong had guessed, the length of one's life was not set in stone. Suffering injuries and weakening of the body could reduce one's lifespan. Conversely, regular exercise could lead to a certain increase in longevity. My strength, speed, and body coordination have improved considerably. Su Changkong moved his body, feeling that compared to 3 months ago, although he hadn't undergone a rebirth, there was indeed a significant change. His endurance and spirit had improved. My potential has increased from 1 point to 3 points? Could it be because my lifespan has increased? Besides, Su Changkong keenly noticed that within the status panel, his potential had increased from 1 to 3. Su Changkong speculated that this must be related to the increase in his lifespan. Potential grew with lifespan. Potential? Could it possibly represent my aptitude, my comprehension? Su Changkong pondered, sensing a breakthrough, but no matter what, he'd know once he tried. Su Changkong continued to practice the 5 animal frolics. Foraging tiger, moon-gazing monkey, spinning flying crane. One after another, the sequences of the 5 animal frolics flowed smoothly and adeptly from Su Changkong's form. As he entered the state, Su Changkong began to feel a slight heat in his body and sweat forming on his forehead, indicating that the exercise was highly effective. The efficiency of my training in the 5 animal frolics has clearly increased a lot, nearly 3 times what it was before. Su Changkong's face revealed an uncontainable ecstasy. Potential represented Su Changkong's cultivation potential. The higher the potential, the more terrifying Su Changkong's training speed would be. And the increase in potential was linked to his lifespan. The longer my life is, the more demonic and terrifying I become. Going on like this, what level can I reach in the future? Su Changkong's heart was also filled with fervor, understanding what this meant. As long as he continued to extend his lifespan, he would become increasingly demonic, perhaps even the most extraordinary existence in all of history. I need to persist in practicing the 5 animal frolics to increase my lifespan. Su Changkong took a deep breath and calmed down. He was still very weak and needed to continuously consolidate his strength and strive hard. Knowing the function of his special ability, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics with even greater earnestness and effort. The proficiency of the 5 animal frolics also rose slowly and steadily. When the 5 animal frolics reached the beginner's path level, every bit of progress in training became more difficult. However, Su Changkong's potential value increased to 3 points. His efficiency in practicing the 5 animal frolics was 3 times faster than before, and he felt that if he broke through in the 5 animal frolics again, it would take even less time than it had to advance from the basics to the beginner's path. Time ticked away, and before he knew it, more than 2 months had passed. In the early hours of the morning, within the residential courtyard of Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong was focused on practicing the 5 animal frolics. Ascending tiger, double-arm ape, shaking tree bear, retracting deer, level flight crane. One by one, the routines and variations of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong could perform them smoothly and fluently. His 5 animal frolics had a certain beauty of combining movement and stillness, as if he really transformed into various beasts and birds, capturing their essence perfectly. Crack, crack, crack. As he reached the depth of his practice, Su Changkong felt a flow of qi moving under his feet, passing through his entire body, making his bones and meridians emit soft, humming sounds, spreading a feeling of comfort throughout his body. The 5 animal frolics have broken through. Su Changkong's eyes lit up. His potential had improved, and the breakthrough this time was faster than ever. In just over 2 months and less than 3, his cultivation in the 5 animal frolics had ascended to another tier. Name: Su Changkong, 12 years old. Lifespan: 45 years. Potential points: 4. Mastered martial arts. 5 animal frolics, second tier, entry-level mastery 1%. Upon opening the attribute panel, indeed, the 5 animal frolics had broken through from the beginner's path to the entry-level mastery stage. Additionally, his lifespan had increased by 3 years. This time, the increase in lifespan is even larger, but the potential gained is less, just an increase of 1 point. Su Changkong thought to himself, realizing that the growth of his potential was less than before. It seemed his potential was linked to his lifespan, but as time went on, it became more difficult to increase each point of potential. 4 potential points were 4 times the initial amount, which was actually quite an exaggerated improvement. Additionally, the quality of my physical body has also greatly improved. Having reached the entry-level mastery of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong's physical condition wasn't quite rebirth, but it was indescribably much better than before. His senses were sharper, his energy more abundant. This set of health-preserving fists was indeed quite mystical. Dang, dang, dang. Within Black Iron Manor, the bell chimed, signaling the start of a new day's work. Su Changkong ceased his training to head for the assembly. Su Changkong, wait a moment. As the roll call ended, the man in a scholar's robe, Director Liu, who was in charge of managing members of Black Iron Manor, called out to Su Changkong. Director Liu, is there something you need? Su Changkong asked, puzzled. Director Liu, with a smile, said, You have been with our Black Iron Manor for over half a year and have always been diligent and eager to learn. The Manor Lord has arranged for you to start helping Master Yang Chao as an apprentice from today, and he will instruct you in the forging of weapons and tools. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's face lit up with joy. This meant he was being allowed to formally start learning forging at Black Iron Manor. In Black Iron Manor, the highest status was held by the highly skilled forging masters, whose reward wasn't on the same level as others. Learning a skill meant never worrying about food and clothing in the future. Su Changkong had been at Black Iron Manor for over half a year and had worked hard and diligently. Combined with his youth and malleability, Manor Lord Mo Tai decided to have him learn forging skills from the experienced Master Yang Chao. Soon, in the workshop of Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong found Yang Chao, a man in his 30s or 40s, not tall, but very sturdy. Upon seeing Su Changkong, Yang Chao directly said, "The Manor Lord has already informed me. I will give you my full guidance. How much you learn will depend on your talent." "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Su Changkong thanked him gratefully. By the side of a furnace, Yang Chao swung his hammer, beating on a glowing hot piece of iron. While explaining, the forging of swords primarily consists of several main processes: forging, filing, quenching, and polishing. Among these, forging is the most important. A piece of steel must be hammered tens of thousands of times, folded and forged dozens of times to remove impurities before it can be material for forging swords. Otherwise, it's just a fragile piece of iron. Yang Chao's strong arms swung the hammer, repeatedly striking the red-hot iron, producing a continuous and crisp ringing sound. Su Changkong nodded slightly on the side. Having been a general dog's body in Black Iron Manor for over half a year, he was already clear about some basic knowledge of sword forging. Talking won't help. You must try it yourself. Yang Chao allowed Su Changkong to try his hand at it. All right. Su Changkong agreed and, taking the hammer, began to forge, imitating Yang Chao's technique against the iron block. The forging must be even and rhythmic. Don't use too much force. Yang Chao offered guidance from the side. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong concentrated deeply, continuously hammering the glowing red iron block in front of him. This boy has surprising physical strength, Yang Chao mused to himself in surprise. Su Changkong didn't look particularly burly, and he was very young, but his endurance was extraordinarily good. He managed to hammer away dozens of times without showing much sign of fatigue. Forging, of course, requires tremendous physical strength. Otherwise, one could not even complete the hammering. Although Su Changkong was young, his training in the 5 animal frolics during this time had significantly increased his physical endurance, which now proved to be very useful. Good. Now fold the steel with a horizontal knife. Then continue melting and hammering. Repeat this process several dozen times, then gradually forge it into shape. Yang Chao instructed from the side. Several dozen folds and hammerings, totaling tens of thousands of swings of the hammer. This is what is meant by honed 100 times over. The entire process is incredibly dull and tough. Most people spend a month or 2 to complete it. It hurts, it hurts. After a day, Su Changkong couldn't help but grimace in pain. Although he took breaks along the way, his arms were still swollen and numb, his palms chafed and bloody. Over 1,000 swings of the hammer in one day nearly made Su Changkong feel as if his arms were going to give out. If you can't endure this pain, how can you talk about becoming a powerful warrior? However, Su Changkong's fighting spirit soared even higher. To him, forging was also a form of training. By evening, Su Changkong still persisted in practicing the 5 animal frolics, and by nightfall, after taking a bath, he dragged his exhausted body to sleep. The next morning, Su Changkong got up early to practice the 5 animal frolics, had breakfast, and, full of vigor, went to the workshop to resume his unfinished work, continuing to hammer the steel material repeatedly. It was only because of Su Changkong's foundation in the 5 animal frolics and strong recovery abilities that he could lift his arms the next morning at all. Seeing Su Changkong's determination, not complaining or showing tiredness, Yang Chao was quietly impressed. My appetite has increased. Su Changkong noticed that the physical exertion had significantly increased his appetite, and his strength was rising. With time, his once non-robust arms began to grow muscles and became stronger. With age, his body also rapidly developed and grew. In terms of the 5 animal frolics, he made quick and steady progress. This repetitive day-to-day process was undoubtedly tedious and exhausting, but Su Changkong could clearly feel his own progress and was completely enjoying himself. When nearly a month had passed, after 15 folds and hammerings with 20 to 30,000 hammer swings, the surface of the steel material naturally began to show patterns. It's almost ready. Normal blades require over 15 folds and hammerings to pass muster. We at Black Iron Manor ensure quality, so we set higher standards. Next, we'll start pouring steel, carbizing, planing, and filing. Yang Chao then taught Su Changkong the next steps. Pouring steel involves clamping and wrapping a soft steel material between two pieces of folded and hammered steel, melt welding them together at high temperature to forge a weapon that is both firm and flexible, less likely to break or shatter. Carbizing is the process of infusing the steel with a material that enhances its performance, then extending the steel and forging it into the shape of a blade or sword. Repeatedly polishing, quenching, and buffing would result in a finished weapon. Whether it is of acceptable quality or not depends on the materials used and the skill of the forger. Done. After a month's effort, Su Changkong gazed at the long sword radiating a cyan gleam before him, and a sincere smile graced his face, feeling a sense of achievement. It's still not up to the mark. The quenching process did not control the temperature well, and the edge is rather brittle. However, there's great room for improvement. Once you create a weapon of acceptable quality, you can become a regular worker, and your salary and treatment will improve, said Yang Chao, holding the longsword, carefully inspecting it before smiling at the end. For a first attempt at forging, Su Changkong's result was rather good. All he needed to do was to practice repeatedly and perfect his skills, and sooner or later, he would be able to forge a qualified weapon. Su Changkong began a diligent life, practicing the 5 animal frolics in the morning and evening and forging weapons during the day, enriching his life through his craft. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed, and Su Changkong was now 13 years old. Compared to a year ago, the current Su Changkong had undergone a great transformation. In just 1 year, he had sprouted up. Even in stature and height, he was not inferior to an adult man. And thanks to his relentless cultivation and physical training, refined muscles had developed on his body, exuding a masculine energy. It was winter now, and in the early morning, fine snowflakes fluttered down from the sky. In the courtyard, Su Changkong got up early and, rain or shine, engaged in his practice of the 5 animal frolics. At first, it felt cold, but as he got into the rhythm, Su Changkong felt a warm current rising and circulating within him, not feeling the slightest bit cold amidst the wind and snow. As he practiced over and over, Su Changkong's movements became faster and faster, with the forms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird coming to life vividly. Crack, snap! A hot sensation of qi circulated within him, and all of Su Changkong's muscles and bones trembled in unison, as a familiar sense of relaxation and breakthrough enveloped him. I've broken through. Su Changkong sighed in satisfaction. 4 months had passed since his last breakthrough, and with a potent potential value of 4 points, his 5 animal frolics had finally achieved another breakthrough. Name: Su Changkong, 13 years old. Lifespan: 50 years. Potential points: 6 points. Martial arts mastery: 5 animal frolics. 3rd realm complete, understanding 1%. Mastered skills: forging, beginner's path 95%. Su Changkong opened the attributes panel, and his lifespan had grown by a full 5 years. As for potential points, they also surged by 2, reaching as many as 6 points. Undoubtedly, a tremendous improvement, and my physical condition has also made significant progress, nearly belonging to the very top tier among ordinary people. Having cultivated the 5 animal frolics to the state of complete understanding, Su Changkong's physique had become astoundingly strong. Whoosh! Su Changkong tried throwing a punch, bringing up a faint breeze, with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Pant! Su Changkong's knees bent slightly, and he leapt for where he stood. His body soared into the air, jumping close to 2 meters in height before falling back down. Running, he was as fast as a tiger or leopard, reaching the point of 100 meters in 10 seconds. The 5 animal frolics, as a health-preserving fist form, practiced over many years, can prevent all kinds of illnesses, improve physique, and in just a short year, Su Changkong, relying on cultivating the 5 animal frolics, and his body being in a rapid growth phase, had almost reached the pinnacle of ordinary human capacity. In every aspect of his body, he could compare with some professional athletes from his previous life. If I continue to train like this, I wonder to what extent I can reach and whether I can compare with real martial artists. Su Changkong couldn't help but ponder this in his heart. In the Great Flame Empire, there was constant turmoil and frequent outbreaks of conflict with surrounding countries. It was said that there were even ferocious demon monsters causing trouble in secret. Martial artists were held in high regard. Some powerful martial artists could even take on 100 foes by themselves, exhibiting superhuman strength. Although Su Changkong hadn't formally trained in martial arts, practicing the 5 animal frolics laid a solid foundation for him. And once he had money to formally learn martial arts, it would undoubtedly save him half the effort. Work's about to start. Time to grab some food. Su Changkong heard the familiar sound of the bell ringing. Not delaying any further, he began his new day. My 5 animal frolics, the progress is slowed down. What made Su Changkong frown was that after his 5 animal frolics reached the state of complete understanding, the speed of progress became incredibly slow. His potential points had reached as many as 6, which was 6 times the original. Yet when cultivating the 5 animal frolics, it generally took 2 to 3 days to increase by 1% in cultivation progress. And the further he went, the harder it was to advance. Calculated this way, it would take at least more than a year for Su Changkong's 5 animal frolics to make another breakthrough. It's because my body has reached a bottleneck, so progressing even a bit more is extremely difficult. Su Changkong understood the reason for this occurrence. When the body reaches a limit, it's good enough to maintain physical condition without regressing, let alone making further progress. Su Changkong was now facing this situation. I'll have to take a trip to Clearwater City later and buy some body-strengthening powder ingredients. Hope it works. Su Changkong took out a piece of paper. This was a medicinal recipe given to him by Dr. Huashan before he left. The body-strengthening powder concocted from it was said to have remarkable effects on strengthening the body. But it was costly. A dose of body-strengthening powder would cost 200 to 300 copper coins. Keep in mind that this was what Su Changkong earned in a month. Su Changkong wasn't in a hurry, though. He steadied his mind and headed to the forge for a new day of forging. Clang, clang, clang. In front of the furnace, Su Changkong, with his sturdy upper body bare, swung the hammer rhythmically, striking the steel in front of him, alternating between hammering and folding, forging repeatedly. In the past, Su Changkong could only swing the hammer 1,000 times a day before being too exhausted to continue, his arms unable to lift. Now, with a physique at the top level of an ordinary person, he could alternate hands and swing the hammer 3,000 to 4,000 times a day without issue. There was no doubt that this greatly increased the efficiency of forging. In 4 months, he had forged nearly 10 weapons. The efficiency was astounding. The proficiency in forging was also gradually approaching the beginner's path realm. Manor Lord, please review this weapon. In a room at Black Iron Manor, Yang Chao respectfully said to a middle-aged, robust man holding a gleaming longsword in his hands. The middle-aged, robust man was Black Iron Manor's lord, Immortal. Immortal, holding the longsword, observed it carefully. After a long while, a glint appeared in his eyes. It's probably been folded and forged over 20 times. The edge is sharp and not brittle, and the quenching is just right. The quality is not bad. Who forged this? With Immortal's discerning eye, he could tell at a glance that even by the stringent standards of Black Iron Manor, the quality of this sword was acceptable. Yang Chao said it's Su Changkong. Su Changkong? Hasn't he just started learning forging formally a few months ago? Immortal was immediately taken aback. Normally, it takes a forging master 2 to 3 years to forge a weapon of acceptable quality, but Su Changkong had only spent 4 months to fashion a weapon that even Immortal deemed of acceptable quality. Yes, from what I've observed, about a month ago, the swords forged by Su Changkong were already nearly satisfactory. He is smart, eager to learn, and very efficient. A promising talent indeed. Yang Chao nodded and said with unstinting praise. With his excellent physical condition, high efficiency, and the improvement in his potential value, Su Changkong's learning ability was so strong that he was able to forge a quality weapon in just 3 to 4 months. Indeed a talent. Then let him become an official smith and enjoy the benefits that come with it. Immortal pondered for a moment, then raised his head to speak to Yang Chao. Good. I will go inform Su Changkong. Upon hearing this, Yang Chao also revealed a smile. Everyone likes someone who is intelligent and hardworking, especially when that person has learned the casting technique from Yang Chao. Su Changkong's rapid promotion could bring considerable recognition to Yang Chao, who naturally cared a great deal about the matter. I can become an official smith? When Yang Chao relayed the good news to Su Changkong, there was no doubt that the latter was invigorated. Yes, the payment for an official smith is calculated by the piece. For each weapon forged, the commission is 1 tael of silver. Of course, it has to pass inspection and be of acceptable quality. Yang Chao said with a smile. In these troubled times, weapons like swords were bestsellers, and the weapons forged by Black Iron Manor, famous near Clearwater City, were of high quality and not cheap, in great demand, correspondingly providing excellent compensation for some masterfully skilled smiths. A typical smith would receive a reward of 1 tael of silver for crafting a standard weapon. If I work a bit faster, I can forge 2 weapons a month. That's 2 taels of silver. Su Changkong's eyes shone. Previously just an apprentice, he was making only 200 copper coins a month, but now his income had increased tenfold, which was considered a high income among ordinary people. Su Changkong had been at Black Iron Manor for a year, and with frugality, he had saved up just 2 taels of silver. With money, he could go and purchase medicinal materials to concoct the body-strengthening soup. Tomorrow is a day off. I'll make a trip to Clearwater City and buy some medicinal ingredients to try making the body-strengthening soup. Su Changkong made up his mind with enthusiasm. At Black Iron Manor, there was 1 day off every week, and time moved on to the following morning. Su Changkong set out for Clearwater City. Clearwater City was about 30 to 40 miles away from Black Iron Manor. Walking the distance, without taking breaks, would take about 10 hours round trip. Su Changkong, who practiced the 5 animal frolics, had a robust physique and walked briskly towards Clearwater City. Clearwater City, a small city within the Great Flame Empire's Big Wind Prefecture, was fairly bustling, with many travelers and merchants choosing to stay there. Su Changkong left in the morning and arrived at Clearwater City close to noon. Upon entering Clearwater City, Su Changkong spent 3 copper coins for a delicious meal of knife-shaved noodles, finishing even the last drop of the soup. Then he inquired about the city's medicinal shops and set off to buy his ingredients. The ingredients required for the body-strengthening soup were fairly common, albeit quite expensive. After spending 1 tael of silver to buy enough ingredients for 5 portions of the soup, Su Changkong's savings were reduced by half, causing him some pain. Once I earn some money, I won't have to be so frugal, Su Changkong thought to himself. After buying the medicinal ingredients, Su Changkong hurriedly returned to Black Iron Manor. The inns in Clearwater City were expensive, and Su Changkong was not willing to spend the money. Moreover, with increased dangers at night, he needed to make good time to return to Black Iron Manor before the darkness set in. Nothing untoward happened on the way, and by evening, Su Changkong had returned to Black Iron Manor. 1 fun of silver fruit grass, 2 fun of red leaf flour, grind them into powder, and decoct for an hour. Su Changkong took a small scale and, following the prescription, weighed out the various ingredients in proportion, ground them into powder, and put them into a small cauldron to simmer. An hour later, the liquid in the cauldron boiled, giving off a bitter medicinal scent. Su Changkong opened the lid and looked at a cauldron of black liquid, the smell pungent, and just like that of traditional Chinese medicine. This was the body-strengthening soup. Glug, glug. Su Changkong served himself a bowl, didn't hesitate, and tipped his head back, drinking the body-strengthening soup to the last drop. Afterward, Su Changkong began practicing the 5 animal frolics. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Changkong's body started to move, imitating the movements of 5 kinds of flying and walking animals that were vivid and lifelike. Effective. Su Changkong's eyes brightened as he found his groove, and the medicinal effect of the body-strengthening soup made his whole body feel warm. In this state, his practice of the 5 animal frolics became twice as effective with half the effort. 5 animal frolics. Level 3 complete, understanding 6%. In less than half a day, Su Changkong's practice progress of the 5 animal frolics increased by 1%. A batch of medicinal herbs for making the body-strengthening soup will probably last me 2 days. It will cost about 3 taels of silver a month. Su Changkong calculated. Given the purchasing power of silver in this era, 1 tael of silver was enough for a family of 4 to live a very comfortable life for a month. 3 taels of silver a month was undoubtedly a considerable expense. Now that I have become an official forging master of Black Iron Manor, if I work hard, earning 3 taels of silver a month and maintaining a balanced budget should be doable. Su Changkong mused to himself. As usual, Su Changkong began a fulfilling life, practicing the 5 animal frolics in the morning and evening while forging swords and other weapons in the workshop during the day. Clang, clang, clang. In front of the blazing forge, Su Changkong held a hammer, striking the glowing red steel repeatedly with clear and pleasant collision sounds ringing in his ears. He occasionally stopped to fold the steel with a steel knife, repeatedly forging it to remove impurities, meticulous in his work. Occasionally, he would pause to restore his strength, drinking water to stay hydrated. Young people, they've got it good. Yang Chao, upon seeing Su Changkong diligently forging, exclaimed. Su Changkong's physique had become taller and stronger, filled with the vibrant vitality characteristic of youth, striving tirelessly towards his goals. Forging, pouring steel, carbon diffusion, planing, shaping, quenching, steel grinding. Su Changkong was already quite skilled at every one of these processes, with efficiency and artistry improving alongside his accumulating experience. Su Changkong treated the forging of weapons as a form of cultivation, a dual training of body and patience. Creating each sword gave Su Changkong a tremendous sense of achievement. In Black Iron Manor, following the earlier agreement, paid Su Changkong 1 tael of silver for each quality weapon he made. With this money, Su Changkong would head to Clearwater City every week or half a month to buy medicinal herbs for the body-strengthening soup. Life was peaceful, and Su Changkong steadily progressed. My body is gradually breaking through its limits, advancing towards a new realm. Su Changkong could feel clearly, with his daily hard practice of the 5 animal frolics combined with the body-strengthening soup. His strength grew stronger, his speed swifter, and his senses sharper. This feeling was like gradually stepping into a supernatural domain. 15%, 20%, 25%. The cultivation progress of the 5 animal frolics was rising steadily each day, approaching the bottleneck and breaking through it. Now, with a potential value of 6 points, Su Changkong was progressing much faster than ordinary people, even though he still spent half a year to make another breakthrough in the 5 animal frolics. Half a year passed in a flash. As evening fell, the sunset spread a dim orange glow, and facing the soon-to-set sun, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics. His movements were terrifyingly agile, casting faint afterimages, darting and leaping, as lively as a nimble ape teasing a clumsy bear and fierce tiger in a most lifelike manner. This was the highly challenging mutual restraint practice of the 5 animal frolics, which Su Changkong now mastered effortlessly. When Su Changkong practiced to the extreme, a warm current rose from the Yongquan point on the sole of his foot, spreading throughout his body, making him feel full of spirit and vibrant, with his eyes shining brightly. His body underwent a sort of metamorphosis, becoming even more nimble. I've broken through. Su Changkong exhaled. His cultivation progress in the 5 animal frolics had already reached complete understanding 100% 4 days ago, and after several days of hard practice, he finally broke through this bottleneck. Name: Su Changkong, 13 years old. Lifespan: 55 years. Potential points, 7 points. Mastery of martial arts, 5 animal frolics. 4th level mastering stage, 1%. Mastery of skills, forging, 1st level beginner's path, 27%. Life expectancy increased by 5 years. Potential value increased by 1 point. Su Changkong opened the attribute panel and took a glance. He secretly felt helpless. The higher one goes, the more difficult it becomes to increase potential value or lifespan. Much like stacking a deck of cards, the higher the stack, the harder it is to stack further. Having achieved the mastering stage in 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong felt his body had transcended the limits a normal person could reach. Take speed, for instance. Su Changkong's maximum sprint speed could reach 13 or 14 meters per second, which even surpassed the short-distance running champions of Blue Planet by more than just 1 level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were worlds apart. It was the same with stamina and strength. Su Changkong could hammer thousands of times a day in forging. Some forging masters, even with apprentices' help, could only make 1 or 2 weapons a month, whereas Su Changkong, working alone with enough materials, could forge 4 to 5 qualified weapons a month, showing efficiency on a completely different level. Forging had already stepped into the beginner's path level. How does my physical quality compare to those martial artists now? Su Changkong clenched his fists. He had tried before, and he could easily lift something weighing around 100 pounds with one hand. This made Su Changkong curious about how he compared to a true martial artist. Rest for now, and take a trip to Clearwater City in a couple of days when I'm off. Su Changkong stretched lazily. He was leading a very peaceful life these days, yet Su Changkong also took pleasure in it. 2 days later, on his day off, Su Changkong headed to Clearwater City as usual. He moved swiftly. The 30-mile journey was nothing exceptional to him, as comfortable as a leisurely walk. Upon arriving in Clearwater City, Su Changkong, familiar with the place, first had a hearty meal at a restaurant and then purchased enough ingredients for the body-strengthening soup. After performing these tasks, Su Changkong strolled around Clearwater City for a while before heading back to Black Iron Manor. At noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky, Su Changkong had traveled back and forth between Black Iron Manor and Clearwater City dozens of times by now, and he walked along the shaded path feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, Su Changkong's expression tensed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks as a scent of iron rust hit his nose, the smell of blood. Following the direction of the wind, Su Changkong looked and saw a man lying amid the trees, now a corpse, with his head chopped off and one arm missing, as blood spread out beneath him, dead as can be. And next to the man's corpse, there were 2 men in plain clothes holding blood-stained sabers, who had also noticed Su Changkong coming along the path, their eyes all watching him intently. Robbers? Murder for money. The words flashed urgently through Su Changkong's mind. Aside from purchasing medicinal ingredients, Su Changkong rarely left Black Iron Manor. However, he knew from others at the manor that the outside world was chaotic. Clearly, he had encountered robbers out to kill for money. The sight of the man on the ground, his head severed, made Su Changkong's heart race slightly faster. Go! Without hesitation, Su Changkong turned to leave, knowing that a wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall. But then a man with a bandit-like demeanor sprang out from behind a large tree, blocking Su Changkong's retreat. This group had a third person. The 2 robbers dealing with the corpse also stood up, forming a triangle and surrounding Su Changkong, the uninvited guest. He must be a passerby, the tall, thin man behind Su Changkong assessed him and spoke. The other 2 men also stared at Su Changkong with ill intention, their sabers dripping with blood. Despite his robust physique, Su Changkong's youthful appearance and modest attire made him look like nothing more than a passerby. Gentlemen, I'm just passing by. I haven't seen anything. I didn't get a good look at your faces, Su Changkong said, slightly lowering his head. I understand the rules. All my money is here. You can take it all, Su Changkong added, taking out 3 taels of silver from his chest and placing them on the ground. It wasn't that Su Changkong was weak. He wasn't some reckless youth. These three robbers murdered without batting an eye, weapons in hand. A conflict with them could be lethal. When it was time to bow down, one should bow down. There was no need to invite trouble. Money was not as precious as life. Su Changkong's cooperation left the three robbers stunned, but a flash of disdain soon crossed their eyes. "This kid's tall and sturdy, but he's just a coward," said the tall, skinny man with scorn. But that was normal. An ordinary young man encountering three weapon-wielding robbers would first get so scared that his hands and feet would go weak. How could he dare to think otherwise? Among the three robbers, one with a scar on his face wore a sinister smile. "Kid, you're just unlucky to have run into us. But don't worry, I'll make it quick, so you won't suffer too much." If it had been a normal occasion, the robbers would typically only rob for money. However, before Su Changkong arrived, the three robbers had encountered a non-cooperative passerby and had already killed him. Having witnessed them murdering the man, for Su Changkong, it was the same if they killed one or two. For safety's sake, it was better to finish what they started. Killing Su Changkong to silence him was the surest way. "Shoo!" The scar-faced man slowly stepped in front of Su Changkong, swung his long sword, and with a swoosh aimed a chop at Su Changkong's neck. But the expected scene of Su Changkong's head falling to the ground didn't happen. Su Changkong's left hand shot out, later to arrive, but first to grab the scar-faced man's wrist, stopping the sword from advancing an inch. Let go." The scar-faced man felt excruciating pain in his wrist, as if his bones were about to break, unable to break free from the surprisingly strong grip of Su Changkong. He shouted in anger and shock. Su Changkong suddenly raised his head, teeth clenched with a grating sound, and a low growl of anger came from his throat. "Why must you force me?" Su Changkong had no desire to get involved, and he was even willing to pay a ransom to avoid disaster. But these three were after his life. If that was the case, it was either kill or be killed. With his left hand grabbing the wrist of the scar-faced man with the sword, Su Changkong's right hand clenched into a fist, and he unhesitatingly punched hard at the scar-faced man's face. Bang! Su Changkong's powerful fist smashed into the scar-faced man's face, a heavy thud accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. The man's nasal bone fractured, his face collapsed, and he was sent flying 2 to 3 meters by the punch before crashing to the ground, his body convulsing. "Kill him! Kill him!" The sudden turn of events sent the other two robbers into a mix of shock and rage, shouting as they called out, "Shit!" The two robbers came at him from front and back, swords chopping with sharp edges, aimed to cut flesh and bone. Su Changkong's attention was focused, his senses keen. In his perception, he could easily see the trajectory of the swords from the front and hear the whistling sound from behind. Su Changkong had diligently practiced the 5 animal frolics and had already reached the mastering stage in the 4th realm. Although the 5 animal frolics was not a fighting technique, but a form of health-preserving fist, it still fell under the category of martial arts. The enhancement of his physical condition alone had already transformed Su Changkong. Shit! With agile movements, Su Changkong sidestepped, and the blade passed by just inches away from his sleeve. The tall, skinny man's eyelid twitched, as Su Changkong's movements were too swift, like a circling crane. His figure drew an arc, trailing faint afterimages, as he moved to stand behind him, his powerful hands grabbing the man's head. "No!" The tall, skinny man cried out urgently, but the cold, killing intent in the eyes of Su Changkong behind him was unmistakable. Su Changkong twisted the man's head fiercely with his grasping hand. Crack! Crack! Like twisting the cap off a bottle, the tall, skinny man's head was twisted 90 degrees, his neck breaking. Thump! Su Changkong released his hands, and the tall, skinny man's eyes bulged as he fell limply to the ground. Looking up at the last remaining bandit, the murderous intent in Su Changkong's eyes made the man shiver all over. Run! Although he was holding a knife, the sight of his two companions being successively killed by Su Changkong had filled the bandit with fear and panic, and, with his courage shattered, he turned and fled. Whoosh! But barely 2 steps into his escape, Su Changkong pounced like a fierce tiger hunting its prey, his right fist clenched tightly, smashing viciously into the back of the bandit's head with all his strength. Thump! The bandit's body flew forward, the back of his skull concaving, his brain pulsed into a mush, and he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Huff, huff, huff. The confrontation between the two was over in an extraordinarily short span of time. But as Su Changkong had knocked down 3 men consecutively, it felt as if he had undergone an intensely strenuous activity. His heart pounding like a drum, he gasped for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. It took a while for Su Changkong to regain his senses. He noticed that the scar-faced man he had punched earlier hadn't died and was now struggling to get up, uttering weak, frightened pleas, "Spare my life." Bang, 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 bang. With a cold expression, Su Changkong picked up a fist-sized stone from nearby, walked over, and repeatedly smashed it onto the scar-faced man's head until his skull was shattered and there was no more movement before throwing the stone aside. These men deserved to die. Had I not diligently practiced and trained, I would have been the one to die today. Having killed the 3 bandits, Su Changkong silently thought to himself, understanding all too well the law of the jungle in this world. Against an enemy seeking his life, he must ensure their destruction. Composing himself, Su Changkong didn't delay. He immediately began to search the bodies. On the 3 bandits, Su Changkong found a few taels of silver. However, he had an unexpected windfall from the decapitated man. Are these silver notes? From the headless corpse's bosom, Su Changkong pulled out several silver notes, each with different denominations, including 1 tael, as well as 10 and 20 taels. A total of 103 taels. Counting them, Su Changkong was somewhat startled. 100+ taels of silver. This was undoubtedly a hefty sum. Who the man was, Su Changkong had no way of knowing. Carrying a vast sum of money, it is likely that the man had drawn the attention of the 3 bandits and met his end in the wilderness. Let's get out of here. Tucking the silver notes into his bosom, Su Changkong realized that what he needed to do now was to leave this place of trouble behind. He did not pay any heed to the bodies on the ground as he quickly left the area and headed back to Black Iron Manor. In this era, a few deaths were nothing out of the ordinary, especially when those who died were bandits who robbed and murdered, so not many would care or investigate. Upon returning to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong took a bath, finally calming down. Courage comes from strength. Though I have only practiced the health-preserving fist, the 5 animal frolics, my strength is much greater than that of an ordinary person, capable of bare-handed combat against several knife-wielding adults. Today's events gave Su Changkong a clearer understanding of his own strength. Having practiced the 5 animal frolics to his current level, his physical condition had gone beyond the limits of a normal person, allowing him to easily take down several robust men. What these abilities amounted to amongst martial artists, Su Changkong wasn't sure. Not enough. It's not enough. If there had been more bandits today, or if they had been more wary of me, it's uncertain who would have died. Su Changkong clenched his fists. Today's encounter had made the world's cruelty clear to him. Without strength, one might simply die a senseless death. He had to become stronger. I need to train with a weapon. That's a way to rapidly increase my combat ability. Su Changkong quickly formed a plan in his mind. Wielding a weapon unquestionably gave one a tremendous edge over barehanded combat. Even a child with a weapon could kill an adult, so mastering a type of weapon was the surest way to enhance combat prowess. Swords and blades. Swords are more elegant, but in actuality, blades are more practical. The weapons sold by Black Iron Manor are mainly blades. I need a blade. Therefore, Su Changkong decided to practice the blade technique. Before that, he needed a blade of his own. Su Changkong, full of enthusiasm, took out the blueprint and started to draw. The blade had to excel in chopping and slashing. Images of the Miao blade and the iron-cutting blade surfaced in Su Changkong's mind. Both of these blades were longer and larger. The Miao blade had a slender body, suitable for holding with 2 hands, combining the characteristics of a spear and a blade, while the iron-cutting blade was wider and specialized in chopping, capable of severing horse legs and necks. Combining the features of both, a long blade that incorporated the characteristics of the Miao blade and the iron-cutting blade quickly appeared on the blueprint, measuring 1 meter and 12 centimeters, with a wider body than a Miao blade, capable of being wielded with both hands or a single hand. Having finished the blueprint, the next step was to forge it. Su Changkong himself was a master of forging and needed no help from others. The only thing he required was materials. I will use refined iron for forging. Su Changkong pondered. Refined iron, an upper-grade steel material for weapon forging, was quite extravagant. Director Liu, I would like to buy some refined iron. So, Su Changkong sought Director Liu and made his request. Black Iron Manor had refined iron, but since Su Changkong needed it for his personal use, he definitely had to pay for it. Certainly, how much do you need? Director Liu happily agreed. Su Changkong was now a formal forging master with huge potential and held a significant status within Black Iron Manor. So naturally, Director Liu would not make it difficult for him over such a simple request. 20 Jin, Su Changkong said. To forge a blade, not so much refined iron was needed. The weight of a typical sword or blade ranged from 3 to 5 Jin. However, the blade Su Changkong intended to forge was longer and wider than ordinary blades, requiring more material. Moreover, there was loss during the melting process, so 20 Jin of refined iron was definitely sufficient. 20 Jin of refined iron? That will be 5 taels of silver. Director Liu quoted a price for Su Changkong. This price was very cheap, practically the cost price. Su Changkong did not haggle and paid Director Liu 5 taels of silver. After previously killing those bandits, Su Changkong had gained over 100 taels of silver, so this expense was affordable for him. Having acquired the materials, Su Changkong couldn't wait to start forging. His forging skill had reached an accomplished level, and he was already very skilled at forging swords and blades. Clang, clang, clang. With a hammer in hand, Su Changkong struck the red-hot, refined iron on the anvil. Each blow was firm and powerful, accompanied by the clinking sounds of metal collision and the sparks that flew. In front of the glowing furnace, Su Changkong concentrated intently, sweating profusely, repeatedly folding and forging the iron, making the patterns on the refined iron surface increasingly dense. Previously, when forging swords or blades, folding and forging a piece of steel about 15 to 20 times was usually enough. However, forging a weapon for his own use, Su Changkong naturally exerted his utmost effort, striving to create a weapon that would satisfy him. The continuous folding and forging, repeated melting, stripped the impurities from the refined iron, turning it gradually blackish-green in color. Su Changkong folded and forged more than 50 times, repeatedly blending pig iron with wrought iron, pushing its efficiency to the limit. Filling with steel, quenching. Through each step of the process, Su Changkong was meticulous, spending a full 20 or so days. 20 days later, Su Changkong stood in front of a grinding stone, holding a long blade in his hand, a slight excitement visible on his face. The sword measured 1 meter 12 in length, with a slender body and a sharp edge. The entire blade was a dark greenish-black, covered with dense patterns. From its appearance alone, it was unadorned and simple, yet it emitted a cold aura as if it could slice through metal and sever iron. Let this sword be named iron cutting. It's very heavy. Ordinary people can't use it all. Su Changkong held the sword and named it. The weight of the iron-cutting sword was roughly close to 10 Jin. Jin equals 0.5 kilograms. Such heaviness would be quite a challenge for an ordinary person to even pick up, let alone wield forcefully. Without sufficient strength, it couldn't be used at all. A weapon must first and foremost be agile. Otherwise, it's like a child swinging a huge hammer. Before you could injure the enemy, your own body would give out. However, having trained in the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong's physical condition exceeded the limits of ordinary men, and the iron-cutting sword suited him perfectly. Next came the practice of blade techniques. Blade techniques consist of 9 basic actions: upward slash, stab, intercept, block, smash, chop, sweep, carry, and wrap. And the most suitable move for this iron-cutting sword is chopping. Su Changkong, who crafted the sword, also knew its characteristics and how to use it, all of which were fundamental knowledge. Su Changkong had no one to systematically teach him the blade technique, and what he advocated was practicality. Therefore, he focused on mastering the lethal chop, a single chop to kill. No fancy variations. Now that he had learned the basic skills of the blade technique well enough, he could eventually learn more advanced techniques. There are three main variations of the chop: the downward splitting cut, the horizontal chop from left to right or right to left, and the upward slash from below. Master these chops in combination with Su Changkong's physical condition, and he would be able to handle most bandits and thieves. Shu, SHHH. Su Changkong held the iron-cutting sword. The blade cleaved through the air with splitting cuts, horizontal chops, and upward slashes. He repeated these three moves over and over, from initially being awkward to becoming proficient. An ordinary person would find the Tenjin iron-cutting sword difficult to pick up, let alone swing it as flexibly as he did. Such maneuverability required adequate strength and stamina. Su Changkong's life became regulated again, practicing the 5 animal frolics, forging weapons to make money, and now he added practicing with the blade. As for the 5 animal frolics, it actually didn't consume much of Su Changkong's time. The 5 animal frolics, being a health-preserving fist technique, required practice only in the morning and evening. As long as he sweated, it was enough. Overexerting oneself to the point of exhaustion would actually run counter to the principle of health-preserving fist. Isn't swinging this hammer just like the splitting cut in the blade techniques? As for weapon forging, Su Changkong treated it as an extension of blade practice. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong swung the heavy hammer, his hands moving like he was wielding a hefty chopper, continuously chopping down. Each strike shot sparks from the glowing hot iron block and caused the anvil below to tremble slightly, each hit solid and unyielding, one after another. The recoiling force transferred to Su Changkong's arms, also tempered his muscles, tendons, and skin. Su Changkong's eyes shone. His potential value now reached a staggering 7 points. He was an unequivocal genius, integrating forging skill with blade techniques. In Su Changkong's eyes, the hard blocks of iron and steel in front of him were materials to hone his blade technique. Continuous forging, non-stop chopping, until he could split them with a single chop. That was when his blade technique would be complete. Clang, clang, clang. Focused and dedicated, Su Changkong worked in the forge. Other forging masters also swung their hammers at their own stations, busily immersed in their work, the sounds of metal striking metal filling the air. However, the sound of Su Changkong forging iron was especially crisp and pleasant, evoking the clatter of soldiers and horses in battle. This lad, his skills are getting more and more polished. Yang Chao, observing Su Changkong fully engrossed, rhythmically striking the iron block, couldn't help but be moved. In his eyes, Su Changkong didn't seem like a blacksmith hammering iron, but more like a swordsman exuding a sharp and fierce aura. Iron-cutting blade technique, entry level 4%. As evening approached, Su Changkong concluded his day's practice and opened his attribute panel. In his attribute column, a new item for blade technique had been added. His iron-cutting blade technique, incorporating his forging skills and focusing on chopping, was honed through repetition, focusing strength such that even a solid chunk of ironstone could be cleaved in one sweep. A true master must be able to endure loneliness. Soaking in a bath, Su Changkong washed away the day's fatigue. Such daily life was indeed exhausting and made him feel out of place among the others at Black Iron Manor. Yet, feeling his continuous growth in strength, he relished it. Su Changkong's life was peaceful and fulfilling. Practicing the 5 animal frolics morning and evening, forging during the day, using the hammer in place of the sword to practice the iron-cutting blade technique. Su Changkong was making steady progress in all aspects. His appetite grew, as did his age. Su Changkong's body was like a block of iron constantly being hammered into steel, becoming more refined. Compared to the others at Black Iron Manor, he emanated an aura of sharpness that was hidden and not easily revealed. Having reached the mastering stage of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong practiced diligently. Coupled with the daily consumption of body-strengthening soup, his progress in the 5 animal frolics was accelerating, and he could clearly feel his physical condition continuing to strengthen. What surprised Su Changkong even more was that as his body grew stronger and his 5 animal frolics improved continuously, his internal organs felt a warm and toasty sensation and became more robust. Although this did not cause his strength and speed to skyrocket, it did allow his stamina and endurance to keep improving. With greater lung capacity and stronger heart blood supply, Su Changkong could even maintain a steady running speed of nearly 10 meters per second for the duration of 1 or 2 sticks of incense. Su Changkong had tried it, running dozens of miles in half an hour, going from Black Iron Manor to Clearwater City. His endurance was gradually approaching that of stamina-excellent animals like horses and deer. Before long, I should be able to run 60 to 70 miles in 1 hour without stopping, back and forth between Black Iron Manor and Clearwater City. Su Changkong was exhilarated. To run 60 to 70 miles in 1 hour was undeniably a speed and stamina not possessed by ordinary people. As for the iron-cutting blade technique, he also made stable progress, moving beyond the threshold and stepping into the beginner's path, continuously climbing towards higher peaks. As spring turned to autumn and winter came again, the weather grew extremely cold. In the early mornings, a layer of frost covered the leaves, and the chilly air one breathed and could sting the throat and lungs. In a small grove outside Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics, radiating warmth from his body. The air he exhaled also carried a scorching breath, dispelling the biting cold like a fierce tiger. My 5 animal frolics have finally broken through again. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his organs, Su Changkong couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Even though Su Changkong had a potential value of 7 points, drank body-strengthening soup every day, and practiced diligently, it still took him a full year for the 5 animal frolics to achieve another breakthrough. Name: Su Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 60 years. Potential points: 8 points. Mastered martial arts: 5 animal frolics, 5th realm, standout 1%. Iron cutting blade technique, 4th realm mastering stage 7%. Mastered skills: forging, 4th realm mastering stage 16%. Opening his attribute panel, Su Changkong saw that his lifespan had increased by another 5 years, and his potential points had increased by 1 point, which was within his expectations. The growth of lifespan and potential points was becoming increasingly difficult. As for his 5 animal frolics, it had advanced from the 4th realm mastering stage to the 5th realm standout, and his iron cutting blade technique and forging had both reached the mastering stage. With a flick of his toes, Su Changkong sent a stone the size of a bowl flying into the air. His sword hung at his waist, and suddenly he drew it. A cold blade light chopped down from above. Ist! In the crisp sound of splitting, the hard stone fell to the ground, cleanly cut in two, the break so smooth it was like a mirror. Having reached the mastering stage of the iron-cutting blade technique, its sharpness was now evident. With Su Changkong's strength and skill added, a single strike could easily split the hard rock and even sever an enemy's weapon. Breaking through to the 5th realm stand out of the 5 animal frolics not only further improved Su Changkong's physical fitness, but, most importantly, his internal organs underwent a degree of tempering, becoming more robust, leading to a significant boost in both stamina and endurance. Su Changkong was now capable of running at a speed of 10 meters per second, continuously covering a distance of nearly 100 miles. It was quite astonishing. Let's go back. With a breath, Su Changkong sheathed his sword and returned to Black Iron Manor. As usual, after breakfast, Su Changkong would enter the workshop to forge swords and blades. With his enhanced physical strength and improved forging skills, Su Changkong could now craft 6 to 7 qualified weapons a month, making him the most efficient among all the forging masters in Black Iron Manor. The workshop was ablaze with fire, and the sound of metal striking metal was incessant. Su Changkong had thought that today would pass calmly like any other day, but it did not turn out to be so. Dang, 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 dang. The urgent ringing of bells resounded throughout the entire Black Iron Manor, the sound clear and unending. What happened? This is a warning. Inside the workshop, all the blacksmiths ceased their work, faces subtly changing. Only in the morning were there chimes for timekeeping. Now, nearing noon, the continuous, urgent chimes clearly indicated a warning. Something unexpected had occurred. Everyone stopped their tasks and made their way outside. At this moment, fine snowflakes fluttered in the sky, accompanied by a cold wind that chilled to the bone. Bandits are coming. Everyone grab your weapons. Grab your weapons. Shouts came from atop the high walls, the gates of Black Iron Manor tightly shut. Bandits? Su Changkong was somewhat surprised as well. Black Iron Manor made its living from crafting weapons, housed 100 or so people, with many young and strong men, and was amply supplied with weapons. It had the strength to protect itself, and ordinary bandits did not dare to gnaw at this tough bone. And now, in this freezing cold, bandits had attacked. Su Changkong immediately returned to his room to fetch his iron-cutting sword, while the rest of the Black Iron Manor members also held swords and blades in their hands, some even carrying hammers, each with a stern look on their face. In these troubled times, Black Iron Manor was not only their means of livelihood, but also their sanctuary for safety. Facing an external enemy, they needed to stand together. Su Changkong also climbed atop the high walls of the manor and looked into the distance. Through the snowstorm, there were several riders on tall horses, each dressed differently, with fierce demeanors, armed with swords and other weapons, numbering in the dozens. What caught Su Changkong's attention the most was the burly man leading them. The burly man had a beard around his jaw, a scarf made of animal skin around his neck, and eyes as large as copper bells that emitted a captivating glow, making it difficult for one to look directly at him. He rode on the back of a fine horse, carrying a hammer-like weapon over a meter long with a head the size of a face. Judging by their attire and quality equipment, these people were clearly not ordinary rabble. Villa owner MO of Black Iron Manor, why not show yourself? The dozens of riders stopped outside the gates of Black Iron Manor, the bearded burly man calling out with a loud voice. These bandits had clearly done their research on Black Iron Manor beforehand, knowing that Immortal was the manor lord. With a broad frame and a sword at his waist, Immortal had already arrived atop the high wall. His expression was serious, yet he was not panicked as he called out loudly, "I am Immortal, and I apologize for not greeting you from afar. May I ask who you are, distinguished guest?" As the founder of Black Iron Manor, Immortal was someone who had weathered many storms. Facing this group of knights who clearly bore ill will, he remained composed. The bearded, burly man replied, "I am Chen Zhuang, the third in command of the Black Cavalry Gang. I am here on the orders of gang leader Shizijin to collect the annual fee from Black Iron Manor." The Black Cavalry Gang? What sort of gang is that? Never heard of it. It's definitely a bunch of robbers, here to collect protection fees. Upon hearing this, the people of Black Iron Manor looked at each other and began to whisper among themselves. The so-called annual fee was, in fact, a protection fee. Su Changkong stood atop the high wall with a grave expression on his face. The Black Cavalry Gang had clearly done their homework on Black Iron Manor and had come brazenly to collect protection fees. It was obvious they would not leave easily, and Motai understood this. But of course, he wasn't about to willingly hand over any protection fee, especially to a gang whose name they had never even heard. And Motai furrowed his brows and said, "Villa owner Chun, we at Black Iron Manor make an honest living and barely scrape by. where we find extra money to spare. Manor Lord, don't bother with these scoundrels. Let them come and see what they're up against if they dare. A man from Black Iron Manor, armed with a sword, spoke out angrily. Did these robbers think they could just open their mouths and Black Iron Manor would hand over money? It wouldn't be that easy. The bearded, burly man, Su Changkong, smiled. With many people in Black Iron Manor and swords at their sides, if he wanted to get the money without trouble, he needed to demonstrate strength. Nay. Suddenly, the steed beneath Su Changkong let out a loud neigh. Su Changkong kicked against the stirrups with great force, pressing down so hard that the horse's limbs bent, nearly causing it to collapse onto the ground. Villa owner Chun himself used this force to propel forward, shooting like lightning, covering a distance of 6 to 7 zhong in an instant as he charged towards the firmly shut gates of Black Iron Manor. With a thunderous yell, he swung the iron hammer, the size of a human face, violently towards the gate. Bang! A deafening crash rang out. Su Changkong felt the bricks beneath his feet tremble as the thick wooden gate of Black Iron Manor shuddered violently under the burly man's hammer, splitting open with numerous fine cracks. Bang! 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 With both hands wielding the hammer and veins protruding like ropes on his arms thick as a common man's thigh, Su Changkong struck the gate over and over again like a human-shaped ferocious beast. Every blow caused the gate to roar and its frame to tremble. Crack! Under the shocked and terrified gaze of all onlookers, Su Changkong delivered more than a dozen hammer blows. The heavy gate could no longer withstand the punishment and groaned as it caved in, creating a huge dent. The door bolts bent and came loose, and the gate swung open. The members of Black Iron Manor guarding the entrance felt a chill run down their spines. Wielding an iron hammer, Su Changkong had single-handedly smashed open the gates of Black Iron Manor. He was no ordinary human, a martial artist, at least one in the divine strength realm. Even Immortal felt his pupils contract slightly and a chill rise in his heart. Martial artists have varying strengths, but the first realm of martial arts is the body refinement realm. Body refinement realm is further divided into strength refinement, internal strength, divine power, and divine bravery for levels. Among them, in the strength refinement realm, one tempers their vitality, significantly surpassing ordinary people in strength and agility, capable of taking on multiple opponents. Regular people, after years or even a decade of practice, could reach this level. The second level of body refinement, the internal strength realm, sees a further increase in strength. The internal organs are tempered and strengthened, drastically increasing endurance, comparable to that of oxen and horses. At the third level, the divine strength realm, strength increases dramatically, shattering common perceptions and reaching 2 to 3 times the capacity of an average human being. The fourth level, the divine bravery stage, represents body refinement great achievement. The flesh becomes tough, a single arm possessing 1,000 gene of divine power, capable of wielding objects weighing 100 gene. A casual strike could break bones, sever muscles, and send flesh flying. With invincible bravery, one would appear as terrifying as a human-shaped ferocious beast in the eyes of ordinary people. Most people who practice martial arts can't even reach the strength refinement realm. This Su Changkong, wielding an iron hammer, has forcibly smashed open the heavy manor doors. Such strength is definitely above the divine strength realm, unfathomable. Having smashed the doors of Black Iron Manor open, Su Changkong grinned and, with an iron hammer on his shoulder, swaggered into Black Iron Manor. Along the way, the people of Black Iron Manor, armed with swords and other weapons, dared only to surround him without attacking, sweating profusely with fear. Anyone could see that Su Changkong was an incredibly fearsome figure, and acting against him would likely result in death at his hands. This Su Changkong is also a martial artist. I don't know how I would fare against him, who's stronger or weaker. As Su Changkong witnessed Su Changkong forcing his way into Black Iron Manor, he was also quite astonished, facing for the first time a powerhouse who could be called a martial artist. Moreover, Chun Zhuang belonged to the elite levels among martial artists. Practicing the 5 animal frolics and the iron-cutting blade technique, Su Changkong pondered over how he would match up against Chun Zhuang, uncertain of the outcome. Of course, Su Changkong didn't have any intention of rashly stepping forward. Not to mention that outside Black Iron Manor, there were several dozen bandits, each incredibly fierce, and according to what Chun Zhuang said earlier, he was the 3rd in command of the Black Cavalry Gang. The men from the Black Cavalry Gang present were far from the gang's full strength, within which there must be martial artists stronger than Chun Zhuang. Paying no heed to the others holding swords, Chun Zhuang, with a smile on his face, looked towards Immortal, descending from the high wall, and said, "Villa owner Immortal, tell me your answer. Pay the protection money obediently, and you'll be safe. Otherwise, ha ha ha." Chun Zhuang chuckled coldly, weighing the heavy hammer in his hand, the threat more than evident in his words. Dozens of knights from the Black Cavalry Gang were also waiting outside. At Chun Zhuang's command, they would rush into Black Iron Manor and begin a slaughter. Manor Lord. Everyone turned their eyes to Immortal, waiting for his decision. Immortal sighed inwardly, looking somewhat aged. He understood that if a conflict truly broke out, Black Iron Manor would surely be awash with blood, perhaps even wiped from history. Boss Chun, our Black Iron Manor has no intention of being an enemy to the Black Cavalry Gang. Please spare us, Immortal said, bowing slightly in a gesture of submission. Immortal's response didn't surprise Chun Zhuang. Black Iron Manor had over 100 people to support and didn't have the courage or ability to clash with the Black Cavalry Gang. So submission was the only option. Fair enough. Our Black Cavalry Gang charges protection money per head. 5 taels of silver for each person, collected once at the end of each year. Your Black Iron Manor has over 100 people. We'll round it to 100, so that's a total of 500 taels of silver. Chun Zhuang said with a smile on his face. 5 taels per person? This stirred anger in everyone's hearts, yet they dared not express it. 5 taels of silver. Many people don't even earn that in a year. Immortal's complexion changed, but he knew that only by obediently paying up could he navigate today's peril, and then he could report to the officials or make other plans. Immortal eventually said to Director Liu, "Old Liu, go to the storeroom and get 500 taels of silver." Yes. Director Liu took the order and left. Soon after, Director Liu came with a silver note for 500 taels and respectfully handed it to Chun Zhuang. Good, not bad. Chun Zhuang counted the silver note, and a rich smile appeared on his face. It was, of course, best to get the money peacefully. Villa owner Immortal, see you again next year. Having received the money, Chun Zhuang didn't continue to linger. He laughed heartily, turned, and walked out of Black Iron Manor, mounting his horse. Brothers, let's go. We have more places to visit. There is still much to be done today. With a call, Chun Zhuang and dozens of riders quickly left, fading into the snowstorm. The Black Cavalry Gang's targets were not limited to Black Iron Manor, but all the villages in the nearby area. One could imagine there were places like Black Iron Manor that paid up to avoid disaster, and certainly those who were unwilling to pay, choosing instead to fight desperately. I hope this Black Cavalry Gang is quickly eradicated. These damned vampires. As the Black Cavalry Gang left, everyone at Black Iron Manor erupted in indignant curses. Immortal sighed helplessly. In these troubled times, ordinary people with little strength could only obediently follow the orders of the powerful or face destruction, unable to rely on anyone else. The Black Cavalry Gang, at least, took a steady, siphoning approach. As long as one paid up, they wouldn't make things difficult. However, every year the Black Cavalry Gang would come to collect their tribute, and each year Black Iron Manor would have to give away a portion of its earnings for nothing. The only thing one could pray for was that the Black Cavalry Gang would be wiped out by the officials, but that wasn't likely to be easy. Those high officials certainly weren't so dedicated and responsible. Only by becoming stronger can one avoid being humiliated. Su Changkong witnessed everything that happened today and silently spoke to himself. Faced with Chen Zhuang, who bullied and robbed using his power, Su Changkong had no intention of stepping up to confront him. First, with his current strength, he might not be able to defeat Chen Zhuang. Second, even if he could indeed defeat Chen Zhuang and drive away the other members of the Black Cavalry gang, the consequences would likely be the entire gang coming out for revenge. He might walk away, but Black Iron Manor would suffer greatly, which would hurt everyone instead. Unless Su Changkong was capable of uprooting the entire Black Cavalry gang. Cultivate. Continue to cultivate. Keeping a low profile, strengthening oneself. That was the right path. Since Black Iron Manor dutifully paid up, the Black Cavalry gang did not come to harass them again. And Mo Tai was relatively honorable. He didn't cut the salaries of his people in the manor, but took it upon himself to pay the protection fee to the Black Cavalry gang. All winter, it snowed frequently, and with the visitation of the Black Cavalry gang, aside from occasionally going to Clearwater City to buy ingredients for the body-strengthening soup, Su Changkong spent his time as usual forging weapons, practicing the 5 animal frolics and the iron-cutting blade technique. Winter passed, and all things burst forth with new life. Su Changkong was clearing the remaining snow in the courtyard, having just finished practicing the 5 animal frolics. Name: Su Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 60 years. Potential points: 8 points. Martial arts mastered. 5 animal frolics, 5th realm, standout 11%. Iron cutting blade technique, 4th realm. Mastering stage 37%. Skills mastered. Forging, 4th realm. Mastering stage 30%. Su Changkong opened the attribute panel, but his brows immediately furrowed. 3 months' time, and the proficiency of the 5 animal frolics has risen by merely 10%. The farther along, the more difficult it becomes. To achieve another breakthrough in my 5 animal frolics, I'm afraid it will take at least 2 to 3 years. What made Su Changkong helpless was that his potential value had reached 8 points. But as his physique became more robust and the effects of the body-strengthening soup weakened, the progress of his 5 animal frolics also began to slow down. To achieve another significant breakthrough, he would have to measure the time in years. In fact, for Su Changkong to have trained the 5 animal frolics to this realm within a mere 2 to 3 years was already quite remarkable. Yet Su Changkong was still not entirely satisfied. I may need to cultivate some inner strength. By combining internal and external training and tapping into my body's potential, I should be able to progress faster. Su Changkong thought to himself. Inner strength involves cultivating true qi and unlocking the body's potential and possesses various profound abilities. In the hands of an expert in inner strength, even a blade of grass can wield the killing power of a divine weapon. I'll take a trip to Clearwater City tomorrow to see if I can learn a suitable inner strength technique at a local martial arts academy. Su Changkong decided to learn inner strength in the Martial Arts Academy of Clearwater City. The time came the next day, the day off at Black Iron Manor. In the morning, Su Changkong set out on his journey to Clearwater City alone. Whoosh! On a road, Su Changkong sprinted with leaps and bounds, each stride covering 2 to 3 meters, resembling a darting spirit deer, maintaining a speed of 10 meters per second as he continued running. After his 5 animal frolics reached the 5th realm and he stood out, his internal organs were fortified, his strength and stamina greatly enhanced, allowing him to maintain such a speed for half an hour. Traveling 30 to 40 li, Su Changkong crossed the distance in less than half an hour and arrived at Clearwater City. In Clearwater City, there are several renowned martial academies, but the biggest one is Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. I'll go to Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy first. Walking the streets within Clearwater City, Su Changkong reflected. Su Changkong had contemplated studying martial arts in an academy before, but the tuition fees for accepting a disciple were extremely high, beyond what he could afford. Nevertheless, he had inquired about the intelligence of several martial academies in Clearwater City. Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, as one of the largest martial academies in Clearwater City, housed 200 to 300 disciples and was extremely reputable. Upon reaching the outside of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, two stone lions over 2 meters tall stood guard at the entrance. Carved into the Academy's signboard were the powerful and vigorous characters of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, exuding grandeur. Every so often, the sound of martial practice and command could be heard coming from beyond the walls. "What can I do for you?" At the inner door of the Martial Academy, a disciple of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy spotted Su Changkong and asked. Su Changkong stepped forward and said with hands clasped in a traditional greeting, "I have heard of the fame of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy and am very interested in its martial arts. I've come to have a look." Hearing this, a look of enthusiasm appeared on the face of the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy disciple. Our Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy is the top academy in Clearwater City. We're extremely eager to have students with talent. Follow me, young brother. I'll take you to meet our vice principal, my Mingjia. Almost every day, people visited Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, and recruiting each disciple meant a substantial income. So naturally, the disciple of Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy was enthusiastic. "Thank you for the trouble." Su Changkong nodded and followed the disciple into the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. On the academy's courtyard, dozens of up to 100 people gathered, led by a strong and vigorous man, practicing boxing techniques together in a neat, spectacular fashion. Soon, in a room, Su Changkong met with my Mingjia, the vice principal of the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. My Mingjia appeared to be in his 30s, in his prime, burly in stature with rough skin, arms as thick as an ordinary person's thighs, exuding a fierce presence. "Please take a seat. What's your last name, young friend?" my Mingjia said kindly. "My last name is Su," Su Changkong replied, and then took a seat. With a smile, my Mingjia continued, "Are you thinking of joining our Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy? The monthly tuition is 7 taels of silver, which includes some medicinal costs for martial practice. If someone is exceptionally talented, there's the possibility of tuition reduction later on." A monthly tuition of 7 taels of silver was undeniably beyond what ordinary people could afford. Being rich in literature but poor in martial arts meant that without money, it was very difficult to make significant achievements in practice. At our Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy, we teach extremely practical martial arts such as iron fist skill, iron leg skill, iron shirt, and so on. With diligent and hard practice, it only takes several years, up to a decade, to step into the strength refinement realm. With bare hands, dealing with several strong men won't be a problem, and joining the army, you can make a name for yourself. For instance, the current deputy commander of the Clearwater Guard in Clearwater City, he used to study martial arts at our Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy. My Mingjia introduced the Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy's martial arts and heritage with great confidence. Su Changkong coughed and said, "Vice Principal I'm not quite cut out for enduring physical hardships. I want to learn inner strength." Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy excelled in various external hard techniques. These techniques, when combined with certain medicines, allowed for rapid progress and practical application. However, they did come with a degree of physical strain, even potentially causing injuries or ailments. It might be fine when younger, but as one aged, these latent injuries could flare up, potentially shortening lifespan and leading to frequent pains and illnesses. Su Changkong's purpose in coming was to learn inner strength. Inner strength. My Mingjia frowned slightly at the words. The path of martial arts involves body refinement, chi manipulation, and the cultivation of inner strength, which requires years of continuous effort to achieve success. It's not like external strength's fast progress. Our Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy specializes in the practice of external strength and hard techniques, but we haven't delved much into inner strength. My Mingjia was honest in his explanation. External strength is, to put it simply, tempering the physical and refining skills, which can lead to significant progress in a matter of years or even months. Inner strength, on the other hand, involves tempering internal organs, nourishing qi and blood, and extracting true qi, which often takes many years or even decades to initially succeed. Of course, True top experts cultivate both internal and external strength, but ordinary people lack the energy, conditions, and resources. I see. Su Changkong was somewhat disappointed, but Clearwater City had more than one martial art academy. If Iron Cloth Martial Art Academy didn't have the right techniques for inner strength, he could look at other academies. Seemingly perceiving Su Changkong's intention, my Mingjie spoke up. Inner strength techniques are precious. Many of them belong to martial artist sects and martial arts families. Even if a regular martial art academy has inner strength techniques, it won't be easy to learn. You have to become a core member before you can be taught. My Mingjie's words made Su Changkong realize he had been a bit naive in his thinking. Inner strength techniques are incredibly precious. In a small place like Clearwater City, even if the martial art academies possess them, they are closely guarded secrets. Joining an academy and hoping to learn them for just a few taels or 10 taels of silver, that would be a fool's dream. Suddenly, my Mingjie smiled. However, I do know of a place where you could obtain inner strength techniques, provided you have the money. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's eyes lit up, though he did not show it. He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Please enlighten me, Vice Principal Mai. My Mingjie did not hide anything as he said. Have you heard of the Zhao family from Dongling Town? Su Changkong shook his head. He had heard of Dongling Town near Clearwater City, but he had indeed never heard of the Zhao family from Dongling Town. My Mingjie continued. The Zhao family is a significant local wealthy family in Dongling Town, very rich, and an ancestor in their lineage was a martial artist of no small skill. The Zhao family is planning to relocate and develop in a bigger city, and they need a substantial amount of money to smooth the way. As a result, they have decided to auction off some land deeds and valuable treasures, including inner strength manuals in the family's possession. The Zhao family from Dongling Town had taken root locally and owned inner strength manuals. They were organizing an auction to convert some family assets into silver and silver notes, uprooting to leave Dongling Town. This auction might very well include the sale of inner strength manuals. If you want an inner strength manual, you could try your luck in Dongling Town, but I'm afraid they won't come cheap. My Mingjie chuckled. He was merely sharing the news he had heard without any loss to himself. Thank you, Vice Principal Mai. Su Changkong expressed his gratitude. Su Changkong did not continue to disturb him any further and took his leave. I only have a total of 150 taels of silver. Is that enough to buy a manual for inner strength? Su Changkong felt uncertain. Previously, Su Changkong had obtained over 100 taels of silver from several robbers and an unlucky fellow. He earned 6 or 7 taels of silver every month from forging weapons. After deducting the expenses for the body-strengthening soup, the wealth he had accumulated over a year was 50 taels of silver, which added up to 150 taels. This amount of money would be considered a fortune for an ordinary family, but whether it would be sufficient to purchase a precious inner strength manual was another matter. Regardless, it would still be good to go and see the situation at the auction held by the Zhao family in Dongling Town. Having left Clearwater City, Su Changkong first made a trip to Dongling Town. In Dongling Town, after making some discreet inquiries, Su Changkong learned that my Mingjie had indeed not deceived him. The auction held by the Zhao family would take place in 3 days. The local wealthy families were almost all going to attend, as well as some outsiders like Su Changkong. Since the day of the auction was not a rest day, Su Changkong asked Director Liu of Black Iron Manor for a day off, claiming he was feeling unwell. Naturally, Director Liu had no suspicions. In the morning, Su Changkong arrived early in Dongling Town. At this time, Su Changkong had made some preparations. He carried a knife at his waist, deliberately kept his hair unkempt, and wore an ape mask he had bought from a street stall over his face. Heed the saying, "Do not reveal your wealth. Should someone take notice, it could bring danger." Just like the unknown man who had 100 silver notes on him and met his demise at the hands of robbers, it was better to be cautious when attending such auctions for safety's sake. Outside the Zhao family estate, the place was bustling. Numerous carriages were parked, and even soldiers from the local yamen were on guard. The Zhao family, as the wealthy family of Dongling Town, had heavy security for the auction of their family property before their migration to prevent any mishaps. Approaching the Zhao family estate with a knife at his waist and wearing an ape mask, Su Changkong attracted many glances. A Zhao family disciple came forward and courteously asked, "Would you like to attend our Zhao family's auction, sir?" "Yes," Su Changkong responded in a low voice, his reply brief and to the point. "Please pay an entry fee of 5 taels of silver. The fee will be fully refunded to you after the auction," the Zhao family disciple said. The Zhao family's auction was open to anyone, but to prevent overcrowding and curiosity seekers, an entry fee was required. This helped filter out those who were merely there to gawk. Su Changkong grunted in acknowledgement, respecting the Zhao family's rules. He took out 5 taels of silver from his chest and handed it to the Zhao family disciple, knowing that it would be returned afterward. "Please follow me." After paying the entry fee, a Zhao family disciple led Su Changkong into the Zhao family estate and into the makeshift venue of the auction. The venue was a spacious hall with rows of numbered seats. Su Changkong noticed that there were already around 20 to 30 people gathered in the hall, mostly dressed extravagantly, the majority from wealthy families near Dongling Town. Besides them, Su Changkong also saw a few people dressed in black like he was, wearing masks, apparently also not wishing to reveal their identities. Su Changkong sat down in seat number 27 in the corner and quietly waited. As he waited, more people entered, eventually gathering a crowd of 40 to 50. When the time reached the hour of C, the auction began. A young master dressed in blue, handsome and extraordinary, took the stage in the center of the hall. He clasped his hands together and said, "I am Zhao Bufan of the Zhao family, in charge of this auction. I am honored by the presence of all the guests here today, and I would like to express my thanks." This Zhao Bufan, a young master of the Zhao family, had an outstanding demeanor. According to Su Changkong's observation, the man had a steady gait and an erect posture, indicating he likely possessed martial arts skills. "It's nothing at all. When Elder Zhao invites, naturally we ought to show our faces." Voices from local tycoons in Dongling Town responded from their seats. Zhao Bufan then got straight to the point, saying, "The auction now begins. The first item up for bidding is the deed to Dongling Tavern located in Dongling Town, with a starting price of 400 taels of silver." Dongling Tavern was the largest tavern in Dongling Town with a wide customer base, and it belonged to the Zhao family. The main purpose of this auction by the Zhao family was to sell off the immovable local properties they owned. 500 taels. A fat man dressed in brocade immediately called out a bid. 550 taels. A middle-aged man sitting in seat number 11 also followed with a bid. Su Changkong clicked his tongue in amazement. Dongling Town had a population of less than 20,000, yet there were indeed many wealthy gentry there. The deed to the tavern eventually sold for 700 taels of silver. Zhao Bufan then promptly began auctioning off the Zhao family's other properties and deeds. The auction proceeded vigorously. Su Changkong watched unenthusiastically, of course not having the funds to buy any. He was waiting for the martial arts secret manuals that the Zhao family would auction off. As time slipped by, after half an hour, the Zhao family's properties were nearly all auctioned off. Next up for auction is a profound inner strength secret manual that our Zhao family's ancestor happened to acquire. With this manual, our ancestor once had a modest reputation in the martial world of Ink Forest Prefecture. Su Changkong's spirits lifted at Zhao Bufan's words. Knowing the inner strength secret manual he was waiting for was about to come up, a Zhao family disciple arrived with a tray, on which lay a book with an ancient-looking cover. This manual is named Red Fire Skill. The true chi of red fire it cultivates can scorch an enemy's flesh and bones. It is indeed fierce and domineering, mysterious and extraordinary. It is a rare martial arts technique within Ink Forest Prefecture. Zhao Bufan said excitedly with flying brows, vividly introducing the Red Fire Skill. Martial Arts Secret Manual? That Zhao Huolong from the Zhao family's ancestors did indeed have quite a reputation. It said he once single-handedly killed more than a dozen bandits. He had profound strength, and it was precisely this red fire skill he practiced. Some interested gentry whispered among themselves, but without much enthusiasm. For the ordinary rich merchant, an inner strength secret manual was of no practical use. It would require time to practice, and success wasn't even guaranteed. Yet Su Changkong noticed that several people wearing masks displayed obvious emotional fluctuations, seemingly there for the same reason as he, eyeing the red fire skill. The starting price for red fire skill is 600 taels. Zhao Bufan said. With a starting bid of 600 taels, it was already the highest base price for any item auction today. With my bit of money, I don't even have half of the starting price. Su Changkong's mouth twitched slightly, realizing he was already out of the competition before it had even begun. 700 taels, 800 taels, 1,000 taels. Immediately, bids were called out one after another, quickly pushing the price of red fire skill past 1,000 taels, which included a bid from a rich merchant in brocade. Even though red fire skill was useless to him, his children could still give it a try. In today's world, one needed not only financial power, but also the martial force to protect one's wealth. 1,100 taels, a man in black with narrow eyes spoke up at this moment, his voice raspy. Everyone, I am Yin Song, the blade catcher. I would appreciate it if you would do me the honor of leaving the red fire skill to me. Flying Sandblade, Yin Song? That blade catcher, Yin Song. Suddenly, many in the room revealed a look of apprehension. Blade catchers are those who take up rewards offered by the authorities, capturing vicious criminals and claiming the bounty for their livelihood. This Yin Song had made quite a name for himself in the area of Clearwater City, and it was his superb martial arts and the blade in his hands that earned him this reputation. Yin Song had also reached a bottleneck in his practice and wanted to try cultivating inner strength to make further progress. Once Yin Song spoke up, those who had been bidding stopped, wary of offending him, and refrained from continuing to bid. What kind of crap is this flying sandblade? I bid 1,200 taels. But soon, a hoarse voice rang out, that of a person wearing a fox-faced mask, speaking bluntly. Impressive. Yin Song's expression instantly darkened, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes as he stared fiercely at the black-clothed person with the fox-faced mask. He remained silent, however, not raising his bid any further. As for what he was thinking, that was anyone's guess. Congratulations to guest number 17 for winning the red fire skill, Zhao Bufan said with a smile on his face. After all, their Zhao family naturally had the original copy, and selling a copy of the red fire skill for over 1,000 taels of silver was like making a clear profit, as it didn't really represent a loss for the Zhao family. The person with the fox-faced mask stepped forward, handing over a silver note worth 1,200 taels to Zhao Bufan, successfully acquiring the red fire skill martial arts secret manual. Afterwards, they returned to their seat, crossed their legs leisurely, and seemed completely unconcerned with Yin Song's icy stare. Sigh, no money. Su Changkong sighed deeply, unable to participate in the auction with over 1,000 taels of silver at his disposal, only feeling regret. The next item for auction is also a martial arts secret manual. But to Su Changkong's astonishment, the auction continued after the red fire skill, as Zhao Bufan spoke. Another martial arts secret manual? Su Changkong was surprised. The rest of the wealthy merchant's expressions also varied, with the previous auction of the red fire skill reaching a sky-high 1,200 taels. Now, the Chen family was offering another secret manual. A Zhao family disciple stepped forward with a tray, on which lay an ancient-looking book. This martial arts technique is the turtle breath technique, Zhao Bufan announced. The turtle breath technique? It seems to be a rather third-rate martial arts skill. At this remark, the crowd's expressions varied greatly, with a masked man openly scoffing. The turtle breath technique was indeed not particularly sophisticated. On the contrary, it was considered quite third-rate. Seeing the reactions of the audience, Zhao Bufan enthusiastically introduced the technique. This turtle breath technique, obtained by chance by our Zhao family, when practiced over many years, can improve longevity, promising a life of 100 years. If cultivated to advanced levels, it greatly enhances one's control over their own body, with abilities like concealment and bone shrinking among others. It's truly extraordinary, and it requires no special talent to practice. Anyone can do it. Improve longevity? Practicing the turtle breath technique is already a waste of life. Despite Zhao Bufan's enthusiastic pitch, those knowledgeable about martial arts shook their heads. The turtle breath technique was not the most commonplace, but it was indeed a third-rate inner strength technique. The turtle breath technique could indeed extend life, but the slow progress of its practice meant that the longevity it promised was less than what one sacrificed in terms of lifespan. Furthermore, if one did succeed in its cultivation, it did not greatly enhance combat power. Several years, or even a decade of practice, could not compare to the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist in the strength refinement realm. What was its use? With its slow progress and minimal benefits, who would choose to practice such third-rate inner strength if other options were available? The turtle breath technique? Improve longevity? The crowd was disinterested in the turtle breath technique, but Su Changkong was thoroughly shaken by the mention of it. For ordinary people, practicing the turtle breath technique is a drain on energy and time. However, for Su Changkong, whether a cultivation technique is powerful or not isn't important. What he values the most is health preservation, the ability to extend life. The longer the lifespan, the stronger Su Changkong's potential and talent become. He needs to make every possible effort to extend his life, and this turtle breath technique can be said to be extremely suitable for Su Changkong. Zhao Bufan saw the lack of interest amongst the crowd below. He also felt somewhat helpless, as in reality, this turtle breath technique had been acquired from a down-and-out vagrant at a low price by the Zhao family. There were members of the Zhao family who had practiced the turtle breath technique. Although it was a form of inner strength, cultivating it was extremely slow, and just generating a sense of qi was already extremely difficult. Not to mention, producing true qi was as hard as ascending to the heavens. At least no one in the Zhao family deeply studied the turtle breath technique to the point of producing true qi. The turtle breath technique, starting bid 100 taels of silver. Zhao Bufan began the auction for this turtle breath technique manual, with a starting bid of 100 taels, which was quite cheap among all the items offered today. Silence. No one in the audience made a bid. The previously mentioned Yin Song also wore an expressionless face. For inner strength cultivation techniques like the red fire skill, which are quite extraordinary, Yin Song was willing to spend 1,000 taels of silver to purchase. But as for this turtle breath technique, practicing it would be a pure waste of time and energy. Even if it were given to Yin Song for free, he wouldn't bother to practice it, let alone spend money to buy it. Could this really end up with no bids? With no one responding, Zhao Bufan secretly felt somewhat embarrassed. I bid 101 taels. Just as Zhao Bufan was reluctantly preparing to announce the turtle breath technique as having no bids, a deep voice sounded. The speaker was naturally Su Changkong, wearing a monkey mask and with his hair disheveled. With someone making a bid, Zhao Bufan's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly said, "Guest in seat number 27 bids 101 taels. Does anyone else wish to bid?" Su Changkong sat still in his chair, his heart slightly uneasy. If someone were to compete with him, not only would he have to spend more money, but he might also not be able to afford the opposing bid, considering his modest capital of only 150 taels of silver. However, Su Changkong was purely overthinking it, as the rest of the people had very little interest in this turtle breath technique. Congratulations to guest number 27 for acquiring the turtle breath technique secret manual. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Zhao Bufan could only announce that Su Changkong had won the bid for the turtle breath technique. The turtle breath technique, with a starting price of 100 taels, was acquired by Su Changkong for 101 taels. Su Changkong stepped up and paid a silver note of 101 taels of silver, taking the turtle breath technique secret manual from Zhao Buffan's hands. This turtle breath technique is perhaps more valuable to me than that red fire skill. Su Changkong placed the manual into his bosom, his heart secretly thrilled. The biomimetic chi skill, the turtle breath technique, might be far inferior to the fierce and domineering red fire skill in the eyes of others. But for Su Changkong, what suits him best is the best. This auction is now concluded. Thank you all esteemed guests for your support. Our Zhao family has prepared a sumptuous feast, and we hope all esteemed guests will honor us with your presence. Soon after, the auction ended, and Zhao Buffon expressed his sincere gratitude with thanks. Young Master Zhao, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Some favored guests stayed behind for lunch, while others bid farewell and departed. Su Changkong, wearing a mask to conceal his identity, feared being targeted and naturally did not stay for the meal. He rose and headed toward the exit of Zhao Mansion, where he got his entrance fee of 5 taels of silver refunded by a Zhao family disciple. Outside Zhao Mansion, Su Changkong saw that same masked man in black with a fox face, who had won the red fire skill for 1,200 taels of silver, heading out of Dongling Town, while Yin Song, in black with narrow eyes, followed behind him, expressionless and from a distance. Yin Song is unwilling to give up the red fire skill. There's likely to be a bloody conflict between the two. Yin Song, who makes a living accepting bounties, is a skilled blade catcher. As for the man in the fox mask, anyone who can spend over 1,000 taels of silver for the red fire skill is certainly no ordinary person. I'd better keep my distance. Having seen this, Su Changkong understood that Yin Song was probably not willing to swallow his pride and had designs on the red fire skill the man with the fox mask carried. With the two of them at odds, a fierce fight was likely. However, Su Changkong had no intention of following to reap the benefits of their confrontation. Should the two reach an agreement and discover Su Changkong, a third party, they might even join forces against him, which would be dangerous. The red fire skill was not an absolute must for Su Changkong, and taking a risk for it was not worthwhile. Let's go leave first. With that thought, Su Changkong headed in the opposite direction of Yin Song and the man in the fox mask. Having left Dongling Town by 3 or 4 miles, a trace of coldness emerged on Su Changkong's face beneath his ape mask, and he slightly frowned, slowing down and turning to look behind him. 3 masked men were following him, unhurriedly but consistently. "Gentlemen, is there any advice you have been following me to give?" Su Changkong asked. These 3 men, masked, had been following him ever since he left the Zhao residence and Dongling Town, clearly with ill intentions. The man in the middle wearing a pig mask let out a strange laugh and said, "You spent 100 taels of silver at Zhao Mansion to buy the turtle breath technique. It seems you're no lightweight. I've been short on cash lately, and I just love plump sheep like you." It was clear that Su Changkong's purchase of the turtle breath technique at the Zhao Mansion auction had been noted by these 3, and their pursuit had an obvious motive. Su Changkong was somewhat speechless. Was he really a target just for this? He couldn't help but say, "I only bought a copy of the turtle breath technique," while the man with the fox mask spent more than 1,000 taels on the red fire skill. "Why don't you rob him instead of going after me?" He had merely spent 100 taels on the turtle breath technique, whereas someone else in the auction had splurged a fortune. Instead of going after the bigger catch, they targeted him. The man with the pig mask chuckled strangely and said, "The man who spent over 1,000 taels of silver on the red fire skill is no ordinary person, and with Yin Song after him, we 3 brothers don't fancy getting killed. You, on the other hand, spent a lot on a turtle breath technique, looking like a rich simpleton, ripe for the plucking. If not you, then who?" Both the man with the fox mask and Yin Song were complicated characters. Tempting fate with them was likely a death sentence. As for Su Changkong, spending so much on a seemingly trivial turtle breath technique suggested he was someone without much insight but with wealth, and without guards in tow, he would not be a difficult character to handle. After a quick discussion, the 3 brothers had chosen Su Changkong as their target and had been following him since then. "Are you interested in the turtle breath technique?" That's easily settled. I can make a copy of the turtle breath technique for you, so that everyone can gain without loss. It's good for business if we all remain on friendly terms. If you feel uncomfortable about it, giving me a few taels of silver each as a token would be fine too. Su Changkong made this very sincere proposal. The turtle breath technique was not some precious and invaluable cultivation technique. Martial arts secret manuals, even if given to others, did not actually result in any loss to the original owner. Since these people were interested in the turtle breath technique, making a few copies to sell to them would also help recover some of the cost of purchasing the manual. It would be a win-win situation. This made all three of them pause, exchanging glances in bewilderment. The person before them clearly had no grasp of the situation. The man on the right, wearing a child's mask, said impatiently, "We'll take the manual, and we want the money on you too. Don't waste words with this kid. Kill him. The manual and the money will be ours." It was obviously more cost-effective to rob Su Changkong than to buy the turtle breath technique from him. Without spending a penny, both the manual and the silver would be theirs. No, you can have the manual. And the money. Just don't kill me." Seeing that the three men were about to make a move, Su Changkong yelled in panic, simultaneously pulling out a manual and a cloth bag filled with silver, and threw them towards the man with the child's mask. "Be careful!" The man with the child's mask instinctively reached out to catch them, and in the moment he was bewildered by Su Changkong's compliance. He heard the alarm from his companion. Clang! The moment the man with the child's mask caught the manual and money bag, the previously cowering Su Changkong vanished. Like a ferocious tiger, he pounced forward, the iron-cutting sword at his waist unsheathed. The blade and scabbard scraped together, emitting a piercing metallic sound. Whoosh! A frigid flash of the blade, like a silver waterfall, swept out. The iron-cutting blade technique, practiced 1,000,000 times, was unleashed without any fancy flourishes, just a straightforward, vertical chop from above. Thud! The man with the child's mask realized something was amiss, but he had no chance to react to the fatal strike. The blade struck the top of his head, the hardest part of the human body, which, under Su Changkong's cut capable of cleaving iron and stone, was split with the same ease as cutting through decay. As the blade continued downward, without losing momentum, a bloody line appeared down the center of the man with the child's mask. The mask cracked. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but as the bloodline widened, his body split in two, falling to the ground as blood and viscera spilled out, spreading a pungent odor. Third brother. This gory, brutal scene sent a chill down the spines of the remaining two men, who cried out in shock. They had seen their share of corpses and had killed people with their own hands, but they had never before witnessed someone being cleaved in half by a single, clean stroke like Su Changkong's. It was undeniably heart-stopping and made their scalps tingle. The Su Changkong they saw as an easy target was in fact a ferocious beast hunting its prey. "You're far too greedy. With just this little ability, you dare to coerce me?" A trace of viciousness flickered in Su Changkong's eyes. Initially, he couldn't tell the three men's strength, but as soon as they clashed, he realized they were just ordinary thieves, not formidable foes. There was no reasoning with robbers. Once the fight began, it was a fight to the death. He was determined to make them pay the ultimate price. "Kill him!" After a brief stupor, the man with the wolf mask shouted fiercely, the curved saber in his hand chopping viciously towards Su Changkong from the side. Iron-cutting blade technique, horizontal chop. Without needing to look, Su Changkong could hear the sound of the blade tearing through the air. Holding the iron-cutting sword in one hand, 1 meter and 20 centimeters long, he concentrated the strength in his arm and swung the sword out with a backhand stroke. Practicing the 5 animal frolics and blacksmithing for many years, Su Changkong's hands were very steady. Crack! The swords collided, and amidst the crisp sound of shattering, the curved saber of the man with the wolf mask released a strained groan before breaking like porcelain. The heavy iron-cutting sword split the curved saber without pausing and continued in a wide horizontal slash. Thud! The man with the wolf head mask staggered backward, his chest torn open, the part above his chest separating from his body, splitting into two halves. A fatal strike. Su Changkong's practiced blade technique was simple and brutal, combining strength with speed, focusing on the skill of chopping, instantly slaying enemies with a single strike without fancy variations. The remaining man, wearing a sheep head mask, felt a chill in his heart, fear spreading throughout his entire body, realizing that the person wearing the ape head mask was not the easy target they had imagined, but a monster who killed without batting an eyelid. Run! Run! The terrified man with the sheep head mask didn't even have the courage to fight desperately against Su Changkong. Turning around, he fled. The way his two brothers had been slaughtered by Su Changkong, like pigs and dogs, made him want nothing more than to escape from this place. But the moment the man with the sheep head mask turned, he felt a cold sensation on the back of his neck, and his head became heavy. His head flew up high, falling to the ground and rolling a few times as his consciousness gradually faded. You didn't dare to rob the red fire skill, opting instead to pick on the soft persimmons. This shows that you're not such impressive figures after all. Su Changkong wiped the blood off his sword on the clothing of a corpse, sighing as he looked at the mutilated bodies of the three men on the ground. These three were indeed weak, just the standard of ordinary bandits, not even in the strength refinement realm. In front of Su Changkong, they were as easy to slay cleanly as chopping vegetables. Killing was not new to Su Changkong, and his mood was somewhat complex. He did not want to invite trouble, but it always found him. In this chaotic world where human life was as cheap as grass, people drew their swords at the slightest disagreement, and if you did not kill, you would be killed. So poor. These three joined the Zhao family auction, planning from the beginning to pick a fat sheep and make a fortune. Upon searching the three bodies, Su Changkong eventually found a total of 20 taels of silver, which was better than nothing. Let's go back. Paying no further attention to the corpses on the ground, Su Changkong quickly disappeared from the scene and made his way back to Black Iron Manor. By the time he returned to Black Iron Manor, it was already evening. Everything inside the manor was business as usual, with everyone busy with their daily routine of eating and resting. Though his trip to Dongling Town had some hiccups, Su Changkong successfully achieved his goal and obtained a manual of inner strength. Finally got a manual of inner strength. Let's see what this turtle breath technique is all about. After dinner and a bath, Su Changkong couldn't wait to study the turtle breath technique. Opening the manual, Su Changkong carefully examined the contents. Turtle breath technique, a biomimetic chi skill modeled after the breathing of a turtle. By imitating the turtle's breath, one stores air for extended periods, aiming to achieve longevity like that of a turtle. The turtle breath technique is a cultivation technique that can cultivate true chi. However, the difficulty is so high that few people can reach this step. The cultivation of the turtle breath technique consists of 4 parts: quiescence, latent breathing, true tranquility, and exiting tranquility. Su Changkong leafed through the turtle breath technique, took note of the key points of the technique, and then set about practicing. Sitting cross-legged, Su Changkong focused his mind, with his eyes on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart, entering a state of profound tranquility. His breathing became smooth, each breath drawn out for an extended duration. Half an hour passed, and Su Changkong felt as if everything around him became silent. He felt as though he was floating in water, like a turtle that occasionally sticks its head out of the water to breathe. The turtle breath technique doesn't require much in terms of natural aptitude. Children can practice it, and so can the elderly. However, truly effective practice requires years of arduous cultivation. As time passed and night deepened, a natural drowsiness crept in, and so Su Changkong laid down on his bed. Although turtles have nostrils, they breathe through their ears while sleeping. The breath exits through the ears, hence it's called the turtle breath, which ensures a turtle's long life. Almost instinctively, Su Changkong breathed, but what was odd was that he breathed in through his nose and out through his ears. This true turtle breath is not something ordinary people can achieve. That Su Changkong could enter this state during his first attempt at cultivation was not just because his potential value had reached a high of 8 points, but also because he had a strong foundation to begin with. The first realm in martial arts is the body refinement realm, which is further divided into 4 stages: strength refinement, internal strength, divine power, and divine bravery. Through arduous practice of the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong had already reached the stage where his internal organs were fortified. This organ strengthening made his cultivation of inner strength twice as effective. In this turtle breathing state, as dawn approached, Su Changkong opened his eyes. A night of cultivation had left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Turtle breath technique, beginner's path 35%. Su Changkong opened his attribute panel to find that just 1 day's practice had increased his proficiency with the turtle breath technique to 35% at the beginner's path. At this rate, in only 3 to 4 days, Su Changkong would be able to advance it to the first realm. This rate of progress was utterly astonishing. After getting up, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics as usual. Clang, clang, clang. He practiced until his body began to sweat lightly. When the bell sounds resounded within black iron manner, signaling the start of a new busy day, Su Changkong stopped his practice, had breakfast, and then began his work in the forge. Blacksmithing and forging, though work, were also for Su Changkong a form of cultivation. Clang, clang, clang. Wielding a hammer that weighed several taels, he struck the steel in front of him with each blow, making sparks fly from the glowing hot steel as impurities were removed. The hammer in his hand was like a blade, forging steel with precision. With his torso exposed, Su Changkong's muscles gleamed faintly as they rippled with each breath, making him seem tireless as he continued to forge. This Su Changkong lad is truly a prodigy. Yang Chao, who was working nearby, wiped the sweat from his brow, stopped his current task, and gulped water from a flask. Observing Su Changkong still focused intently on forging, he couldn't help but exclaim. He himself had taken several breaks already, but Su Changkong showed no signs of fatigue. The difference in physical stamina was just too great. After a busy day, in the evening, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics for a while, showered, had dinner, and then began practicing the turtle breath technique. A major advantage of the turtle breath technique was that it could be practiced even while sleeping, just like a turtle's slumber, breathing in through the nose and out through the ears. It didn't consume the time Su Changkong allocated to practicing the 5 animal frolics or the blade technique. Name: Su Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 61 years. Potential points: 8 points. Martial arts mastered: 5 animal frolics. 5th realm, standout 13%, iron cutting blade technique. 4th realm mastering stage 39%. Turtle breath technique, 1st realm beginner's path 1%. Skills mastered: forging, 4th realm mastering stage 33%. In just 4 days, Su Changkong had advanced his turtle breath technique to the 1st realm of the beginner's path. Su Changkong felt no significant changes in his physique except for his breathing, which had become longer and more continuous. My lifespan has increased by 1 year. What delighted Su Changkong was that through the attributes panel, he could clearly see that his lifespan had increased by 1 year, after just a few days of practice. Practicing the turtle breath technique not only began to increase Su Changkong's lifespan, but he also found that the speed at which he practiced the 5 animal frolics increased slightly from before. Su Changkong knew that the direction he had chosen was not wrong. Practicing inner strength could further develop the body's potential. Practice. First, cultivate internal strength. This gave Su Changkong full motivation, and he plunged into a new round of arduous cultivation. The combination of inner and outer training is the true path. With the progress of the turtle breath technique and 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong's appetite further increased, which led to the growth of his physique. Originally, Su Changkong's physique had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. and now his strength and speed began to grow slightly, with continuous increase in stamina and endurance. The days passed peacefully and with satisfaction. Autumn left and winter arrived. Another winter had come. In the early morning hours, in the room where Su Changkong resided, he lay on the bed like an old turtle lying on its back, breathing long and deep. What was strange was the faint white stream of air swirling between Su Changkong's ears and nose, circulating with his breath, and even Su Changkong's muscles fluctuated with his breath. Voila! Su Changkong felt as if he was soaking in a warm stream of water, and when his breathing reached a critical juncture, the circulating air around his ears and nose began to cycle within his body like a bubbling brook, finally converging in his dantian, misty like fog. At that moment, Su Changkong opened his eyes, and there was a fleeting glint in his eyes that was captivating. True Qi. I have finally cultivated true Qi. The joy on Su Changkong's face was undeniable. Inner strength is about refining a pure form of energy from the body and organs, creating a sensation of qi, then cultivating this sensation until it grows stronger, turning into true qi. Su Changkong had started feeling the sensation of qi in the second month of practicing the turtle breath technique, and after spending more than half a year, he had made this sensation robust enough to undergo a qualitative change, transforming into true qi. Turtle breath technique, 4th realm mastering stage 1%. Nearly a year of daily, relentless cultivation, Su Changkong brought the turtle breath technique from the beginner's path to the 4th realm mastering stage and successfully cultivated true qi. If an ordinary person without any foundation were to cultivate the turtle breath technique, it would probably take them at least a decade or two to reach this level. Pop! Su Changkong tried to mobilize the true qi within his body, threw a punch, and the fist broke through the air, making a sound like firecrackers. Su Changkong's ears twitched slightly, able to hear the faint rustling sound produced by the trees outside the house as they were brushed by the wind. Is this true qi? Mobilizing true qi can increase my strength and speed by 10 to 20% and make my senses sharper. And this is just from having just cultivated true qi. Su Changkong couldn't help but marvel at the mystery of true qi. A 10 to 20% increase in strength and speed may not seem major, but in reality, it's an enormous enhancement. For an amateur athlete, if their speed and strength were to increase by 10 to 20%, they would have the potential to challenge for a world championship. Not to mention that Su Changkong's physique already exceeds the limit of ordinary people. A 10 to 20% increase on that basis is quite exaggerated. Moreover, my 5 animal frolics has reached the 5th realm at 99%, and in a few days, I will be able to achieve a breakthrough. Apart from the turtle breath technique, Su Changkong's progress in the 5 animal frolics was equally rapid. Originally, Su Changkong estimated that it would take about 3 years for his 5 animal frolics to advance further, but the cultivation of the turtle breath technique and the further unlocking of his body's potential had made the progress of the 5 animal frolics suddenly clear, and within just a year, he was on the verge of another breakthrough. After cultivating true qi, not only does it enhance explosive power, but it also enables the use of the turtle breath technique's methods of concealment and bone shrinking. Su Changkong was researching the qualitatively transformed turtle breath technique. The turtle breath technique is not skilled in combat, but possesses various auxiliary means, such as concealment, which hides one's own qi, putting one in a state similar to a turtle hibernating. The blood flow slows down, breathing becomes shallow, and even the body temperature turns ice cold. In such a state, one can survive a long time without eating or drinking, and the method of bone shrinking is even more amazing. Crack, crack, crack. Su Changkong tried to mobilize the true qi within his body, making it circle around his bones. His whole body made crisp crack sounds, and his originally tall frame shrank by half a foot. Even the muscles on his body seemed to reduce in size. The tall Su Changkong, in just a few breaths' time, turned into a person of average, ordinary stature. Not tall, not short. This is truly amazing. Is this true chi? Having just generated true chi, the total amount of it in me is still sparse. If I were to unleash it with all my might, I estimate it would be exhausted in a few strikes. Su Changkong examined his body, feeling the true chi enveloped in his dantian like a mist, and he sighed. For ordinary people to cultivate the turtle breath technique to the point of sensing chi, a tremendous amount of hard work is required. And for that chi sensation to undergo a metamorphosis in a true chi, as Su Changkong had done, is even more difficult. It requires one to spend half a lifetime in grueling practice. What Su Changkong needed to do was to continue cultivating, making the true chi within his body grow stronger and bring about a metamorphosis in his physique. Outside the window, the sky was gradually lighting up, signifying the early hours of dawn. Su Changkong got out of bed and began practicing the 5 animal frolics: tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird. Each form was vivid and lifelike. The breakthrough of the 5 animal frolics, he guessed, would come soon. As usual, after practicing the 5 animal frolics and finishing his meal, Su Changkong went to the foundry and started a new day's work. With Su Changkong's current strength and endurance, he alone could forge 10 quality swords in a month, an incredibly exaggerated efficiency. There wasn't a second person in Black Iron Manor who could match him. Clang, clang, clang. The weather was bitterly cold, and nearing noon, a series of urgent bell tolls rang out in Black Iron Manor, causing everyone busy at work to halt abruptly. The Black Cavalry Gang. The Black Cavalry Gang is here. Everyone grab your weapons. Shouts rang out throughout the manor. The Black Cavalry Gang. Here again, right on schedule. Su Changkong put down the hammer in his hand, a hint of unusual color fleeting across his face. The Black Cavalry Gang, a major gang that rose up in the vicinity of Clearwater City a year ago, are essentially a nest of extortionate bandits. They've displayed formidable strength, forcing Black Iron Manor to bow down and pay them. The people initially harbored hopes that the Yamen would eradicate the Black Cavalry Gang, but such an event never occurred. Quite the opposite, the gang's power has grown day by day, having destroyed several villages that refused to pay protection money, their infamy spreading even wider. To offend the Yamen, there's still a chance to live, but to offend the Black Cavalry Gang not only spells one's own death, but could also implicate friends and family. Now, within hundreds of miles, there are few who dare to defy the Black Cavalry Gang. These damned robbers! Yang Chao cursed under his breath. The Black Cavalry Gang relied on plundering and squeezing the common people to sustain themselves, but they could only be angry without daring to speak out. The people stopped their work and, armed with swords, hammers, and other weapons, stepped out of the workshop. On the high walls, Manor Lord Immortal's face was filled with helplessness and worry. Outside Black Iron Manor, dozens of well-equipped knights stopped about 10 yards away. The leader was the Black Cavalry Gang's third boss, Chen Zhuang, whom they had seen before. He was burly, with a bearded face and thick arms, exuding a sense of oppression that was daunting to look directly at. Villa owner Imo, another year has passed. Have you prepared the annual tribute? Chen Zhuang looked at Immortal on the high wall, let out a hearty laugh, his voice deep and resonant. Immortal sighed, giving director Liu a meaningful glance. Here is this year's tribute. Chen Zhuang, please count it. Understanding the signal, Director Liu nodded, stepping outside Black Iron Manor with 500 taels of silver notes in hand, and approached the Black Cavalry Gang's troops with respectful outstretched arms, offering it to them. Last year, when the Black Cavalry Gang first came to collect their tribute, Chen Zhuang's displayed might was frightening. Not even the stout gates could stop him. Now that the Black Cavalry Gang had come again to collect the tribute, Black Iron Manor had no choice but to obediently pay, or else face the same retaliation as other powers who had refused them. Accepting the silver notes, Chen Zhuang casually counted them before tucking them into his bosom. Having done it once before, the second time was much easier, requiring none of the previous exertions. Chen Zhuang's face revealed a genial smile. I wish Black Iron Manor a happy new year, and I won't disturb you any further. Brothers, let's go. Having received the tribute, Chun Zhuang didn't linger. He barked an order, leading his dozens of riders away. The sound of horse hooves faded into the distance. Chun Zhuang seemed quite agreeable on the surface, but everyone knew it was because Black Iron Manor had complied with the payment. Should they dare to defy him, Chun Zhuang would certainly turn hostile on the spot, causing severe casualties to Black Iron Manor. The Black Cavalry Gang's power is growing larger. Doesn't the government eradicate them? Heh, those officials care only about the hats on their heads. Who'd have the courage to fight bandits? We, earnest and diligent as we are, simply don't live as freely as those bandits. With the departure of the Black Cavalry Gang, a collective sigh of relief was breathed in Black Iron Manor, some filled with righteous indignation, others with cold sneers. Suppressing bandits was easier said than done. The Black Cavalry Gang's 3 leaders were martial arts experts, with strong soldiers and horses under their command. The officials at Clearwater City's Yamen might not have the courage to confront the Black Cavalry Gang. Success might be good, but more often than not, it would come with heavy losses. And in the event of failure, someone had to take responsibility. At the very least, they would not be able to hold on to their caps, not to mention the risk of retaliation from the Black Cavalry Gang and potentially even losing their lives. We cannot rely on others. The fundamental solution is to strengthen ourselves. Su Changkong witnessed this scene, silently vowing to himself that he must grasp his own destiny. This required formidable strength. The arrival of the Black Cavalry Gang had little impact other than affecting the mood slightly, as the protection fee was borne by villa owner Immortal. Life continued peacefully. Su Changkong practiced the 5 animal frolics every morning and evening. Having reached a bottleneck with the 5 animal frolics, he finally broke through after a week. Huff, huff, huff. In the snowstorm, Su Changkong's towering form, like a dancing brown bear, was filled with a sense of solid power. As he breathed in and out, with true qi coursing through him, his muscles undulated in tandem, honing each other against the frigid cold. Roar! Then, the cumbersome bear-like demeanor of Su Changkong changed, taking on the ferocity of the king of beasts, resembling a charging tiger, as faint tiger roars seemed to echo through the air. Tiger and bear sparring. This, too, was a high-level mutual restraint practice from the 5 animal frolics, but it was so exhausting that ordinary people could not practice it. Though Su Changkong was alone, as he practiced the 5 animal frolics, it was as if he split into 2, transforming into a tiger and a bear, fighting and vying with each other, neither yielding an inch, lifelike and captivating. Such accomplishment in the 5 animal frolics. Even Dr. Huashan, who taught Su Changkong the form, would be astounded, finding it hard to believe that what was meant for health improvement could reach such a level. Crack! Snap! As Su Changkong reached his peak state, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his insides burning hot, a warm current in his body traveling throughout his limbs, as if breaking free from some shackles, with a harmonious symphony from his sinews and bones. Refreshing. Unable to contain himself, Su Changkong sighed in satisfaction, understanding that his 5 animal frolics had finally broken through the bottleneck to reach a higher level. Name: Su Changkong, 16 years old. Lifespan: 75 years. Potential value: 11 points. Martial arts mastery: 5 animal frolics, Tier 6, reach the pinnacle 1%. Iron cutting blade technique, Tier 5, standout 7%. Turtle breath technique, Tier 4, mastering stage 2%. Skills mastery. Forging, Tier 5, standout 4%. Su Changkong opened his attribute panel, and indeed, the 5 animal frolics had broken through from Tier 5 to the pinnacle realm of Tier 6. In terms of lifespan, the breakthrough of 5 animal frolics, along with the turtle breath technique practiced until true qi naturally generated, and the combination of health-preserving fist and health-preserving fist qi skill, brought about such an improvement that Su Changkong's lifespan had increased by a full 15 years compared to a year ago, and his potential value had broken through the significant threshold of 10 points. Reaching 11 points, Su Changkong could feel that his mind was clearer, his thoughts more agile, and his senses had astonishingly enhanced to an incredible degree. Even as fine snowflakes drifted down from the sky, Su Changkong could distinctly sense the trajectory of each flake falling with his eyes closed. The breakthrough of 5 animal frolics, stepping into the pinnacle realm, induced a certain metamorphosis in Su Changkong's body. The most direct change was that Su Changkong's appetite had greatly increased. "I'm so hungry. My appetite has more than doubled from before." At mealtime, Su Changkong took a steamed white bun and, with a bowl of vegetable soup, took big bites and swallowed voraciously. The noticeable increase in his appetite was immensely satisfying for Su Changkong. Fortunately, at Black Iron Manor, meals were included 3 times a day, and the food was decent, with soup, rice, and a certain amount of meat provided. After all, the members of Black Iron Manor engaged in physical labor and wouldn't have enough energy if they didn't eat well. After eating his fill, Su Changkong let out a comfortable groan and then entered the workshop to start a new day's work. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong swung his hammer, beginning the forging process on the steel in front of him. "My strength has increased by a significant margin." Su Changkong's expression shifted subtly, as he could feel that his physical fitness, which had been stagnant for quite a while, had grown noticeably. This feeling was as if his body had entered a developmental growth spurt again. He had a ravenous appetite, and naturally his physical fitness grew accordingly. Divine Strength Realm. I must have stepped into the Divine Strength Realm. Su Changkong rejoiced in his heart. The Turtle Breath Techniques manual contained an introduction to the realms of a martial artist. According to the manual, the 3rd level of the body refinement realm is the Divine Strength Realm. Upon reaching this level, one's physique would grow once more, and their strength would rise sharply, reaching an extreme that surpassed the average person by 2 or 3 times. The 3rd chief of the Black Cavalry Gang, Chun Zhuang, who could smash open the heavy gates of Black Iron Manor with a sledgehammer, had the strength of the Divine Strength Realm or above. Reaching this stage, ordinary people would seem as fragile as children in front of them. A single punch or kick could easily cause their bones to break and tendons to tear, making one an absolute elite among martial artists. Su Changkong's appetite had greatly increased, and his body had entered a phase of rapid growth, where his own strength was visibly improving every day. This growth persisted for a month. A month later, in the courtyard where Su Changkong lived, a 200-tail stone pedestal was placed, which had gotten previously to test and train his arm strength. Su Changkong grabbed the iron handle of the stone pedestal with one hand and lifted forcefully. The 200-tail stone pedestal was effortlessly raised, feeling as easy as an average person lifting a backpack full of books. Huff! With a swing of his arm, Su Changkong tossed the stone pedestal 2 or 3 meters into the air and then caught it with his hand, placing it back on the ground steadily. Such strength seemed inconceivable for a human body. "My strength has almost doubled compared to a month ago." Su Changkong clenched his fists, his heart filled with amazement. Now that his body had passed through the period of rapid growth and had begun to slow down again, Su Changkong, compared to before, had undergone earth-shattering changes. In terms of physical quality, there was nearly a 2-fold difference, similar to the gap between an adult man and a child. The current Su Changkong could easily crush the version of himself from a month ago. This is the Divine Strength Realm, where the body undergoes metamorphosis, and divine power is astonishing, strong enough to contend with cauldrons. With my current strength, I wonder how I would fare against the 3rd boss of the Black Cavalry Gang. Su Changkong mused about his own power level. In terms of realm, Chun Zhuang had stepped into the Divine Strength Realm earlier than Su Changkong. However, Su Changkong's advantage was his dual cultivation of both internal and external arts. Not only did he step into the Divine Strength Realm in terms of physique, but he also cultivated true qi through the Turtle Breath technique, achieving considerable mastery. Moreover, his iron cutting blade technique had reached the 5th level and stood out amongst the rest. If there were a real fight with Changkong, it was not certain that Changkong would be able to beat him. Of course, Su Changkong had no intention of provoking the local tyrants of the Black Cavalry gang. He was focused on low-profile cultivation and strengthening himself. A new day. As usual, Su Changkong entered the workshop to begin his forging. To Su Changkong's surprise, the workstation next to him was empty, the one that belonged to Yang Chao. Did Master Yang Chao take a day off today? Su Changkong felt slightly surprised. In the several years that Su Changkong had been at Black Iron Manor, he hardly remembered Yang Chao ever being late or taking leave. But Su Changkong didn't pay too much attention to it, simply assuming that Yang Chao had taken leave for some reason. However, this was not an ordinary matter. The time came to the next morning, during Director Lu's usual roll call. Haven't Yang Chao and Li Erling arrived yet? Director Lu frowned tightly, as two people were missing from roll call. Yang Chao and Li Erling, both forging masters from Black Iron Manor who had disappeared since yesterday, without a single word. Based on Director Lu's understanding of the two, it was unlikely that they would be absent without good reason. Yang Chao and Li Erling are missing? This is no ordinary situation. Everyone pay attention. I will have someone check their homes. If anyone gets any news, tell me immediately. This matter also attracted the attention of Manor Lord Immortal, who informed everyone with a word. I hope nothing has happened to Master Yang Chao. Su Changkong silently wished in his heart, praying for Yang Chao, who had taught him forging. Even with the disappearance of Yang Chao and Li Erling, Black Iron Manor did not stop operating, and everyone else worked as usual. And in the evening, there was no small stir at Black Iron Manor. There's a dead person. A dead person. A frightened cry rang out, drawing everyone's attention. What happened? Su Changkong knit his brows tightly and set down his hammer, heading out of the workshop. By this time, the entrance of Black Iron Manor was already crowded with people, all showing faces of fear. Peering through gaps in the crowd, Su Changkong could see the scene at the center. On the ground, there were pristine snowflakes, and atop the snowy ground lay a bloody human head. The head belonged to a man in his 30s or 40s, with disheveled hair, wide eyes, and a twisted, bloodied face. Truly horrifying, leaving everyone pale. Most people had never seen a dead body, let alone a blood-soaked head with eyes staring in death, something that could give ordinary people nightmares. It's Li Erling. As for Su Changkong, whose hands were stained with several lives, he was no longer the naive young man who would be scared by such a sight. He looked closely and recognized the face of the head, which surprised him. It wasn't just anyone's head. It was Li Erling's, one of the missing people from Black Iron Manor. And now, he had met with a violent end. Li Erling. It's Li Erling. In the midst of the chaotic and terrified crowd, there were still some who kept their composure and recognized the identity of the severed head. Li Erling was a forging master at Black Iron Manor, and just like Yang Chao, he had disappeared yesterday. Yet now his head appeared at the entrance of Black Iron Manor, brutally murdered. Who could have done this? Such a ruthless deed. Some were frightened, yet filled with rage at the same time. The murderer had not only killed Li Erling, but also delivered his head to Black Iron Manor. It was undoubtedly deliberate. The Manor Lord is here. No one dared to act rashly. Upon hearing the commotion, Manor Lord Immortal also rushed over at the first moment. Immortal, seeing the head of Li Erling on the ground, was equally shocked and angry. But Immortal was clearly more composed than the others. With a solemn face, he approached the head of Li Erling and began to examine it. Soon, his expression shifted slightly as he saw something in Li Erling's hair, an envelope. Without a word, Immortal opened the envelope and read its contents, his face growing uglier and darker by the moment. Manor Lord, what on earth has happened? Director Lu asked cautiously from the side. Immortal snapped back to reality and said in a deep voice, "It's nothing. Everyone go back to rest for now. I will handle Li Erling's matter. Shouldn't we report this to the authorities? Go back. Just go back." The crowd was at a loss. Some suggested reporting to the authorities, while others, not wishing to invite trouble, obediently left. Someone killed Li Erlang and sent an envelope. Judging by the Manor Lord's face, it seems they are targeting Black Iron Manor and Master Yang Chao. He is likely in the hands of the murderer as well. It's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Su Changkong witnessed this scene and began to speculate in his heart. He didn't know what was written in that envelope, but from Immortal's demeanor, it was probable that the murderer was threatening Black Iron Manor to achieve a certain goal. However, since Immortal said he would handle it, Su Changkong could only hope Immortal would successfully resolve the issue. The death of Li Erlang had undoubtedly stirred up trouble within Black Iron Manor, causing many to worry about their own safety. At dusk, after bathing, Su Changkong sat on a chair in the courtyard, casually stretching his limbs and practicing his breathing, circulating the turtle-breathing true qi in his body. With each circulatory cycle, the true qi became more refined. The cultivation of turtle breath technique was gradual and required long-term accumulation. During the breathing exercise, Su Changkong's senses became incredibly sharp, so that not a single movement within a radius of more than 10 zhang could escape his notice. Creek. It was now nighttime, and although winter had not yet passed, this particular night was exceptionally cold, with fine snowflakes dancing in the air. Su Changkong heard the sound of Black Iron Manor's gate being opened amidst the snowflakes, along with the low murmurs of conversation, prompting him to open his eyes. Let's take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Su Changkong came out of his meditative state, stood up, and headed towards the entrance of Black Iron Manor. At the entrance of Black Iron Manor, there were several men dressed in tight-fitting clothes, led by none other than Immortal. I see. I understand. At that moment, Immortal was instructing Director Liu on something. Liu's face showed concern, but he could only nod in agreement. Immortal and the others, each with a weapon at their waist, were fully armed. Let's go. After giving the instructions, Immortal gestured to the others, and a group of 4 or 5 people stepped through the open gate and disappeared into Black Iron Manor, seemingly headed somewhere. Could it be? Are the Manor Lord and the others going to meet that murderous outlaw? And they're taking weapons. It's bound to be dangerous. Su Changkong watched this scene from afar. It must be related to Li Erlang's incident during the day. The killer had sent Li Erlang's head along with a letter, prompting Immortal to leave the Black Iron Manor quietly at night with a few trusted associates to meet the murderer. After a long pause, Su Changkong sighed, "Forget it. Let's follow and see." Immortal had shown no small kindness to Su Changkong. When Su Changkong first arrived in this world, he was young, unfamiliar with the place, and would have starved if Immortal hadn't taken him in. Now that Immortal was going to meet the killer, one could imagine that the other party was extremely vicious. There was a chance that Immortal would encounter danger. After thinking it over, Su Changkong couldn't just watch Immortal walk into danger. Following to see the situation seemed like the right thing to do, as a way to repay Immortal's kindness for taking him in. However, Su Changkong didn't act immediately. Instead, he went back to his room, quickly put on a set of black clothes, and took out a mask from the cupboard, the ape mask he had used at the Zhao family's auction before. Not only that, but Su Changkong also employed the bone shrinking technique from the turtle breath technique. Ka-ka-ka. Sounds echoed from Su Changkong's bones, and his height shrank by half a foot, no longer looking tall as before. Even his aura became more restrained. Let's go. After doing all this, Su Changkong, armed with a knife, quietly left Black Iron Manor, following the footprints left by Immortal and the others in the snow. 20 li away from Black Iron Manor, in a desolate forest. With a solemn expression, Immortal said to the other 4, "Zhang Qian, you guys wait out here. I'll go in and take a look." Upon hearing this, a dark-skinned man suddenly spoke with excitement. "Manor Lord, at a time like this, you're still saying such things? Let's go in together and meet these bastards." At dusk, Li Erlang's severed head was thrown outside Black Iron Manor, along with a letter. The content of the letter was straightforward. It named Immortal and threatened that if he didn't come to the appointed place, Not only Li Erlang's head would appear the gate of Black Iron Manor, but also Yang Chao's head. And Mo Tai couldn't ignore the well-being of his manor members, let alone the fact that even if he didn't care about Yang Chao's safety, the other party probably wouldn't stop there. They would continue to harass Black Iron Manor. He had no choice but to go to the place mentioned in the letter, and Mo Tai, along with several other sturdy members of the manor, stepped into the desolate forest. In the center of the forest was an abandoned, dilapidated temple with flickering lights barely visible inside. Taking a deep breath, Mo Tai pushed open the temple door and entered. Inside the temple's main hall, candles were lit, and in the center of the hall, there was a fire with 3 men of different appearances sitting around it, drinking wine and eating roasted meat. Upon seeing Mo Tai and his group arrive, mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Manor Lord. A hoarse voice rang out, and Mo Tai and the others looked in its direction and saw a strong man tied to a pillar with heavy bindings, covered in bloodstains that dyed his clothes a dark red, as if he had been tortured inhumanely. It was none other than the missing Yang Chao. When Yang Chao saw Mo Tai and the others arrive, he revealed a mix of excitement and concern. Seeing that Yang Chao was still alive, Mo Tai sighed in relief, then turned his gaze back to the 3 men beside the fire. He said sternly, "Gentlemen, I have read the letter. Yang Chao and Li Erlang offended you, and I apologize on their behalf. Would you please let Yang Chao go and show some mercy?" The letter that Mo Tai had found next to Li Erlang's head in the daytime stated that Yang Chao and Li Erlang had offended them. It demanded that a person in charge of Black Iron Manor should come to this place to apologize, or else Yang Chao's head will be delivered to Black Iron Manor. They were ordered to come 1 or 2 hours after the letter had been discovered in the evening. There was no time to report to the officials, so Mo Tai had to bring a few trusted men with him to the rendezvous. These 2 ignorant fools offended us, and you, as their leader, think a simple verbal apology is enough to settle the matter? One of the 3, the man on the left, spoke up. He had a face covered in pockmarks, was slightly obese, and looked ferocious. He gave a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Fire was practically shooting from the eyes of Zhang Qian and the others beside Mo Tai. They didn't know the specifics yet, but it was a fact that the 3 men had killed Li Erlang. Now, they were forcing Mo Tai to apologize for them, an act of extreme arrogance and lawlessness. Mo Tai felt equally enraged, but he hadn't lost his reason. He took several silver notes from his chest and spoke with sincere earnestness. "Here are silver notes for 100 taels. Consider it a drink on me for the 3 heroes. Let's leave today's matter at that." Upon hearing this, the fat man with a face full of crosswise flesh finished gnawing off the meat from the chicken leg in 2 or 3 bites, tossed away the remaining bones, carelessly wiped his hands on his clothes, stood up, approached Mo Tai, and unceremoniously took the silver notes, counted them, and stuffed them into his chest. Then the fat man turned his head to look at an elderly man among the 3, who was the leader of them. The elder's hair was peppered with white, but his stature was very tall, even more robust than young men, and he exuded an extremely cold aura, much like a ferocious wolf. The elder spoke indifferently. "You think you can dismiss Yen with 100 taels of silver? I see that your Black Iron Manor is quite wealthy. 3,000 taels of silver, and we'll call it a day." "What?" At the revelation, even Mo Tai's face changed, and his accompanying people showed anger in their eyes. This elder was even greedier than the Black Cavalry gang. His demand was 3,000 taels of silver right off the bat. This was undoubtedly a huge sum. Even if Mo Tai spent all his savings, he might not have enough. He would need to borrow from some well-acquainted friends, which would empty all the savings he had worked hard to accumulate over the years. Attack. Slaughter them. Avenge Li Erlang. Zhang Qian, who had a fiery temper, could no longer contain himself and roared. These people with the surname Yin had cruelly killed Li Erlang, and now they were brazenly demanding extortion from Black Iron Manor. They had come with knives, intending to fight if they couldn't reach an agreement. A cold snort sounded, and before Zhang Qian and the others could make a move, one of the three men sitting by the fire, who hadn't spoken, abruptly stood up. His body moved as swiftly as a whirlwind, and a curved saber at his waist suddenly unsheathed. The man moved with the blade, and in a flash he had passed by. TSS, TSS, TSS. A succession of sounds of flesh tearing was followed by groans. Before Zhang Qian and the others could draw their swords, they felt a pain in their wrists, a fine line of blood appeared, and drops of fresh blood came dripping down, leaving them unable to hold onto the handles of their knives. And the man in the blue clothes had returned to his original place, slowly sheathing his saber as if he had never moved. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yu, your return swallow body method is well practiced. The man referred to as Lin Yu smiled faintly. Master's guidance is appreciated. These three are all strong martial artists. Immortal, clutching his wrist that was bleeding profusely, felt a chill rise in his heart. If Lin Yu hadn't held back just now, at least one of their arms would have been chopped off cleanly at the wrist. They were all members of the Black Iron Manor, usually working at the forge and possessing considerable strength. However, when compared to true martial artists, they were still lacking. Did you hear what my master said? 3,000 taels of silver, and today's affair will be settled. Our grievances written off, said the fat man with a laugh, tauntingly. Yin and his two disciples were all notorious villains known for their ruthlessness, who happened to pass by Clearwater City and learned of Black Iron Manor's wealth. Thus they seized Yang Chao and Li Erlang, aiming to make a fortune off of Black Iron Manor. Immortal's expression changed. 3,000 taels of silver could bring all his years of effort to naught, and if he didn't agree, considering how these three had killed Li Erlang, they had no chance of leaving safely today. In Yin and his disciples' eyes, Immortal was undoubtedly a fat sheep. One lucrative job could keep them living leisurely for a good while. Zhang Qian and the others, clutching their bleeding wrists, felt an icy chill all over. Just the man in blue clothes had easily sliced their wrists with speed so fast they could not react. Even if they fought desperately, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. 3,000 taels. I can't come up with that amount for now, Immortal said through clenched teeth. No matter, I can give you 2 days. I'll contact you again in 2 days, and you can also report to the officials. However, if you do that, I will kill your entire family. The man surnamed Yin did not force Immortal to produce the 3,000 taels right then. He slowly continued. Those words made Immortal's heart sink. The man surnamed Yin was extremely confident, allowing him to go and raise the money and even blatantly saying he could report to the officials. As for the consequences, naturally, it would involve the suffering of relatives and friends. May I take Yang Chao with me? He needs medical treatment. Immortal glanced at Yang Chao, who was tied to a pillar, and requested. Yang Chao's condition was very bad, and he needed medical treatment. The man in green swung his curved blade, cutting off the ropes that bound Yang Chao. Without the restraints, Yang Chao staggered, almost collapsing to the ground, having been previously tormented by these men, exhausted and injured. Go, remember you have 2 days. I hate people who are not punctual the most. The indifferent voice of the man, surnamed Yin, rang out. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. 2 people helped Yang Chao up, and Immortal lowered his voice, determined to leave this place no matter what. A group of 5 or 6 people headed for the outside of the dilapidated temple. The man surnamed Yin and his 2 disciples did not stop them. Only after they were dozens of meters away from the temple did they all breathe a sigh of relief, saving their lives for the moment. Zhang Qian said with a worried look, Manor Lord, what should we do now? Immortal remained silent. Reporting to the officials was an option, but there was no guarantee they would intervene. And even if they did, the 3 men surnamed Yin could simply hide for a while to avoid the sharp edge. The officials couldn't protect Black Iron Manor all the time. Once their concern waned, the man surnamed Yin would certainly seek savage revenge. From the way they killed Li Erlang, It was clear that the three men surnamed Yin were a group of desperados with high martial arts skills. Such desperados were the most troublesome. How about asking the Black Cavalry gang for help? We did pay the protection money to them, someone tentatively suggested, thinking of the Black Cavalry gang, to which Black Iron Manor had also paid protection money. Heh, those bandits will, at most, not bully you if you pay them. How could they possibly protect you? One man scoffed, not believing that the Black Cavalry gang would take notice of this matter. It's all my fault, Yang Chao said guiltily, battered and bruised. In fact, Yang Chao and Li Erlang couldn't be blamed at all. The three men surnamed Yin had targeted Black Iron Manor to make a fortune by kidnapping them. It was purely bad luck for them to be implicated, with Li Erlang even being made into an example by getting beheaded. Let's head back first and plan in the long term, Immortal sighed. At the moment, he did not know what to do. All he could do was return to Black Iron Manor and then find a solution. Haha, this area around Genelwind City really is a paradise. A bunch of blacksmiths from Black Iron Manor with hardly any armed force. If we don't rob them, who will we rob? Inside the temple, the man surnamed Yin and his two disciples were drinking, and the chubby man chuckled. This routine of kidnapping and extorting money was not their first. They specialized in targeting wealthy merchants with weak guard forces, killing a few people to threaten the rest. Most would choose to comply quietly. After all, wealth is not as important as life. Senior brother, close the door, would you? The man in green, sitting by the fire, felt the cold wind blowing into the hall. He felt slightly chilled and spoke up. The chubby man acknowledged and got up to close the door of the temple's main hall, but suddenly froze in his tracks. Outside the temple, amidst the snowstorm, a figure in black was walking towards the temple. Footprints were left in the snow, steady and unhurried. Oddly, the person's face was covered with a comical ape mask, adding an eerie touch to this snowy and windy night. The snow is heavy outside. May I come in for a drink to warm up? The man in the black mask stared at the chubby man, his raspy voice sounding. The newcomer was naturally Su Changkong, who had been following all along. Su Changkong had been outside the temple for a while now, listening to the movements inside, capturing every word of the conversation in his ears. Immortal was threatened by an elderly man surnamed Yin and his cohort, demanding he hand over 3,000 taels of silver, or his family would face ruin and death. Immortal and his companions left looking worried, at which point Su Changkong decided to show up and take care of the situation. Is he also with the Black Iron Manor? The three people, including the elderly man surnamed Yin, furrowed their brows, suspecting that Su Changkong might be associated with Black Iron Manor. In front of them stood Su Changkong with a blade at his waist and wearing a mask. Due to the bone shrinking of the turtle breath technique, his stature was neither tall nor short and appeared utterly ordinary. However, the people from Black Iron Manor had just left, and Su Changkong appeared right after. They did not believe there was no connection. The fat man's eyes twinkled, and he chuckled, "The wind is strong outside. Come in and sit down." The fat man stepped back, opening a path, and Su Changkong didn't hesitate to step into the main hall. Inside the hall, Su Changkong's gaze swept over the faces of the three elders, his expression slightly focused. Among the three, this elder should be the strongest. The other two also possess martial skills. They are not ordinary thieves. Previously, Su Changkong had heard the conversation outside the temple and learned that the elder was surnamed Yin with two disciples. The man in green clothing who restrained and wounded Immortal and the others was quite capable. And as their master, Yin Fei must be even stronger. Who might you be, sir, to concern yourself with the business of Yin Fei of the Flying Swallow Blade? Su Changkong's odd appearance, not resembling an average person, and his presence in a deserted temple in the woods at such a time, obviously could not be a coincidence. The elder stared at Su Changkong and coldly asked while revealing his identity, attempting to intimidate him. In such a short time, had Black Iron Manor brought in reinforcements? But to Yin Fei, an ordinary martial artist, was hardly worth consideration. Yin Fei of the Flying Swallow Blade was a martial artist with a notorious reputation in Clearwater City's martial world. Adept at the Flying Swallow Blade technique, ruthless, who didn't bat an eyelid at murder, had robbed and extorted many a rich trader, and with his high martial skills, was a formidable opponent for anyone. Of course, Su Changkong had never heard of Yin Fei before. Su Changkong came back to his senses, lowered his voice, making it sound a bit hoarse. Just a nameless commoner. I'm merely a passerby, seeking warmth in this bitter cold, hoping to come in for a cup of wine to warm up. The fat man and the green-clothed man both showed vigilance, waiting for Yin Fei's direction. Yin Fei revealed a friendly smile. Fair enough. Guests are always welcome. Lin Hua, serve our guests some wine, won't you? Yes. The fat man Lin Hua nodded respectfully, taking a wine pot from beside the fire and filling a cup to the brim. He then brought it over to Su Changkong, offering it with both hands. You think you're worthy of offering me a drink? Eat my fist first. Su Changkong reached out to take the wine cup, but the moment he took the cup, Lin Hua's respectful look vanished, replaced by a ferocious snarl. His fist clenched tight as he threw a punch straight at Su Changkong's chest. The fat man Lin Hua excelled at boxing, himself at the strength refinement realm, his strength surpassing the extreme limits of ordinary people. If his punch struck true at the heart, it could smash someone's heart through their bones while still alive. Crack! The fat man pretended to respectably offer wine only to get close enough to launch a surprise attack. Su Changkong had naturally been on guard against such tricks. Faced with Lin Hua's heavy punch, Su Changkong clenched his left fist, his tendons and bones sounding in unison. He harnessed a formidable power without dodging, and threw a punch back. Bang! Though Su Changkong struck after Lin Hua, it felt as if his punch arrived sooner. The two fists collided fiercely, sending a muffled explosion rippling through the air. What? The fat man Lin Hua's pupils contracted sharply. At the moment of impact, he felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, overpowering him in an instant and sending his over 200-pound body flying uncontrollably backward. Stop! Yin Fei abruptly stood up, pressing his hand against Lin Hua's back to stop his retreat. Crack, crack, crack! As he fell back, the fat man Lin Hua's hand bones emitted a crisp sound of breaking. His wrist twisted into a gruesome angle, and a piercing pain surged through his body. So weak, equivalent to my level from 2 or 3 years ago, probably a martial artist in the strength refinement realm. With a casual punch, Su Changkong had easily overpowered Lin Hua, as if he were merely a child, causing him to inwardly judge the man's strength to be at the level of the strength refinement realm. Divine strength realm? The fat man's forehead trickled with cold sweat, his complexion greatly changing. The fat man had stepped into the strength refinement realm for many years, with a physical quality that surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Only a martial artist from the divine strength realm could crush him with absolute power in a single punch. The divine strength realm? Where did Black Iron Manor find a martial artist of the divine strength realm? Even Yin Fei, the old man with white hair, couldn't help but be moved. The strength refinement realm, even with mediocre talent, generally provides the chance to step into through arduous cultivation. 90% of body refinement success martial artists are in this realm. The internal strength realm requires a certain talent combined with diligent and hard training to possibly strengthen the internal organs. Among martial artists, they're considered elite. Those at this level have astounding endurance and can commonly cross tens of miles on foot in a short amount of time. Whereas in the divine strength realm, in the region of Clearwater City, they belong to the experts who can make a big name for themselves. Chun Zhuang of the Black Cavalry Gang is at the standard of the divine strength realm, commanding over 100 men, terrifying to all who hear his name. Such high-level experts have the strength to lift heavy cauldrons. If clad in heavy armor, they possess boundless strength, are impervious to swords and spears, and can truly be called killing machines. The man of unknown identity before them was a terrifying martial artist of the divine strength realm. They are very wary of me. Su Changkong saw the changes in expressions and the wariness in the eyes of Yin Fei and the other two clearly, which slightly settled his heart. Su Changkong didn't know the actual strength level of Yin Fei and his companions. If the three of them were too strong, beyond what he could cope with, Su Changkong would definitely turn and leave. But their wariness was like showing weakness in front of him, indicating that his own strength was enough to deal with them. The fat man's wrists were shattered, his forehead sweating with pain and rage, but also filled with wariness and fear towards Su Changkong. Beneath the mask, Su Changkong's face was ice-cold. Li Erlang, a member of Black Iron Manor, was diligent and kind-hearted in his daily dealings and was considered a good person. Yet these three people, in their quest to extort Black Iron Manor, had killed Li Erlang as if he were no more than a pig or a dog. Su Changkong likewise felt a faint anger in his heart. Impressive skills. My disciple was rude and offended you. Sir, I apologize on his behalf. Are you here for the affair of Black Iron Manor? Had we known Black Iron Manor was related to you, the three of us would not have been a disturbance. Let's call off today's incident, shall we? Yin Fei's expression changed, and in the end, he revealed a smile, bowing towards Su Changkong. Not wanting to make an enemy of a divine strength realm martial artist, Yin Fei knew that if a fight broke out, even if they could win, they would likely suffer severe casualties. Since the other party was here for Black Iron Manor, it wasn't necessary for them to rob Black Iron Manor. Better to just give up the operation and find another target. Yin Fei, having traveled the martial world for many years, knew all too well to prioritize his own safety above all. Fair enough. Peace is precious, Su Changkong said soothingly. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering and spilling the wine. My apologies, I wasn't holding the cup steady. Can I have another pour? Su Changkong asked, full of apology in his voice as he looked at the fat man. This made the fat man's body tremble slightly. Previously, he had pretended to offer a drink, taking the opportunity to make a sneak attack, which turned out badly for him. Now Su Changkong was asking him to pour again? Go. Pour a drink for this esteemed guest. The fat man pleaded with a look towards Yin Fei, who hesitated slightly and then spoke to the fat man. He didn't want to fight to the death with Su Changkong, so he tried to satisfy the requests of the suspected divine strength realm martial artist as much as possible. Having no choice, the fat man, with a shattered bone in one arm, held the cup with one hand as a man in green clothes cooperated in pouring another drink. Great sir, just now I was only joking. Consider this drink as my apology. The fat man held the wine cup up before Su Changkong respectfully, speaking in a low and servile tone. Where the trio, including the disciple, had been pompous and aggressive before Immortal and the others, they now appeared somewhat lowly before Su Changkong. Power! This is power! Su Changkong secretly sighed. Immortal and the others weren't as strong as them, so they were at their mercy, whereas Su Changkong was stronger than all of them, leading Yin Fei and his companions to fawn over him. Having suffered a great loss at Su Changkong's hand, and now having to apologize humbly, the fat man was undoubtedly filled with humiliation. Still, he knew this masked man's strength was unfathomable, and meekly bowing his head to apologize was the right course of action to resolve the conflict. Su Changkong delayed in taking the wine cup, causing the fat man to anxiously lift his head, only to see Su Changkong reaching out as if to take the cup. The fat man breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then his heart seized with violent palpitations as he saw Su Changkong's eyes beneath the mask flashing a captivating cold light. Suddenly, Su Changkong's outstretched right hand clenched into a fist and smashed out fiercely like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit, aimed straight at the fat man's heart. The fat man had no chance to dodge and was struck solidly by the punch. Boom! The dull sound of impact accompanied by the noise of collapsing bones sent the fat man's nearly 200-pound body flying off the ground like a sandbag, hurtling 2 or 3 meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, eyes bulging, his heart shattered by the tremendous force of the punch, his breath rapidly fading, dead on the spot. Senior brother. Seeing this, the man in green clothes let out a cry of alarm and bent down to check on the fat man, only to find that the fat man's chest had collapsed and his heart shattered, beyond saving even by gods. Enraged, the man in green stared at Su Changkong and roared, "What have you done? You've killed my senior brother." The fat man had approached Su Changkong to offer a toast, only to be killed by a punch from Su Changkong. "Your actions were excessive." Yin Fei glared at Su Changkong with veins throbbing on his forehead and bloodshot eyes, his voice filled with gritted teeth. Under his mask, Su Changkong's face was one of indifference. "I came in to ask for a drink, and you try to kill me. He hit me with one punch. I returned one punch. That's all there is to it." The moment they met, the fat man attempted to sneak attack Su Changkong under the pretense of offering toast. Had it not been for Su Changkong's strength exceeding their expectations, he would have been dead already. Su Changkong would not let him off. Even if these three promised not to target Black Iron Manor again, Su Changkong couldn't be sure if they would keep their word. The most foolproof method was to kill them all. Once he decided to make a move, he had to eradicate them completely. "Damn it, kill him!" Yin Fei bellowed, his hair and beard flying. He had appeased Su Changkong with kind words and fear, but the latter had made it clear he had no intention of reconciling. Having killed his disciple, there was nothing left but a battle to the death. It was either you or me. "I'll kill you, you bastard." The man in green could no longer contain himself. His face twisted in ferocity, his figure blurring into a shadow as he lunged at Su Changkong, his curved sword drawn from his waist like a crescent moon, chopping towards Su Changkong's neck. The man in green's blade technique and movements were both quite exceptional. Previously, he had subdued Immortal and others in the blink of an eye. So slow, but to Su Changkong, who had unlocked his body's potential and stepped into the divine strength realm, the movements of the man in green were as slow as if watching a slow-motion replay, incredibly sluggish. Iron-cutting blade technique. Horizontal chop. Clang. Su Changkong's palm was already on the handle of his sword at his waist. As the blade scraped against the scabbard with a grating sound, a piercingly cold flicker of the sword light tore through the air, chopping horizontally outwards. Extreme speed combined with extreme power equates to extreme lethality. Clang! Su Changkong's sword struck the weak point of the curved sword's force, and the clear sound of metal clashing, along with the sound of breaking crack, burst forth. The man in green's curved sword broke in half. The large iron-cutting sword, which could be held with both hands, cut through the man in green's curved sword and swept on with unabated force. The man in green's head was flung into the air, his eyes still showing a trace of surprise and unwillingness as blood spurted from his severed neck. In front of Su Changkong, the blade technique and movements the man in green prided himself on appeared so weak, without any flourish, crushed by absolute force, killed with one blow. Whoosh! While Su Changkong was killing the man in green, his gaze became focused and a nearly silent sound of splitting air arose. A sharp blade sliced through the air, aiming to strike from the side. It was Yin Fei. As Su Changkong finished off the man in green, Yin Fei made his move in an instant. His first move was a killing technique, aimed at taking Su Changkong's life. Su Changkong's perception was sharp. He swung the broad iron-cutting sword to block the incoming long sword. Clang! The two swords collided, sending sparks flying. Flying swallow blade technique. Swallow returns to nest. Yin Fei's body paused only briefly before his face contorted hideously, deploying the blade technique he had honed for decades. His long sword dragged several afterimages, with a faint white glow glimmering on the blade, weaving into a net of swords, cunningly aimed at cutting Su Changkong's entire body. Su Changkong did not dare to be careless. Yin Fei's strength far exceeded his two disciples by more than a notch, and Su Changkong swung his sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clashing metal sounds exploded like drum beats, the dispersing force snuffing out the candles in the great hall, and only the flames in the fire pit continued to burn. The light inside the hall grew dim. I can't cut through his sword. It's true chi. Immortal defended against Yin Fei's slashing long sword, trying to gather enough strength to break Yin Fei's blade, but it wasn't so easy. Yin Fei's sword blade had a faint glow flowing over it. That was true chi. Yin Fei was still some distance from the divine strength realm, but his level of inner strength was quite formidable. In fact, Yin Fei, due to his advanced age, had started to decline in physical function and found it difficult to step into the divine strength realm. However, Yin Fei made up for his weaknesses by cultivating inner strength, and together with his skilled flying swallow blade technique, he might not be without the strength to fight against a divine strength realm expert. This man's blade technique is simple and crude, but lacks variation. I mustn't give him the chance to catch his breath. Yin Fei also realized that Su Changkong's blade technique was straightforward, which gave Yin Fei a glimmer of hope for victory. Su Changkong's strength and speed surpassed his, but Yin Fei's advantage lay in his exquisite blade technique. He had to overwhelm Su Changkong in one fell swoop and slay him. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Immortal and Yin Fei exchanged more than 10 blows, causing Immortal's blood to begin boiling. Prior competitors were ordinary thieves and bandits. Facing a master like Yin Fei enabled him to use this opportunity as a whetstone for his skills. The two were relentless, engaging in fierce combat within the decrepit temple. Immortal's advantages were his speed and strength, reacting faster, and Yin Fei's advantages lay in his seasoned experience and his exquisite and swift blade technique. The scattered force of their strikes sent with chips flying from a column supporting the temple's ceiling, leaving deep gashes in the wood. The standoff continued, but after 30 or 40 moves, Yin Fei's complexion slightly changed. No, I can't take him down. My physical and inner strength are both nearly spent. With his physique already inferior to Su Changkong's, not to mention his age compared to the younger, stronger Su Changkong who had reached the divine strength realm, the longer the fight dragged on, the bigger Yin Fei's disadvantage became. Yin Fei, will remember today's events. Yin Fei collided with Su Changkong once again, but instead of advancing, he retreated, his figure flashing towards the temple gate, letting out a long howl. Having lost 2 disciples to Immortal, Yin Fei was extremely angered, but he didn't lose his reason. Continuing the fight would result in more losses than wins, so it was wiser to leave. Although he knew not the identity of this man, he was most likely related to Black Iron Manor. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Su Changkong had just finished warming up, his blood starting to boil, when he saw Yin Fei trying to flee without fighting. How did he let him go? Crack! Inside Su Changkong's dantian, the turtle breathing true chi circulated, gathering in his limbs. His arm and leg muscles bulged, filled with a sense of power. His strength and speed increased significantly. Leaving your disciples behind like this? I'll send the 3 of you to reunite. Die! Su Changkong's tiger play from the 5 animal frolics came naturally. He pushed off with his legs like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving half an inch deep footprints on the ground. He let out a roar from his throat as his body lunged forward, catching up with the fleeing Yin Fei in the blink of an eye and splitting down with his sword. And this sword strike, unlike the ones before, was with both hands holding the sword. The sword strike, like a hammer falling, brought a whirlwind of oppressive force that twisted Yin Fei's aged face slightly, horrifying him to the utmost. The previous Su Changkong had not used his full strength at all. Not only had he reached the divine strength realm, but his cultivation in terms of inner strength also wasn't shallow. This explosive strike was unstoppable. Block it! Yin Fei clenched his teeth, pouring true chi into his sword and raising it to block, hoping to withstand Su Changkong's strike. His plan was to use his superior footwork to rebound and flee from the spot. Crack! However, the weighty iron-cutting sword carried an incomparable massive force, cutting through anything in its path. At the moment of impact, Yin Fei's long sword snapped. The momentum of the sword blade continued to press down relentlessly. No! Yin Fei managed only a fearful cry of alarm before feeling a pain in his head. The iron-cutting sword sliced down, splitting Yin Fei's body like a log cleaved by an axe, his torso severing in two and falling sideways. Blood mingled with innards dyed the snow-covered ground at the temple entrance a complete mess. All once again fell silent, save for the low moaning of the wind and snow. In this desolate forest temple, a great battle had come to an end. Su Changkong took a deep breath, finally calming his boiling blood. This is the Jianghu, survival of the fittest. It's kill or be killed. We rely on our fists to do the talking. Looking at the several corpses on the ground, Su Changkong silently reflected. Black Iron Manor had done nothing wrong, kept to itself, yet it had been repeatedly squeezed and plundered by the Black Cavalry Gang and Yin Fei. No matter how much rage and unwillingness filled their hearts, they could only swallow it down. But Su Changkong was powerful, and that was the reason he had the courage to stand out. The silver notes the Manor Lord just gave are still on these men. After wiping the blood off his knife on Yin Fei's corpse, Su Changkong skillfully started to search the bodies of Yin Fei and his disciples. Immortal had taken out a silver note worth 100 taels in the hope of settling things peacefully. Su Changkong, of course, was going to pocket the money, considering it as a reward for lending Immortal a hand in dealing with this trouble. From the bodies of Yin Fei and his disciples, Su Changkong obtained over 300 taels of silver, a considerable sum of money. What's this? Su Changkong suddenly showed a hint of surprise as he found a sheepskin parchment in Yin Fei's money bag. Su Changkong decided to leave without examining it closely and to look at it later. Tucking it into his chest, he no longer paid attention to the bodies on the ground and turned to leave. What's that noise? At this moment, over 100 meters away from the dilapidated temple, Immortal and his companions looked in the direction of the temple with faces full of shock and suspicion. Immortal and the others had planned to return to Black Iron Manor, but with Yang Chao exhausted and injured, and several of them also wounded, they had decided to stop and rest for a while to tend to their wounds. But before long, a series of noisy collisions and roars had come from the direction of the temple, carrying far in the wind and snow. What's going on? Could it be that those three have turned on each other? Yang Chao said with some uncertainty. Just after they left the temple, it seemed that a fierce battle had erupted inside. Someone's coming out. With sharp eyes, Yang Chao saw a figure appearing at the temple doorway under the moonlit snow. In the blur of the distance, it could roughly be seen that the figure was dressed in black. And that person in black seemed to notice their gaze, looking up towards where Immortal and the others were. In the vague distance, they could see that the person's face was covered with an ape mask. Afterward, the man in the black mask no longer paid them any attention and walked directly to the other side, disappearing into the snowstorm. Could it be the one who fought with the old man, surnamed Yin, and his disciples was him? The people from Black Iron Manor speculated in their hearts, wondering about the identity of the man in the black mask. Was he the source of a noise just now? Let's go back and check. Immortal hesitated for a moment before standing up and speaking. Right. Everyone exchanged looks, unable to contain their curiosity and concern about what had happened in the temple. Carefully, they made their way back to the temple. A pungent smell of blood wafted towards them, and they immediately saw a bisected corpse spread out on the snow in front of the temple doors, with its innards spilled all over the ground. Ugh! Upon seeing this gruesome scene, someone's stomach churned, retching, almost throwing up. It's that old man surnamed Yin. Immortal, meanwhile, had a sudden shock of recognition. This body was none other than the old man surnamed Yin who had threatened them earlier. Could it be the other two are also? Immortal promptly entered the great hall and saw the corpulent man inside the hall, as well as the corpses of the men in green who had exhibited considerable strength, injured them, but were now dismembered. Dead. All three scoundrels are dead. Immortal and the others were somewhat skeptical of the scene before their eyes. The Yin-Fei trio who threatened them with immense ferocity just moments ago were now miserably dead in the decrepit temple, their bodies mutilated. Was it the man in the black mask who did this? He killed them all. To chop a person in half with one strike, how much strength would that take? Immortal and the others felt an immense shock, recalling the man in black mask who appeared at the temple doorway like a phantom and disappeared just as quickly. It wasn't hard to guess that the confrontation had been between the man in the black mask and the Yin-Fei master and disciples. No sooner had Immortal and his party left. The man in the black mask arrived at the temple, fought a great battle with the Yin-Fei trio, and chopped them all to death. Good riddance. They got what they deserved. Yang Chao trembled with excitement. The three disciples of Yin-Fei had kidnapped him and Li Erlang, and had cruelly murdered Li Erlang. What goes around comes around, and now the likes of Yin-Fei had met their gruesome end here. They're dead. The threat is gone. Immortal also felt somewhat incredulous. These three villains had extorted him, putting years of his effort at risk, and now all his worries were gone. Why would that masked man kill them? Don't know. Maybe it was a case of thieves falling out? All the valuables on these three men are gone. The people from Black Iron Manor were all curious as to why the masked man would kill Yin-Fei and the others, and some thought that a conflict must have erupted between them. But regardless, for Black Iron Manor, this was undoubtedly great news. Let's leave now. Go back and rest well. Don't tell anyone else about what happened tonight, Immortal said, his expression significantly more relaxed. Being targeted by a gang of extremely vicious bandits was indeed a stroke of bad luck. But fortunately, in an unexpected turn of events, a mysterious masked man had a confrontation with Yin-Fei and the others and chopped them to death, resolving the crisis. Yeah, let's go back. It's a pity, though. Li Erlang can't be brought back to life. Sigh, we should take care of his family in his stead. Immortal and his group began to feel more at ease. There were sighs for Li Erlang's death, but the group didn't linger any longer and quickly left the desolate temple, heading back to Black Iron Manor. Naturally, Immortal and the others had no idea that the death of Yin-Fei and his disciples was no coincidence, but a deliberate act by Su Changkong, who had followed them and finished them off. By this time, Su Changkong had already returned to Black Iron Manor ahead of Immortal and his party. Although he had been unexpectedly seen by Immortal and the others before leaving, Su Changkong didn't mind. He had used turtle breath shrinkage to reduce his height by more than half a foot, and with the mask on, recognizing him would be impossible. Quietly returning to his quarters, Su Changkong put away his mask and clothes, then stretched lazily. Having dealt with Yin-Fei and his disciples tonight, he considered it a repayment of the kindness Immortal had shown him when he took him in. It wasn't long before Su Changkong returned that Immortal and the others safely made their way back to Black Iron Manor. As daylight broke the next day, it was as if nothing had happened. Everything proceeded as usual. The world does not stop turning for the loss of anyone. Let's see what's on the sheepskin. Could be a martial arts secret manual. In the evening, after a day's work, Su Changkong returned to his room and took out a sheepskin, the very one he had found on Yin-Fei's body the previous day. It could be a martial arts secret manual, but that wasn't certain. However, Su Changkong was wrong. It was not a martial arts secret manual, but a prescription. A prescription? Vital Qi spread. As he unfolded the sheepskin, Su Changkong's expression shifted subtly. The sheepskin contained a prescription named Vital Qi spread, and Su Changkong looked at it carefully, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Vital Qi spread can enhance energy and circulate blood, benefiting martial artists in cultivating their sense of Qi and practicing inner strength greatly. Similar to body strengthening soup, Vital Qi spread was a pill medicine beneficial to martial artists. Yin-Fei himself cultivates inner strength, and I don't know where he got this Vital Qi spread recipe from. It must be for his own use. Su Changkong thought to himself, the practice of inner strength is progressive and cannot be mastered overnight. Power will not surge suddenly. It requires a long time of cultivation and accumulation. and consuming pill medicines that aid the cultivation of inner strength is undoubtedly a shortcut that can save a lot of hard work. If I had this vital chi spread, the breakthrough for my turtle breath technique would certainly be faster. Not long ago, Su Changkong's turtle breath technique broke through to the fourth realm, giving birth to turtle breathing true chi. However, the quality of his true chi could only be considered mediocre at best, capable of supporting only a few bursts of his full effort before nearly depleting. To achieve another breakthrough in the turtle breath technique with Su Changkong's current talents would also take quite some time. With this vital chi spread, perhaps the process could be hastened several-fold. As for how effective the vital chi spread is, he would know once he tried. I'll go to Clearwater City tomorrow to purchase the medicinal ingredients on the recipe. Su Changkong made up his mind. Tomorrow would be a day off, providing him with the perfect opportunity to acquire the necessary ingredients for the vital chi spread. Early the next morning, Su Changkong woke up early, practiced 5 animal frolics for a while, and then set off from Black Iron Manor to head for Clearwater City. Huff! On the uneven road, Su Changkong sprinted with leaps and bounds. His speed exceeded that of ordinary humans, creating a gust of wind that slightly bent the flowers and grass on both sides of the road. His breathing remained steady without any shortness of breath. Having reached the internal strength realm in body refinement, his organs were strengthened, significantly enhancing his strength and endurance. He could rival many animals in prowess. For Su Changkong, a distance of 30 or 40 li was nothing more than a short walk. Half an hour later, Su Changkong arrived at Clearwater City. He entered the city familiarly and went to a pharmacy to purchase the medicinal ingredients. However, Su Changkong encountered a problem. In a pharmacy, an elderly shopkeeper with graying hair looked at Su Changkong's shopping list and said, "Young man, the ingredients you are looking to purchase are very precious, and some of them are extremely rare. Most of them are not available in our store, and likely not in other stores either." Not available? Su Changkong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. The ingredients needed for the vital chi spread were very rare, and compiling a single dose could cost about 4 or 5 taels of silver, beyond the means of ordinary people. Otherwise, Yin Fei wouldn't have gone about extorting money and amassing wealth. What made matters worse was that these medicinal ingredients were hard to come by in the marketplace. Most pharmacies didn't carry them. "Then I won't trouble you any further," said Su Changkong to the shopkeeper. He still was not willing to give up and continued to look for the vital chi spread ingredients at other pharmacies within Clearwater City. Just as the previous shopkeeper had mentioned, aside from a few common ingredients, the recipe for the vital chi spread included several key ingredients that were simply not available in the stores. To think that I can't buy them even with money? Su Changkong felt helpless. He spent a whole day in Clearwater City, visiting all the pharmacies to no avail. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Changkong had no choice but to leave Clearwater City and return to Black Iron Manor. I couldn't buy the ingredients for a vital chi spread in Clearwater City, and it's likely going to be very difficult to find them in nearby villages and towns as well. Su Changkong felt somewhat distressed. Having not achieved his goal, Su Changkong went to bed early and practiced the turtle breath technique. When the next morning came, the weather was quite nice, and early in the morning, guests arrived at Black Iron Manor. Is this Black Iron Manor? A young man in his 20s, dressed in white, appeared on horseback outside Black Iron Manor, looking up at the plaque at the entrance. This youth in white had a distinguished and handsome appearance, riding a white horse with 2 strong protectors, also mounted on horses, flanking his sides. What business does this young master have? The arrival of the man in white prompted a Black Iron Manor member at the gate to ask respectfully. Anyone could see that the young man in white was no ordinary person. He obviously required respectful treatment. With a faint smile, the young man in white replied, "I wish to see your manor lord. I have a business deal to discuss." "This young master, please follow me, and I will take you to see the manor lord," said the robust man, hearing that the visitor had come to discuss business, with even greater respect. The white-clothed youth, and his 2 guards all entered Black Iron Manor. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the workshop, Su Changkong, with his robust upper body bare, swung the hammer, continuously and repetitively forging the glowing red steel in front of him. Sparks flew and occasionally landed on his skin, bringing a slight burning sensation, but he had long grown accustomed to it. Everyone stop for a moment. Pay attention when I call your name. At that moment, Director Liu entered the workshop and called out loudly. What is it? The busy people in the workshop paused their work, and a hint of confusion appeared on Su Changkong's face. Yang Chao, Zhang San, Su Changkong. Director Liu called out names, including Su Changkong's. Those whose names have been called, come with me. In the end, Director Liu called out the names of about 20 people and instructed them. What's this about? I don't know. Let's go and find out. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask further and followed Director Liu out of the workshop, through the pathway planted with trees, towards the rear garden of Black Iron Manor where distinguished guests were received. In one of the large halls of the back garden, Su Changkong and the others saw Immortal. Besides Immortal, there was another very unfamiliar white-clothed youth sitting nearby. The white-clothed youth had an air of uncommon grace, flanked by 2 powerful-looking guards, indicating an extraordinary identity and background. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Immortal introduced them. This is Mr. Bai Xiao from the White Jade Gang. The White Jade Gang? Hearing this, Su Changkong's heart stirred slightly. He had heard a bit about the White Jade Gang. Near Clearwater City, the White Jade Gang was quite well known, with immense wealth from their jade business, and their members numbered in the hundreds to nearly 1,000. A behemoth indeed. The gang leader of the White Jade Gang, Bai Tianhao, was a man of renown in the martial world of Clearwater City. He was not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also astute in handling affairs. Given that the white-clothed youth was named Bai Xiao, it wasn't hard to guess his identity, most likely the son of the gang leader. For him to personally visit Black Iron Manor, there must be some important matter. Bai Xiao had a gentle smile on his face. All of you are skilled forging masters of Black Iron Manor. To be frank, I wish to hire you to go to our White Jade Gang to help us forge some equipment. Hire us? To forge equipment? The crowd was slightly taken aback. The people Director Liu had called by name were all forging masters, and the reason they were summoned was due to this son of the White Jade Gang, who needed to hire a group of forging masters to help forge equipment of the gang, according to his words. Someone frowned slightly and questioned, to forge equipment? Why not directly place an order with Black Iron Manor? Is it necessary for us to work within the White Jade Gang? Indeed, whatever was needed could be ordered directly from Black Iron Manor. It seems superfluous for Bai Xiao to have them go to the White Jade Gang in person. Bai Xiao's smile remained as he replied, the reason for this is inconvenient to disclose, but the payment is quite generous. For a period of 4 months, our White Jade Gang will pay each of you 30 taels of silver per month. A month, 30 taels? As these words were spoken, many of the forging masters couldn't help but swallow hard. It was known that an ordinary forging master could only forge 2 or 3 quality swords in a month, earning about 3 taels of silver. But Bai Xiao was very generous, offering each person 30 taels of silver per month. Working for 1 month would equal what they used to earn in nearly a year, and in 4 months, they could make as much as they earned from 4 years of hard work. This undoubtedly made everyone's heart stir mightily. Really? Is it true? This is the White Jade Gang, rich and powerful. They wouldn't need to deceive us. Their eyes met in silent agreement as they whispered among themselves, employing them to forge tools for the White Jade Gang. The substantial remuneration was difficult to refuse. I'm willing to go. A man couldn't help but raise his hand. He had elderly to care for and children to feed. The whole family depended on him for a living, and the expenses were great. The price offered by Bai Xiao was truly too tempting to refuse, earning over 100 taels of silver in just 4 months. Once this opportunity passed, it would be gone for good. I'm willing to. As one embraced employment, more followed. Amidst the crowd, Su Changkong kept silent, not one to be easily swayed by the world. He knew even the affluent White Jade Gang would not employ forging masters at great cost without good reason, which could bring about troubles. Not in need of those 100-plus taels of silver, Su Changkong did not intend to hastily accept the employment like the others. At that moment, the young man in white by Xiao suddenly spoke up. "Which one of you is Su Changkong?" Su Changkong was taken aback. Not expecting Bai Xiao to call out his name, he didn't respond, but the others' gazes instinctively turned towards him. This compelled Su Changkong to reluctantly step forward and bow. "I am Su Changkong. I have seen young Master Bai." Seeing the emerging Su Changkong, Bai Xiao couldn't help but let his eyes brighten subtly. The Su Changkong before him was youthful, a teenager, but with a tall stature, resolute features, and an extraordinary aura, standing out among the burly men like a crane among chickens. Bai Xiao, with a full smile, said, "I've heard Villa owner Mo mention you. Your talent is exceptional. Your forging skills are extremely superb, surpassing the ordinary. Our White Jade Gang is precisely in need of a forging genius like you. I am willing to pay 3 times the price offered to the others, 100 taels of silver per month." Bai Xiao had previously inquired about the highly skilled forging masters in Black Iron Manor from Immortal. Naturally, Immortal mentioned Su Changkong's name. Su Changkong was now quite well known in Black Iron Manor, not only for his exceptional forging skill, but also his terrifying efficiency, crafting more than a dozen swords each month, far exceeding other forging masters. Extraordinary talent was the only way to describe him, and Bai Xiao had noted down Su Changkong's name, hence the specific mention at this moment. This made Su Changkong lightly furrow his brows. The White Jade Gang spending so much to hire so many forging masters definitely had an uncommon purpose, and while he personally wasn't keen on attracting trouble, with the other party naming him personally and offering a higher wage than others, he found himself with little reason to refuse. After all, he couldn't just say he suspected ill intentions, could he? Seeing no immediate response from Su Changkong, Bai Xiao thought perhaps Su Changkong was dissatisfied with the remuneration and promptly said, "Little friend Su, our White Jade Gang is desperate for talent. If you have any other requirements, I will also try my best to fulfill them." Bai Xiao was extremely accommodating. Such a respectful treatment from someone of his stature to a blacksmith was indeed rare. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's heart shifted slightly. Several medicinal herbs needed for vital cheese spread are hard to come by in the towns near Clearwater City, but if the White Jade Gang is willing to assist, it would likely be no problem. The herbs required for vital cheese spread were hard to find on the market. Even traveling to farther towns might not guarantee their availability, but the wealthy and well-connected White Jade Gang would surely have a way to procure them. With this in mind, Su Changkong said, "Then let it be as young Master Bai says." Seeing that Su Changkong agreed, Bai Xiao was very pleased. In the end, roughly 20 people accepted Bai Xiao's employment. Immortal had no objections to this. Recently, Black Iron Manor wasn't particularly busy with orders. It could afford to be short of 20 or so people, and fostering good relations with an organization like the White Jade Gang benefited Black Iron Manor. "All right, Kaitong, you stay at Black Iron Manor. Wait for them to pack up their luggage, and then bring them to the White Jade Gang's base." Bai Xiao spoke as the matter was settled, directing a burly man next to him. "Yes, young master." Kaitong, a member of the White Jade Gang, respectfully complied. Bai Xiao left with a guard, while Kaitong waited for Su Changkong and the rest to pack their belongings. With a 4-month stay at the White Jade Gang expected, everyone prepared their travel bags and informed their families. As for Su Changkong himself, there was little he needed to pack, so he returned to his room to grab some clothes for changing. Shortly after, the group of 20-some people completed their packing and located Kaitong. Kaitong glanced over the group and declared, "If your luggage is ready, then let's set off. We need to reach the White Jade Gang's base before dark." None objected to this. A group of people set out, heading toward the White Jade Gang. The White Jade Gang station was located nearly 100 miles away from Black Iron Manor. They embarked in the morning, occasionally stopping to rest on the way. As they all had quite good physical fitness, They kept going until it was completely dark before finally arriving at the White Jade Gang station. From a distance, the White Jade Gang station was built against the mountains, with roads flanked by trees, boasting a beautiful scenery. At the entrance of the White Jade Gang, several disciples clad in white, with upright postures, were keeping guard. "Who goes there?" A man noticed Su Changkong and his group, immediately questioning them. "It's me, Kai Tong." Kai Tong replied, taking out his identity token. "Lord Kai." Seeing this, the White Jade Gang disciples' expressions softened, and they respectfully saluted, not hindering their passage. Su Changkong and the others followed Kai Tong into the White Jade Gang. The buildings within the White Jade Gang rose and fell one after another, appearing like a small palace complex, both ancient and splendid. As expected of the White Jade Gang, so luxurious. The group of forging masters from Black Iron Manor felt like the proverbial country mouse entering the Grand Manor, somewhat astounded. The strength of the White Jade Gang is indeed formidable. Most of its members are martial artists in the strength refinement realm with martial skills. Su Changkong was observing the White Jade Gang disciples they passed. These White Jade Gang disciples were mostly strong and healthy, with steady and powerful strides and sharp eyes. Many of them were martial artists in the strength refinement realm. The White Jade Gang, being wealthy and powerful, allowed some of its disciples to consume pill medicines to strengthen their bodies. There was no shortage of elite members. The richer the gang, the more martial artists they need. Otherwise, they simply can't protect their wealth. "I will first arrange accommodations for you. We'll meet tomorrow morning to discuss what needs to be done," Kai Tong told the group. "May I ask what exactly you want us to do?" Yang Chao, who had been injured before but had mostly recovered, couldn't help but ask. He had accepted the White Jade Gang's employment and came to their station. "You'll know tomorrow," was all Kai Tong said, offering no further explanation. With no other choice, as when in Rome, do as the Romans do, the group could only hold their curiosity for the time being. Under Kai Tong's arrangement, Su Changkong and his companions all settled into separate rooms. The night passed without incident, and Su Changkong, as usual, practiced the 5 animal frolics before lying in bed to cultivate the turtle breath technique, restoring his spirit and strength. Early the next day, Kai Tong arrived as promised and gathered everyone from Black Iron Manor. "Come with me. I'll take you to the forging workshop." Kai Tong led the group to their work destination. Inside one of the White Jade Gang's workshops, Su Changkong saw furnaces and tools for forging, along with materials. "Lord Kai, can you now tell us what we are supposed to do?" Yang Chao inquired. This time, Kai Tong did not conceal their task. He glanced over the group and said in a deep voice, "You have been brought to the White Jade Gang to forge a batch of armor." "What? Forge armor?" At this revelation, the Black Iron Manor group was astonished, their expressions all changing simultaneously. Forge armor? Even Su Changkong frowned slightly. In the Great Flame Empire, there was no prohibition on carrying weapons. In fact, walking into the city with swords and blades would go unnoticed. But armor was forbidden. Without an official position or private troops, possessing armor was a serious offense, viewed as plotting rebellion with severe penalties, including execution. It was akin to some countries on Blue Planet not prohibiting firearms, but banning bulletproof vests. Therefore, the Black Iron Manor had forged countless weapons, but forging armor was something they had never done before. It was against the Great Flame Empire's laws. The White Jade Gang had hired a group of forging masters from Black Iron Manor with a substantial sum of money for a secret mission, to secretly forge a batch of armor. Lord Kai, isn't this somewhat against the rules?" Yang Chao couldn't help but speak up. For the White Jade Gang to have them forge a batch of armor was undoubtedly a very dangerous affair. Kai Tong's voice was cold as ice as he said, "Do what you're told to do, and cut the chatter. You won't be shorted any money, so don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." With Kai Tong's firm tone, Yang Chao and the others exchanged glances, all of them inwardly bitter with a wry smile. Now that the White Jade Gang had come, if they didn't obediently comply, leaving would likely be difficult. Why does the White Jade Gang want to manufacture armor? Could it be for? While Su Changkong was surprised that the White Jade Gang was forging armor, he also speculated on the gang's motive. Black Cavalry Gang. Quickly, a light bulb went off in Su Changkong's head as he thought of the three words. Making armor naturally served to enhance combat strength. The Black Cavalry Gang, having recently risen in power, claimed territory by force and acted overbearingly. Yet, with formidable strength, they made opposing them frightening. The White Jade Gang, a long-established force within the martial community of Clearwater City, mainly engaged in lucrative jade and stone trades. They usually did not clash with the Black Cavalry Gang, but now it seemed that some incident had occurred between them, possibly leading to conflict. Just in case, the White Jade Gang was possibly forging armor to prepare for a fight against the Black Cavalry Gang, a precautionary measure for uncertain times. After all, for a martial artist, especially those robust ones in the strength refinement realm and above, donning armor increased their combat power manifold. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it could enhance their strength several times over. With armor, one could stay agile whilst being impervious to blade and sword, thereby multiplying their battle capability. A squad of elite martial artists clad in armor would possess truly terrifying combat strength, capable of overpowering even those much stronger, and encircling and killing martial arts masters of far greater ability. The White Jade Gang had sought out Black Iron Manor, known for its forging, and due to the armor's special nature, they couldn't be too conspicuous and risk exposure. That's why they employed Su Changkong and others to come to the estate of the White Jade Gang. Of course, all this was Su Changkong's own speculation. He felt it was very likely, but only the White Jade Gang would know for sure. Well, then let's do as Lord Kai says. Facing Kai Tong's cold, unwavering gaze, Yang Chao sighed and could only agree. After all, the armor to be forged was for the White Jade Gang. They were merely responsible for the manufacture. Good. Here are sufficient materials. Craft one piece of finished armor first, so we can see the quality. Speak up if you have any requests or needs. Kai Tong's expression softened a bit as he spoke. He turned to leave, whispering a few instructions to the White Jade Gang disciples guarding the entrance to the forge. What to do now? Forging this armor isn't an easy task. It could bring us trouble if mishandled. A forging master from Black Iron Manor said with a troubled frown. The White Jade Gang was paying a hefty sum to employ them. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We just need to make sure the White Jade Gang is satisfied. Another person, seeing the situation for what it was, understood that they had no other choice but to obey while within the domain of the White Jade Gang. Su Changkong, do you have any suggestions? Yang Chao then turned to Su Changkong for advice. Although young, Su Changkong's exceptional talent in forging was astonishing, and everyone greatly respected him. Su Changkong pondered and said, the armor the White Jade Gang needs is for martial artist use. It could be a bit heavier. Let's forge iron armor then. There were many types of armor, the most common being chain armor, leather armor, cotton armor, iron armor, etc. Of these, iron armor undoubtedly offered the best defense, but its drawback was its excessive weight. A set of light iron armor weighed over 30 taels, while a full set could weigh as much as 100 taels. Such heavy armor, when worn, would make it difficult for an ordinary person to move, let alone fight with all their might. But this iron armor was intended for the elite martial artists of the White Jade Gang. Its weight wouldn't be a problem for them to wear and use, given their physical stamina. Fine, it's settled on iron armor. Yang Chao and the others agreed with nods. I'll start by drawing up the blueprints. Su Changkong then began drawing, recalling the design of armor from a certain ancient dynasty he had seen in a past life. Soon enough, the rudiments of a suit of armor appeared on paper, comprising a helmet, breastplate, backplate, shoulder armor, arm guards, hand guards, and lining, among other components. Then there were the materials. The White Jade Gang had provided enough. A suit of iron armor was mainly iron, complemented with copper and leather. Let's divide the labor and get started on crafting, said Yang Chao, organizing the crowd to start producing a finished product. With a few people responsible for each step and clear division of labor, efficiency could be improved. Clang, clang, clang. In the workshop, the flames from the furnace rose high, and everyone started bustling about. Although previously Su Changkong and the others had only made weapons like swords, the basic skills of forging were in place. So crafting a set of armor was not a difficult task. Despite their reluctance to make armor, the forging masters at Black Iron Manor had the basic professional quality and all worked diligently to complete their respective tasks. Piece by piece, armor plates that had been hammered thousands of times, both large and small in size, were crafted. Then came coarse grinding and drilling holes, using leather strips to link the plates into a hole, knitting them into armor. The inner armor was mainly made of more flexible copper. Creating a set of armor, compared to swords and other weapons, required higher technical content and was more troublesome. With the combined efforts of Su Changkong and the 20 people, the first finished piece took a full 5 days to produce. Su Changkong's contribution was undoubtedly the greatest. His physical strength was too exceptional. For forging armor plates, his efficiency was equal to several people. Given time, he alone could craft a complete set of armor. It's done. 5 days later, everyone looked at the suit of armor before them, with its dark color shining a metallic luster under the firelight, exuding a sense of weight, and smiles unconsciously spread across their faces. The full set of armor, while still keeping in mind defensive strength, was made to be as light as possible. Even so, this set of armor weighed about 60 or 70 pounds. A normal person would be exhausted after moving intensely while wearing it for a short time. But for elite martial artists, it should not be a problem. Sir, the finished product is out. Please have Lord Kai come and check it. If it's acceptable, we'll mass-produce it to these specifications. Yang Chao said to a White Jade Gang disciple at the entrance of the workshop. Wait here. The White Jade Gang disciple nodded and quickly left to notify the people above. Before long, the burly Kai Tong arrived at the workshop, and he saw the set of armor. You put on? Kai Tong said to a young White Jade Gang disciple. Yes. The young disciple nodded upon hearing the order and began to put on the armor. Once fully dressed in the armor, the young disciple, except for his eyes and nose, was fully encased in armor, radiating a faint sense of oppression. Swoosh! Without any warning, Kai Tong suddenly drew his sword. A flash of cold light passed by, and he chopped directly at the young disciple's chest. Clang! Amid the crisp sound of metal clashing, the young disciple was caught off guard and struck squarely, the force of the blade causing him to stagger uncontrollably backward and plop down on ground. But upon closer inspection, there was only a shallow scratch on the armor, and the young disciple was completely unharmed. The defensive power of the armor was indeed strong, especially in this era of cold weapons. It could make one impervious to swords and spears, standing invincible. Not bad. Good. Let's mass-produce with this quality. Kai Tong was clearly very satisfied. He nodded in approval and motioned for the work to continue. Hold on a moment. Kai Tong was about to leave when Su Changkong called out to him. Is there something else? Kai Tong looked back at Su Changkong. Su Changkong spoke up. Previously, young master promised me that if I came to the White Jade Gang, he could grant me some requests. I have something I'd like to ask for his help with. Su Changkong had accepted the employment with the White Jade Gang, in part due to the generous conditions offered by Bai Xiao, and had been told that any further demands could be raised. He needed the materials for Vital cheese spread and wanted to leverage the connections of the White Jade Gang to procure them, which was why he chose to accept the employment. Upon hearing this, Kai Tong glanced at Su Changkong and said indifferently, Young Master Bai has been away from the gang recently. I will inform him when he returns. It was clear that Kai Tong's claim that Bai Xiao was not within the gang was a brush-off. When initially inviting Su Changkong, Bai Xiao and others seemed very sincere and considerate. But in their eyes, Su Changkong was just a blacksmith. After he arrived at the White Jade Gang and the objective was met, why would they care about his requests? Kai Tong couldn't be bothered to disturb Bai Xiao on account of a single Su Changkong, not even bothering to ask what Su Changkong's request was. This made Su Changkong's brow twitch. Fine, I also happen to be tired. I need to rest for a while. We'll talk when young Master Bai returns. Su Changkong tossed aside the hammer in his hand and strode out of the workshop. The White Jade Gang hadn't informed them at the beginning that they were forging forbidden armor. Su Changkong worked hard to produce the finished product, but to be brushed off by Kai Tong naturally made him angry. If they weren't even willing to ask about his request, then it wouldn't be a big deal just to strike and stop working. Su Changkong, Yang Chao, and the others were startled when they saw this, knowing that Su Changkong's impulsiveness within the White Jade Gang was unquestionably irrational. Kai Tong's expression darkened slightly as he saw Su Changkong heading out of the workshop, and the White Jade Gang disciple clad in armor to Kai Tong's left, seeing this, immediately furrowed his brow and barked. So you'll do it if you say you'll do it, and you won't if you say you won't. Stop right there. The young disciple shouted, wanting to show himself off in front of Kai Tong. He reached out to grab Su Changkong's shoulder, intending to press him down to the ground. But before the young disciple could seize Su Changkong's shoulder, Su Changkong's large palm had already gripped his wrist, using his arm's strength to fling him to the side with force. Bam! The young disciple only felt an irresistible, tremendous force that propelled his body uncontrollably to the side, crashing heavily into the workshop door with a loud bam, causing the door frame to tremble violently. Clad in armor, the young disciple was left dazed and saw stars, feeling as if his body was falling apart in pain. But that was the least of it. Making a spectacle of himself in front of everyone made the young disciple's eyes redden with rage as he roared, "You little scoundrel! You're asking for death!" Clang! The young disciple drew the long blade at his waist, and the other nearby White Jade Gang disciples also drew their weapons, vaguely forming an encirclement. Su Changkong felt helpless in his heart. Sometimes, not being able to control his temper escalated matters, but he couldn't really blame himself. He was low-key by nature, not wanting to stir up trouble, but he couldn't just stretch out his face meekly for others to strike if they intended to oppress him. What do you think you're doing? You want to touch someone from Black Iron Manor? Yang Chao cursed and stepped forward at this moment. Su Changkong was their Black Iron Manor's most talented forging master, and Yang Chao, being the eldest here, couldn't just watch as Su Changkong fell into peril. We may not be well-read, but that doesn't mean we're easy to bully. If it comes to it, we'll just quit, and we won't take your silver either. The others also angrily said, tightly clutching their iron hammers, their emotions riding high. They were all from Black Iron Manor. At a time like this, they had to stand united. Otherwise, the White Jade Gang would just think they were easy to bully and look down on them even more. So, seeing that the White Jade Gang disciples were about to start a fight, everyone stood up for each other. This scene touched Su Changkong's heart slightly. Having come from another world, he had little sense of belonging to Black Iron Manor. Yet Yang Chao and the others didn't hesitate to stand by his side. For a moment, tensions mounted on both sides, but Kai Tong came to his senses, glared at the other White Jade Gang disciples and scolded. "What are you doing? Has practicing martial arts made you lose your minds? Do you have to resort to blades and spears at the slightest provocation? Put your blades down." Yes. The White Jade Gang disciples obediently sheathed their blades. Kai Tong looked sincerely at Su Changkong and the others. "You all are talents hired by the White Jade Gang. Everyone got a bit heated just now. There's no need for this." Clearly, the White Jade Gang still needed the help of Su Changkong and others to forge armor and wouldn't fall out with them over such a trivial matter. With Kai Tong playing peacemaker, Yang Chao and the rest also calmed down. Then Kai Tong said to Su Changkong, "Young Master Bai is indeed not present in the gang, but if there's anything you need, you can tell me, and I will relay the message." Sure. Su Changkong had no intention of insisting on seeing Bai Xiao. As long as the White Jade Gang could help him achieve his purpose, that would suffice. Su Changkong took out a list from his bosom and said to Kai Tong, "Lord Kai, I would like to purchase some of the herbs listed here." Kai Tong took the list and glanced over it, his eyes showing surprise as he said, "Are these herbs for body strengthening?" Kai Tong wasn't well versed in herbs, but he could recognize that some of the herbs on the list were indeed nourishing. Su Changkong calmly said, "Since I was young, I have been frail and sickly. The physician instructed me to regularly use these herbs." Frail and frequently ill, the disciple from White Jade Gang, who Su Changkong had flung to collide against the door earlier, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Is this what they called frail and frequently ill? The list naturally contained the medicinal herbs needed for the vital qi spread, but to be cautious, Su Changkong intentionally added a few unnecessary herbs to the list. This way, he could avoid drawing attention and conceal his true purpose for buying these herbs. All right, the cost of the medicine will be deducted from your reward, and it will be delivered to you in a couple of days. Kai Tong tucked the note into his chest. Initially intending to brush Su Changkong off, he almost provoked a major outrage from the people of Black Iron Manor, nearly causing a conflict. To keep the peace and ensure they work properly, Kai Tong had no choice but to agree. Thankfully, Su Changkong's demands weren't excessive. With the resources of the White Jade Gang, purchasing some medicinal herbs was a trivial matter. Afterward, Kai Tong left and informed the disciples guarding the door to notify him if anything happened. Sometimes, playing nice just doesn't solve the problem. Su Changkong was somewhat speechless, but at least he had achieved his goal. Yang Chao and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that no real conflict had erupted. Otherwise, on White Jade Gang's turf, they could only be at others' mercy. Su Changkong's strength is really something. That guy was muscular and likely a martial artist, even clad in heavy iron armor, yet he was sent flying straight into the door by Su. At the same time, Yang Chao and the others were amazed at the display of strength Su Changkong had just shown. However, they merely thought that Su Changkong, being a blacksmith, naturally had greater strength than the average person, including the disciple from the White Jade Gang who had suffered a minor setback at Su's hands, also attributed his loss to being unprepared. Let's continue working. The minor disturbance came to an end, and Su Changkong and the others continued with their work, forging more armor. The first piece of armor had taken Su Changkong and the 20 others 5 days to complete, but with previous experience, the following ones were produced much faster. Combining everyone's efforts, it was possible to forge a complete set of armor in just 3 to 4 days, or even 2 to 3 days. As for the prior incident, Kai Tong did not shirk his duties towards Su Changkong. 3 days later, in the evening, Kai Tong arrived with a package for Su Changkong. He handed over the package. "This is the medicinal herbs you asked for, with a total cost of 100 taels of silver." Thank you." A glint of light flashed in Su Changkong's eyes as he took the package from Kai Tong's hands. Some of the medicinal herbs that were hard to find on the market could be easily obtained with the connections of White Jade Gang, and the cost of the medicine was deducted from Su Changkong's compensation. As dusk fell and it was time to rest, the busy workers went to eat and take a break. The routine at the White Jade Gang wasn't much different from that at Black Iron Manor. Work every day, knock off on time. However, the food at White Jade Gang was a notch above Black Iron Manor's. After all, they had deep pockets. After dinner and practicing the 5 animal frolics for a while, Su Changkong returned to his living quarters and opened the package brought by Kai Tong. In the package were all sorts of separately packaged medicinal herbs, many of which were difficult to obtain on the market. Gold thread flower 1 gram, snake yin fruit 2 grams, pill redgrass 1.5 grams. Grind them in a powder, mix, and take with water. Following the prescription of the vital qi spread, Su Changkong used a small scale to measure out the required amounts, then took a pestle and ground the herbs into powder in a bowl, stirred in boiling water until evenly mixed, and his muddy bowl of medicine was ready. This smell, it's a bit pungent. Upon smelling it, Su Changkong found the smell very pungent, the whole bowl of medicine showing a dark color. Gulp. Without much hesitation, Su Changkong tilted his head back and downed it all in one gulp. Having done all that, Su Changkong sat on the bed, quieting his mind, entering meditation, and practicing his breathing. Who? Inside Su Changkong's dantian, the turtle breathing true qi began to circulate, and the medicinal power of the vital qi spread gradually took effect, increasing the circulation speed of the turtle breathing true qi in his body by many times over. The effect of this vital qi spread is surprisingly good. My turtle breath technique should be able to break through within half a year. Su Changkong was also overjoyed in his heart. Now, with a potential value as high as 11 points, and with the addition of the vital qi spread, the efficiency of cultivating the turtle breath technique had improved by more than one notch. And the medicinal materials purchased by the White Jade Gang, costing 100 taels of silver, were enough for 20 doses of vital qi spread. Once used up, he could simply have the White Jade Gang help procure more. Good. Once the turtle breath technique breaks through again, the true qi within me will surely undergo a qualitative change and will no longer be as thin as it is now. Su Changkong's spirits were lifted. Having trained the turtle breath technique to the 4th realm, he had only recently generated true qi. However, the quality of this true qi was very average. If he fully unleashed it, it would be exhausted in a few strikes. A breakthrough in the turtle breath technique would definitely improve this. With the night passing, Su Changkong felt refreshed and clear-headed. As dawn was just breaking, he got up to practice the 5 animal frolics. The 5 animal frolics, now at the 6th realm, required unwavering persistence to break through. During the day, as usual, he forged armor in the White Jade Gang's workshop. Previously, he had always forged weapons, and his forging skills were rapidly improving. Every day, a sufficient amount of food allowed Su Changkong, who had reached the divine strength realm, to see a slow improvement in his physical condition, though not as terrifying as the enhancements during the first month. Aside from not being able to leave the White Jade Gang, everything else was going well. When he ran out of medicinal materials, Su Changkong would get Kai Tong to help procure them, and his days became calm. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 months flew by, and the season had reached the sweltering summer. It's so hot. Inside the White Jade Gang, many were drenched in sweat. The sun hung high in the sky, and due to the proximity to the furnace in the workshop, Su Changkong and others suffered doubly, as if they were in a steaming basket. Many forging masters often stopped to rest and rehydrate. When evening arrived, the day's ordeal was finally over. Let's go take a bath first. I'm drenched in sweat. Haha, just bear with it a little longer. 4 months are almost up, and we can rest well when we get home. Off work, everyone went to bathe, dine, and chatted eagerly. It was their 4th month at the White Jade Gang. Although they had no worries about food and clothing, most of them longed for home. However, Su Changkong was content with whatever came his way. Being able to quietly practice martial arts and strengthen himself, he found no difference in where he was. I'll work hard today and strive for a breakthrough in the turtle breath technique. There was a faint joy in Su Changkong's eyes. With the assistance of vital qi spread over 3 to 4 months, coupled with his high potential value of 11 points, the progress of his turtle breath technique was quite rapid. His cultivation progress had reached 99% of the 4th realm, and he was close to making a breakthrough. After practicing the 5 animal frolics, as dusk fell, the White Jade Gang's base gradually quieted down. The sultry night left many sleeping naked, tossing and turning in their sleep due to the heat and occasional mosquito bites. Su Changkong lay quietly on the bed, unaffected by the hot weather, like a turtle soaking in water, face up, his breathing long and smooth, at ease with himself. The true qi inside Su Changkong was circulating rapidly, becoming faster and faster. As he breathed in and out, faint blue ripples diffused. Rumble, rumble. And when the circulation speed reached its peak, resembling the roaring and surging of waves, reverberating in the room, Su Changkong's true qi suddenly compressed, then expanded, as if breaking through a bottleneck, filled with an exhilarating sense of release. I've successfully broken through. Su Changkong let out a breath, After several months of arduous cultivation, his turtle breath technique had finally made another breakthrough, stepping into the fifth realm. The true chi that had previously been as thin as transparent mist in Su Changkong's body and now flowed like a trickle of water, tinged with a faint blue color, and had become at least several times stronger than before the breakthrough. Name: Su Changkong, 16 years old. Lifespan: 80 years. Potential value: 12 points. Martial arts mastery: 5 animal frolics. 6th realm, pinnacle reached at 30%. Iron cutting blade technique, 5th realm, stands out at 71%. Turtle breath technique, 5th realm, stands out at 1%. Skill mastery: forging, 5th realm, stands out at 80%. Upon opening the attribute panel, Su Changkong saw that his lifespan had increased by a full 5 years, and his potential value had reached as many as 12 points. The turtle breath technique has reached the 5th realm, which is several times stronger than it was at the beginning. The quality of true chi is higher. I have greater control over my body. Su Changkong examined the changes in himself. Crack, crack, crack. With a slight intention, Su Changkong activated the turtle breath shrinkage, and he saw his face twitching in waves, becoming thinner, his eyes narrowing, and his bone structure changing subtly. From his original handsome and resolute appearance, he now looked somewhat more delicate and gentle. Having reached the 5th realm of the turtle breath technique, he was not only able to change his stature, but also to a certain extent alter even the bones of his face. Even those who were familiar with Su Changkong might not be able to recognize him. Good. My inner strength has grown more profound. With the integration of internal and external abilities, the training of the 5 animal frolics will also speed up accordingly. Su Changkong was extremely satisfied. The cultivation of inner strength uncovers the body's potential and improves one's physique, which makes the training of external strength easier. Su Changkong got familiar with the new power, feeling relieved in his heart. With my current strength, I should be considered a master even in the divine strength realm, right? Su Changkong secretly thought. Among martial artists of the same level, some are stronger than others. Su Changkong had combined internal and external cultivation and had a robust physique. He felt he could also be counted as an elite in the divine strength realm. And a martial artist in the divine strength realm was a rare master around Gentle Wind City. In just a few more days, the 4-month deadline will be up. I wonder if I'll be able to leave smoothly. Su Changkong reined in his thoughts, while he was also a bit worried. Having helped White Jade Gang forge prohibited armor, would the White Jade Gang honor the agreement to let them leave? Or, even more cruelly, would they silence them by killing them? It wouldn't be the first time such things have happened. Dispose of the donkey once it outlives its usefulness. This was not an uncommon scenario. Su Changkong harbored such worries, and naturally, others like Yang Chao shared similar concerns. However, to avoid causing panic, no one spoke of it. I just have to be more careful, Su Changkong muttered to himself. He could only stay more alert, hoping the White Jade Gang wouldn't take such extreme measures. Several more days passed, and the 4 months at the White Jade Gang flew by in a flash. In a grand hall of the White Jade Gang, Bai Xiao sat on a chair, while Kai Tong stood below him, reporting the affairs of the gang to Bai Xiao. Young Master Bai, the group from Black Iron Manor has forged a total of 50 sets of high-quality armor for our White Jade Gang in 4 months, which have already been distributed to 50 of the gang's elite disciples to familiarize themselves with wearing and fighting in the armor, Kai Tong said. The 20 or so forging masters from Black Iron Manor were very efficient. As they became more familiar with forging armor, their pace was quite fast. Creating 50 sets of armor in 4 months was incredibly swift. Not bad, Bai Xiao nodded in approval. 50 martial artists donned in armor, and practicing strength refinement and internal strength would certainly be a killing machine. Facing powerful enemies, this was like having a strong trump card. Then Kai Tong's expression took on a peculiar shade as he said, "What about those blacksmiths? How should we deal with them?" When Kai Tong asked this, Bai Xiao understood his implication. The White Jade Gang had forged a batch of prohibited armor, and, of course, could not let word spread. The group from Black Iron Manor, who had created the armor, was undoubtedly a security risk. How to deal with them was an issue. After a long pause, Bai Xiao said, "Let them leave, but warn them. Some things are better not talked about. I believe they will understand." Bai Xiao had no intention of killing to silence people, for the reason was simple. White Jade Gang's primary business involved trading, where reputation mattered greatly. If they were to slaughter the delegation from Black Iron Manor after their usefulness ended, it would damage the White Jade Gang's credibility. If Su Changkong, Yang Chao, and the others from Black Iron Manor were delayed in returning, surely someone from the manor would come asking. They couldn't possibly mobilize everyone and wipe out the entire Black Iron Manor, could they? That would only make matters worse and be counterproductive. Besides, the matter of secretly keeping arms wasn't a big issue for White Jade Gang. The White Jade Gang was forging armor to counter the threat posed by the Black Cavalry Gang, and the officials of Clearwater City would rather see the White Jade Gang clash with the Black Cavalry Gang, hoping both would suffer greatly. Even if they were aware of the situation, they would turn a blind eye. Therefore, after weighing the options, Bai Xiao did not decide to silence them through murder, but chose to let them go. After all, compared to the brutish and overbearing Black Cavalry Gang, the White Jade Gang still cared about their own reputation. Yes, Kai Tong nodded and accepted the order. Young Master Bai is still not ruthless enough. If it were the old gang leader, Kai Tong shook his head inwardly. As evening approached, in the forging workshop, these past 4 months, you have all worked diligently and have earned your wages. You may leave tomorrow morning. Kai Tong informed Su Changkong, Yang Chao, and the others that their work was complete and they were free to go. "We can leave now." Yang Chao and the others were undoubtedly overjoyed. They had been away from home for 4 months and hadn't been able to leave the White Jade Gang facilities once. They were all longing for their families. "The White Jade Gang isn't planning to silence us by killing us." Su Changkong couldn't help but feel slightly surprised, but he didn't let his guard down. It was possible that the White Jade Gang had a different facade behind closed doors. Su Changkong then saw Kai Tong pay everyone their full amount, 120 taels of silver each. A sum of 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver was nothing for the wealthy White Jade Gang to fret over. As for Su Changkong, he had all his remuneration exchanged for the medicinal ingredients for vital cheese spread. Additionally, when you go back, you should know what should be mentioned and what should not be mentioned. Kai Tong's tone carried an implicit warning. We understand. Yang Chao and the others nodded vigorously, promising to adhere. Helping White Jade Gang secretly forge armor, they too were forging masters involved in the act. They knew talking carelessly about such matters would harm themselves as much as others. Anyone with a bit of sense knew not to discuss it recklessly. "Well, get some rest early." Seeing this, Kai Tong nodded and turned to leave. "We can go back now, that's great. With the money earned this time, I can afford to send my son to a private school. I haven't returned for 4 months. My wife better not have done something unfaithful with old Wang." After Kai Tong left, the folk from Black Iron Manor were undoubtedly elated. The hardships of those 4 months seemed to vanish in an instant. Being able to take silver home, they couldn't help but feel grateful that White Jade Gang hadn't made things difficult for them. Seeing this scene, Su Changkong naturally let out a sigh of relief, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. If the White Jade Gang had indeed been planning to silence them, all Su Changkong could have done was to flee and save his own life. It wouldn't have been possible to ensure that Yang Chao and the others could escape unharmed. The group rested for the night, and by dawn the next day, they had already packed up and gathered to leave. There was 100 miles distance to Black Iron Manor, so they needed to hurry on their way. After confirming the identity of Su Changkong and the others, the disciples from White Jade Gang also let them go, allowing them to leave the territory of the White Jade Gang. Having earned so much money this time, I should really take a good rest when I get back. How about we make a trip to the Spring Tower in Clearwater City to listen to some music? On the road, a burly and robust man excitedly said. Earning over 100 taels of silver in 4 months was equivalent to nearly 10 years of their hard work. If you want to go, you go. I need to hurry back home and see my wife, buy her some gifts. She wasn't too happy when I left, and we even had an argument. Another slightly shorter man shook his head and declined. Su Changkong listened from his side, feeling quite good himself. Be careful. As the group walked on, Su Changkong's ears suddenly twitched upon hearing a faint rustling sound. Instinctively, a sense of alarm arose within him, causing his pupils to constrict as he shouted out loud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, while the group was still confused, a series of whooshing sounds tore through the air. From the right side of the road within the jungle, a barrage of arrows flew densely towards them. Thud, thud, thud. The short man from Black Iron Manor, who was just worrying about his wife, was struck by several arrows before he could finish speaking, hitting his throat, chest, and abdomen. The short man opened his mouth, blood poured out profusely, his eyes filled with a hint of bewilderment as he collapsed to the ground softly. Wasn't just him. Others also let out short screams as the arrows struck. Some hit vitally and died instantly. Others were lucky to have the arrows brush past them. An arrow was also fired toward Su Changkong's face, but he instinctively tilted his head, causing the arrow to miss. White Jade Gang. Is White Jade Gang killing to silence us? Su Changkong was a mixture of shock and fury, his eyes tinged with blood as his rage peaked. Soon after leaving the territory of White Jade Gang, the group was ambushed. Without a doubt, Su Changkong's first thought was the White Jade Gang, pretending to let them go, then ambushing halfway, one way to their face, another in the shadows. Old son, old Lu. Yang Chao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were wide with anger. Two of his comrades from Black Iron Manor lay on the ground beside him, while he himself had an arrow in his shoulder, blood dripping down. A volley of arrows, and 7 or 8 people close to the right side fell to the ground, wailing, struck by more than one arrow, most hit vitally with no chance to survive. The same group who had just been excitedly discussing how to spend their hard-earned money was now partially lying in pools of blood in the blink of an eye. They aren't from White Jade Gang. After the volley of arrows, a slightly surprised voice came from the right side's woods. Looking in the direction of the sound, through the covering of trees, one could see a group of men dressed in black, riding horses. They all had fierce auras, fully armed, and were the ones who had just shot the arrows. They are the Black Cavalry Gang? Seeing the attire of these men, Su Changkong's heart churned. The Black Cavalry Gang had come to collect protection money from Black Iron Manor twice, so Su Changkong was naturally quite familiar with the Black Cavalry Gang. It wasn't White Jade Gang's people, but the Black Cavalry Gang who were in those clothes. Old Lu. The remaining people from Black Iron Manor began to wail in grief. Their friends who had been alive and well just moments ago were now lying in pools of blood, gasping for air. The Black Cavalry Gang? Yang Chao's eyes turned red, also recognizing that the archers were from the Black Cavalry Gang. Run! Run for your lives! Yang Chao roared, realizing that facing the Black Cavalry Gang, only fleeing could save their lives. Run! The survivors, the wounded, although filled with bitter outrage, scrambled towards the distance in frantic escape to stay alive. Young gang leader Sure, shall we pursue them? In the forest, of the nearly 100 men present, one respectfully asked the burly man in his early 30s beside him. This burly man's muscles were knotted, and even in loose clothing his outfit bulged with his physique, a sheathed broadsword hanging at his waist. The burly man did not answer, but instead knocked and drew his bow, aiming at a man from Black Iron Manor who had run 10 yards away, pulling the bowstring tight as a full moon, then released. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air with powerful force, covering the distance of about 10 yards, striking the man in the back of the neck. Uft! The arrow pierced through the neck, bursting out through the throat, leaving behind a bloody hole. The fleeing man collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Qian, a member of Black Iron Manor, saw this, and their eyes nearly burst with rage, but they dared not stop their flight and continued fleeing for their lives. The corners of the burly man's mouth curved into a smirk he said indifferently. No need, they're just a bunch of lowlifes. With all the commotion here, the White Jade Gang should have noticed by now. Let's go and greet the White Jade Gang. This burly man had quite an extraordinary background. He was the recently famous young gang leader Su Changkong of the Black Cavalry Gang. As the Black Cavalry Gang grew stronger by the day, it was inevitable that they would clash with the local White Jade Gang, fire and water incompatible. Today, Su Changkong brought over 100 elite members to show the White Jade Ganghuo's boss and to assert the power of the Black Cavalry Gang. The Black Cavalry Gang members observing the White Jade Gang's territory coincidentally came across people from Black Iron Manor passing by, and thus the latter suffered an ambush from the gang. The members of the Black Cavalry Gang realized that those they attacked were not from the White Jade Gang, but merely a group of ordinary civilians. Having killed nearly 10 people from Black Iron Manor by mistake, Su Changkong didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, for they were but mere lowlifes, and their deaths were inconsequential. Let's go. Ignoring the remaining fugitives from Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong waved his hand, and 100 or so knights charged forward, the pounding of their hooves thundering as they headed towards the location of the White Jade Gang. They didn't follow. Yang Chao and the others, after escaping a great distance, panting heavily, finally stopped upon seeing that the Black Cavalry Gang did not pursue them. Dead. Old Li, they're all dead. A man, exhausted, sat down on the ground, having narrowly escaped death, but he couldn't help bursting into uncontrollable weeping, shocked and grieved by witnessing his comrades being mercilessly killed before his eyes. The others also looked deathly pale, staring blankly at the living comrades around them. Originally a group of more than 20, only about 10 escaped with their lives. The rest perished under a volley from the Black Cavalry Gang. Why? Those were the Black Cavalry Gang. Don't we obediently pay the annual tribute? Why must they kill us? Another person asked in a voice breaking with despair. They didn't know that they were simply the victims of bad luck, misidentified by the Black Cavalry Gang. Yang Chao clenched his teeth and pulled the arrow out of his shoulder, and someone tore a piece of clothing to help bandage him. The group was still somewhat in shock and was outrageously angry at the ruthless cruelty of the Black Cavalry Gang, but everyone felt deeply powerless. The Black Cavalry Gang had killed so many of their companions, but what of it? They could do nothing but endure the pain, not daring to even retrieve the bodies of their fallen. Where's Su Changkong? Could it be that he also... Yang Chao gasped for breath, looking around but not seeing a trace of Su Changkong. This made his heart sink, and he let out a long sigh. The chaos had been too much. Su Changkong must have also lost his life at the hands of the Black Cavalry Gang. Lu Qian is dead, and Lu San too. At this moment, beside the forest path, Su Changkong stood motionless, looking at the corpses on the ground with a silent demeanor. The Black Cavalry Gang had already headed towards the White Jade Gang's territory, so he turned back and returned to this place. At Black Iron Manor, everyone was busy with their tasks, and aside from a few people, Su Changkong didn't even remember all the names of the members. But during his few months with the White Jade Gang, Su Changkong had worked together with Yang Chao and others to forge armor. He wasn't particularly close to the rest, but after months of interaction and conversation, they were acquaintances. Just a moment ago, everyone was happy about going home, but in less than a few minutes, nearly half of them had perished at the hands of the Black Cavalry Gang, their bodies strewn across the wilderness. This undoubtedly stirred a faint killing intent in his heart. Let's go take a look. Su Changkong took a deep breath, withdrawing his gaze and looking towards the White Jade Gang's direction. There were already sounds of roaring and furious yelling. The Black Cavalry Gang and White Jade Gang seemed to have come to blows. Crack, crack, crack. Su Changkong retrieved a new set of clothes from his pack, changed out of his own, and then the bones in his body started crackling. With the turtle breath shrinkage, he shrank by half a foot. Even the bones in his face slightly altered, drastically changing his appearance. His cheekbones receded and the corners of his eyes became elongated, with his apparent age increasing by a few years, transforming from a youth into a young man. He untied his hairband and let his hair drape loosely, his eyes sharp and his body emanating a faint, cold presence. After completing these preparations, Su Changkong headed towards the White Jade Gang's base. And at this moment, outside the White Jade Gang's territory, a great battle was erupting. Damn it, the Black Cavalry Gang runs amok. And that's one thing, but to dare bully us on our own turf? The burly Kai Tong roared, swinging his long saber and chopping off the leg of an oncoming Black Cavalry Gang knight's horse. The knight fell off and tumbled to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Ha ha! What is the White Jade Gang? Before the Black Cavalry Gang, you can only bow and submit. The muscular and towering young gang leader, Shi Han of the Black Cavalry Gang, laughed wildly. He dismounted his horse and faced two White Jade Gang disciples charging at him with swords raised. With a swing of his long arms, he punched straight out. Crack! Snap! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. The two charging disciples were as if struck by a huge boulder in their chests. Their rib cages caved in, and they flew backward, blood spurting from their mouths, landing more than a meter away. A martial artist of the divine strength realm. Seeing this, many of the White Jade Gang disciples stiffened, their eyes narrowing with horror. Once a martial artist reached the divine strength realm, their bodies underwent a metamorphosis. In terms of pure strength, they were 2 to 3 times beyond the peak of ordinary humans. Against average martial artists, a single punch or kick could be lethal, shattering bones and leaving no chance for a match. This Shi Han was not just the young gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, renowned for bravery and skill in combat, but also a martial artist who had reached the divine strength realm. Kill. Wipe out all these bastards. The disciples of the White Jade Gang howled, blood boiling with fervor. The White Jade Gang had long established their reputation in Clearwater City, and this was the first time they were being attacked on their own grounds. Shi Han, do you really want to wage war against our White Jade Gang? You can't bear the consequences. Dressed in white, charming and extraordinary, the usually smiling Bai Shao now glared at Shi Han with a cold expression, sharply rebuking him. Haha, asking such questions at a time like this? I'll take your effeminate head as a trophy. Shi Han grinned, showing a mouthful of large teeth. His towering frame and coiled muscles exuded a sense of oppression. Finished speaking, Shi Han lunged out, heading straight for Bai Shao. Presumptuous. Let this old man take you on. A furious rebuke sounded from Bai Shao's left side, where a blue-clothed elder, his hair half white, stepped forward to meet the astonishing momentum of Shi Han. Boom! The blue-clothed elder struck with his right palm, delivering a blow that seemed slow yet fast, embodying a combination of motion and stillness. In just a few steps, Shi Han's towering figure surged forward, his gigantic fist smashing out like a heavy meteorite. Bang! Fist met palm, setting off a crackling explosion like firecrackers, and from where they stood, a ring of air waves spread out, causing the dust on the ground to roll back in all directions. The bodies of Shi Han and the blue-clothed elder both trembled simultaneously. Take a few more of my punches. But soon, Shi Han grinned and unleashed a series of heavy punches, each one as terrifyingly forceful as a meteor flying across the sky. Bang! 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 The blue-clothed elder's forehead bulged with veins as he pushed his palm technique, honed over decades, to its limits, withstanding Shi Han's heavy punches. But it was evident to anyone that he was straining to cope with the ferocious Shi Han. Damn it! Did Shi Han get the message, knowing that the gang leader and the deputy gang leader were away, and seize the opportunity to attack? With Elder Gongsuin's strength, he's no match for Shi Han. Watching this scene, Kai Tong's heart grew heavy. As a long-established major faction within the martial world of Clearwater City, the White Jade Gang had numerous experts, with the most powerful being gang leader by Tian Hao and the deputy gang leader. However, both of them were currently not within the White Jade Gang. That's why Shi Han dared to come knocking. Elder Gongsun, The blue-clothed elder was one of the few experts of the White Jade Gang and had reached the divine strength realm. But as age took its toll and his physical state declined, he was indeed somewhat overmatched by the youthful and robust Su Changkong. Should I deploy the iron-armored soldiers? And in Bai Xiao's mind, thoughts flashed rapidly as he hesitated whether to deploy the iron-armored soldiers. The 50 sets of armor forged by Black Iron Manor were intended to confront the Black Cavalry Gang, Bai Xiao's ace in the hole. Using these armors now would surely make it easy to repel the invading Black Cavalry Gang, but Bai Xiao was more inclined to use them against the leaders of the Black Cavalry Gang. Revealing his trump card at this moment would undoubtedly make them cautious. Moreover, martial artists wearing the heavy iron armor would not be able to pursue the horse-mounted knights of the Black Cavalry Gang. Just hold on a little longer, Bai Xiao ultimately decided to wait. The Black Cavalry Gang dares to attack us? They must be out of their minds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Long AO, will definitely claim their heads. The White Jade Gang's compound was in chaos at that moment. The Black Cavalry Gang had launched their attack at dawn, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, catching most White Jade Gang disciples still asleep or resting, utterly unprepared. Now, these disciples were gathering to head outside the compound, ready to face off against the invading Black Cavalry Gang. Are we going to kill people? A White Jade Gang disciple, around 18 or 19 years of age, with a sword at his waist, was slightly pale and trembling. This youth had joined the White Jade Gang for several years, but had never been in a fight. The sound of combat outside provoked an uncontrollable fear within him. The thought of killing or being killed was something most people never wanted to experience. Bang! As the youth hesitated whether to head to the battlefield, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind, followed by a severe pain in the back of his head, and stars burst before his eyes as the world spun around him. Hoo-hoo! The youth was bewildered, not knowing who had suddenly attacked him. After all, he had reached the strength refinement realm not long ago and had no inkling of someone sneaking up behind him, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Behind the fallen White Jade Gang young disciple lay a youth with slightly indented cheekbones and narrow eyes at the corners. It was Su Changkong, who disguised himself by using the turtle breath shrinkage to change his bone structure. Su Changkong's eyes were icy as he dragged the White Jade Gang disciple he had knocked out into a corner, stripped him of his clothing, and then put it on himself. Before long, Su Changkong was dressed in the white robe of a White Jade Gang disciple, but the coldness in his eyes made him appear fiercely menacing. Black Cavalry Gang, huh? Then today, you'll pay the price. Taking a deep breath, Su Changkong caught up with a group of White Jade Gang disciples hurrying towards the battlefield outside their base. Familiar faces with whom he had worked closely for nearly half a year had, in the blink of an eye, perished at the hands of the Black Cavalry Gang. Although Su Changkong was unscathed, a mix of anger and killing intent stirred in his heart. To leave now would certainly be the wisest choice. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall, but the indignation in his heart would be difficult to dissipate, making it hard to focus on his cultivation. Su Changkong's plan was simple: disguise himself as a White Jade Gang disciple, brutally kill a number of Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, and avenge those who died at their hands, like Zhang Qian and Liu Can. Hurry! Today is a good chance to kill enemies and perform meritorious deeds. Dressed in the White Jade Gang disciple uniform and blending in with a crowd of White Jade Gang disciples, Su Changkong heard a long-haired man exclaim excitedly. For the ordinary gang members, indeed, performing meritorious deeds in a great battle was a fast track to rising through the ranks. However, when they rushed out of their base and arrived at the battlefield where both sides were clashing, the group was somewhat stunned. Kill! In the distance, roars echoed in the air. The neighing of horses and the explosive yells of martial artists clashing in battle vibrated the soul with a pervading stench of blood, the raw carnage of killing. Pucci! Scores of yards away, a Black Cavalry Gang martial artist rode a tall, strong horse, galloping at high speed with a curved saber that cleanly chopped off the head of a White Jade Gang martial artist. The severed head flew up high and fell heavily to the ground. From his severed neck, blood spurted more than a yard high. This bloody and stimulating scene directly stunned the long-haired man who had previously vowed to perform heroically by killing black cavalry gang martial artists. He stood frozen on the spot, as if soulless. This was no child's game, but a real struggle of life and death, where everyone risked their heads tied to their waists. Either you die, or I perish. These white jade gang sissies are too weak, right? They probably have lived in comfort for too long. Over 100 ferocious black cavalry gang knights sneered softly, feeling that the white jade gang hadn't encountered an enemy in a long while and had not experienced life and death struggles, and thus couldn't become strong. Kill. At that moment, a black cavalry gang knight noticed the dazed long-haired man and charged towards him at full gallop. Watch out! Nearby white jade gang disciples shouted loudly in warning. But by the time the long-haired man snapped back to reality, the black cavalry gang knight was already upon him, crashing his horse into the man. Neigh! The war horse let out a shrill neigh as its front hooves reared up, trampling down. Just then, a dark figure charged out fiercely. It was Su Changkong. Su Changkong bent slightly at the waist as he rushed under the belly of the horse with its front hooves raised. He embraced the horse's belly and, with a strong tug of his arms, brought the animal down. Neigh! The horse let out a pitiful wail as it flipped backward, crashing heavily to the ground, taking the black cavalry gang knight on its back down with it. The man broke bone upon bone and lay pinned beneath the horse, screaming continuously, unable to move. Watching the knight struggle desperately trying to crawl out, looking utterly miserable, Su Changkong remembered Zhang Jian, Liu Can, and others who had been killed senselessly before. His eyes were cold and without mercy as he stomped down on the knight's throat. Crack! Amidst the sound of fracturing bones, the knight's eyes bulged, and his struggles came to an abrupt halt. Translator, 549690339. Kill that boy. From other directions, members of the Black Cavalry Gang noticed the death of their companion, and a string of furious shouts erupted as several members dismounted and pounced towards Su Changkong. The over 100 Black Cavalry Gang martial artists, all handpicked elites by Hans Han, were exceptionally ferocious. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A series of whooshing sounds approached as several blades aimed to chop Su Changkong into pieces. Su Changkong was very calm. It was not his first time clashing with others. When he did not act, he remained still, but once he moved, it was always with the intent to cause bloodshed, to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. 5 animal frolics. Spinning flying crane. With a move of his feet, Su Changkong performed the peak-level routine of the 5 animal frolics. His entire figure seemed like a low-flying crane, agile and nimble. With a clever twist, the swords of 3 or 4 martial artists just passed through the afterimage left by Su Changkong, not touching him in the slightest. Be careful behind you. A martial artist exclaimed in alarm as Su Changkong already appeared behind one of them like a ghost, grabbed his head, and twisted forcefully. Crack! With ease, like opening a bottle cap, the neck of the Black Cavalry Gang member was twisted in a bizarre angle, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed limply on the ground. Kill him! Kill him! The nearby Black Cavalry Gang members roared in anger as they swarmed to kill Su Changkong. But in Su Changkong's eyes, these fierce Black Cavalry Gang members were pitifully slow, much like an adult facing several children, finding it hard even to touch him, while with any casual strike from Su Changkong could shatter their bones, rupture their organs, and instantly kill them on the spot. Who is he? So fierce. The long-haired young man and other white Jade Gang disciples all widened their eyes. In just a short span of 10 or 20 breaths, Su Changkong had successively killed 4 or 5 Black Cavalry Gang disciples, incredibly brave and fierce. Did they have such young, elite warriors among the white Jade Gang disciples? Meanwhile, the battle between Hans Han and the elder in blue robes, Elder Gong Sun, was also nearing its end. Cough, cough, cough. After another collision, Elder Gongsun staggered backward. His chi and blood were shaken, and he coughed repeatedly, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. At the same divine strength realm, the elderly him was no match for sure. Hans Han, Elder Gongsun is not his match? This sure Hans Han is one of the top experts within the Black Cavalry gang. Bai Xiao's heart chilled at the sight. It's about time to leave. Sure Hans Han, seeing this, decided not to pursue further, muttering to himself. Sure Han Shan's purpose in coming here was not to annihilate or severely damage the White Jade Gang. It was with the cover of pre-dawn darkness that his 100 or so followers launched a surprise attack, gained the upper hand by catching the White Jade Gang off guard. If more time passed, and several hundred disciples from within the White Jade Gang gathered, the outcome would be different. Sure Hans Han led a group of elites to raid the White Jade Gang with the sole purpose of putting on a show of force, signaling that the Black Cavalry Gang was not afraid to go to full-scale war with the White Jade Gang. They too wanted a piece of the big cake that was Clearwater City. Now that the time was about right and his goal achieved, Sure Hans Han prepared to retreat. However, Sure Hans Han suddenly turned his head slightly and saw a young man in White Jade Gang's uniform punching a Black Cavalry Gang martial artist so hard his chest caved in and blood sprayed out as he was knocked to the ground. Damn it, he's killed several of our brothers. Sure Hans Han was immediately enraged upon hearing the screams from that direction and upon seeing Su Changkong continue to kill off several Black Cavalry Gang members after defeating Elder Gongsun. He could no longer contain himself. You little rat, die! Enraged, Sure Hans Han let out a bellow. His temper was already explosive, and although he had been planning to retreat, he now decided to take the damned brat's head first. After all, it wouldn't take much time. The burly and imposing Sure Hans Han charged forward, and nobody nearby dared to obstruct him. Military killing fist, iron horse, golden spear. As Sure Hans Han charged, his momentum built to a peak. He smashed a direct punch forward, and the swirling air currents produced a tearing sound, as though thousands of troops were surging in battle. The ferocity of that aura alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle and heart contract, leaving no courage to resist. Is this the man who shot Zhang Qian? Su Changkong immediately noticed the unreserved murderous intent of Sure Hans Han and recognized him as the main culprit who had shot the far-fledged Zhang Qian with an arrow. 5 animal frolics, leaping tiger over the streams. With an icy gaze, Su Changkong didn't pause for even a fraction of a second. His foot stomped on the ground, and he pounced like a fierce tiger, taking the initiative to meet Sure Hans Han head-on. Su Changkong's 5 animal frolics was not a combat fist technique, but he had practiced it until he reached the pinnacle, with the characteristic transformations of each form deeply ingrained in his heart, effortless to employ. One like a general charging in a battle, and the other like a leaping, sprinting fierce tiger. The two crossed a long distance and collided fiercely. Boom! A heavy impact exploded, and both of their bodies jolted at the same time, feeling a strong recoil force. Kill! After one collision, Sure Han Shan's eyes bulged with rage as he roared. His fists flew in rapid succession, bombarding Su Changkong with a barrage as relentless as a volley of 1,000 arrows. Each punch could shatter rocks and crush the hardest bones of the human body, unstoppable by mere flesh. Divine strength realm? Su Changkong's eyes narrowed. The strength displayed by Sure Hans Han definitely reached the divine strength realm, much stronger than the earlier Yin Fei. Su Changkong didn't underestimate his opponent, concentrating his strength into his arms and unleashing the fist technique he had painstakingly practiced to withstand Sure Han Shan's frenzied assault. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, the two had collided repeatedly, the explosion of air resulting in continuous blasts. And with each collision, deep footprints cratered the ground beneath their feet, shaking the earth and scattering stones within a 10-foot radius. This scene left Elder Gongsun, Bai Xiao, and others who hadn't yet recovered from the shock, somewhat dumbfounded. Who is he? How does the White Jade Gang have such a young master among its ranks? Bai Xiao was astonished. With nearly 1,000 disciples in the White Jade Gang, it was impossible for Bai Xiao to recognize everyone, but he remembered the elite members. Yet, he had no recollection of a young disciple who was now fighting Shi Han. Divine Strength Realm. This young man has reached the Divine Strength Realm at such a young age. Elder Gong's son wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, also finding it hard to believe. To fight on equal terms with an expert like Shi Han, one must be in the same Divine Strength Realm. Bang, bang, bang. The two in the arena continued their fierce battle. Shi Han's black hair flew wildly. His specialty, the military killing fist, was made for real combat, ferocious and menacing. In contrast, Su Changkong's expertise, the 5 animal frolics for health preservation, was versatile, sometimes as nimble as a spirit deer, and sometimes fierce as a raging tiger. After clashing more than a dozen times, they still could not determine a victor. Damn it, there's such a person in the White Jade Gang. I must kill him quickly. Unable to take down Su Changkong for a long time, Shi Han grew anxious. He had previously received intelligence that the gang leader of the White Jade Gang, Bai Tianhao, and other experts weren't present, which is why he had taken the chance to attack, intending to intimidate the White Jade Gang. Yet now, an unforeseen Divine Strength Realm Master had appeared. Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood. Shi Han's eyes were dense with bloodshot veins, as he used a weapon for the first time, drawing a heavy demon head ring blade from his waist, executing a decisive killing move. Shoo! As the iron rings of the demon head blade collided, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. This blade was heavy and powerful, brimming with murderous intent, immersing one's mind in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cut him down. Su Changkong's eyes flickered with a savage light. Facing a vigorous Divine Strength Realm expert like Shi Han, he had to exert his full strength to cut him down. Su Changkong's palm rested on the hilt at his waist. Su Changkong's iron cutting sword was not brought to White Jade Gang. This sword was taken from a disciple of the White Jade Gang whom he had just knocked unconscious. Crack, crack, crack. The turtle, breathing true chi, now several times mightier and tinged with a light blue hue, circulated through him. Su Changkong's muscles and bones chimed in unison, and a substantial aura diffused throughout his being. Iron blade technique, upward slash. The long sword at Su Changkong's waist unsheathed. As the scabbard and blade grated against each other, a piercing screech echoed. With true chi surging, the entire average-quality blade seemed capable of slicing through iron as though it were mud. Shoo! The long sword escaped the confines of the scabbard, executing an upward slash from below, colliding fiercely with the blood-scented demon head blade. Clang! A deafening clashing of metal resounded, with the double blades striking, sparks flying everywhere. What? At the moment of collision, a powerful force like a tidal wave surged towards him, causing Shi Han's expression to change dramatically, his arm numbed by the shock, almost losing his grip on the blade. Both were in the Divine Strength Realm, their powers and speeds evenly matched, but Su Changkong's turtle breath technique had reached the 5th realm, showing his inner strength had achieved something significant. This combination of internal and external strength was his advantage. With true chi circulating, Su Changkong's speed and power surged dramatically. He did not give Shi Han a chance to breathe. Horizontal chop, upward slash, splitting cut slashes of blade light tore through the air, straightforward with little variation, but fast, accurate, and ruthless, all to take the enemy's life. Clang, clang, clang. Shi Han raised his blade to deflect. With every collision, sparks erupted. Notches were chipped away on the remarkable demon head blade, numbing his arm and nearly splitting his grip, completely overpowered, left only to parry. This was the enhancement brought about by Su Changkong's breakthrough to the 5th level of the turtle breath technique. Had it been before, with his true chi being thin, even going all out, Su Changkong could only sustain a few strikes, definitely not able to completely suppress Shi Han. Help the young gang leader. A martial artist of the Black Cavalry gang noticed Sir Hans Han at a disadvantage. He immediately moved quietly close, attacking Su Changkong from behind with a raised blade. Su Changkong's ears twitched. With diligent practice of the turtle breath technique and the 5 animal frolics, his senses were incredibly sharp. He could hear the fluttering of insect wings within several meters, as clear as day. He heard the whooshing sound coming from behind, and his wrist flicked. The blade of the Black Cavalry gang martial artist had only just been raised when his neck was swept over by the longsword, cut clean through. Kill him. But this sneak attack from the Black Cavalry gang martialist also gave Sir Hans Han a moment to breathe. He did not miss the chance to counterattack. His teeth clenched, his face fierce, as he chopped down at Su Changkong. But Su Changkong was faster. Rustling. The true chi within Su Changkong flowed like a gushing stream. He switched to holding the sword with both hands, slashing upwards from below, forming an arc, striking first despite being later. Sir Han Shan's sword-wielding arm was severed at the elbow, thrown into the air and landing heavily on the ground. Ah, my hand! Sir Han Shan's arm had been severed, his expression twisted in agony, his eyes bloodshot. He clutched his severed limb and stumbled backward while screaming in pain. This he has defeated Sir Hans Han. Bai Xiao and the others were undoubtedly shaken to their cores upon witnessing this scene. Sir Han, who had reached the divine strength realm and was the son of the Black Cavalry gang leader, was one of the few formidable martial artists within the Black Cavalry gang. He had easily slain several disciples of the White Jade gang in the previous battle and defeated Elder Gong's son, who was also in the divine strength realm. Yet now, that young man dressed in the uniform of the White Jade gang, appearing to be no more than in his 20s, had forcefully severed Sir Han Shan's arm and defeated him. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sir Hans Han, his vision going dark from pain and filled with immense panic, sensed the impending crisis of death and discarded his dignity, loudly crying out to surrender and plead for mercy. Not far away, Bai Xiao snapped out of his daze, joyfully praising, "Well done, you shall be richly rewarded later. Spare Sir Han Shan's life. Don't kill him." Even though he was puzzled to find such a startling young powerhouse within the White Jade gang, seeing him take down Sir Hans Han surely delighted Bai Xiao. A living Sir Hans Han was far more valuable than a dead one. He could be used as a hostage to negotiate with the Black Cavalry gang, which was why Bai Xiao ordered Su Changkong to spare his life. On the contrary, if Sir Hans Han were killed, it would inevitably drive the Black Cavalry gang to madness, leading to an all-out, to-the-death struggle with the White Jade gang, an irrational act. However, what Bai Xiao didn't know was that the current Su Changkong wasn't a member of the White Jade gang at all. He had come solely for revenge due to the deaths at Black Iron Manor. I absolutely must tear you to pieces. Exterminate all your kin and friends. Sir Han Shan's body twitched in pain, his mind screaming in fury. The humiliation of today's loss of his arm, a disgrace he had never suffered before, nearly drove Sir Hans Han to madness, vowing to use every means possible to brutally retaliate against Su Changkong. Of course, first he had to survive. Sir Hans Han believed that the White Jade gang wouldn't be foolish enough to kill him, but instead would use him as leverage in negotiations with the Black Cavalry gang. Heeding Bai Xiao's words, it seems Su Changkong might sheath his sword back into the scabbard, which made Sir Hans Han breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next second, Su Changkong's wrist flicked, and a chilling slash of the blade swept out. You, Sir Han Shan's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, staring fixedly at Su Changkong in disbelief. He reached out to cover his throat, where a thin line of blood emerged and then widened, causing Sir Han Shan's head to feel heavy and his feet light. His head separated from his neck and fell to the ground, rolling several times. Sir Hans Han could never have guessed that he would die at the hands of a youth, not even knowing his assailant's name. Upon killing Sir Han, Su Changkong also released a deep breath of satisfaction. Sir Hans Han had been the instigator behind the Black Cavalry gang's archers who shot down Zhang Qian and others. slain by Su Changkong's hand. It brought much clarity to his thoughts. Bai Xiao too was stunned. Su Changkong had killed Shirhan's Han. The consequences would be grave. There had been room for maneuver between the White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang. But with the death of the Black Cavalry Gang's young gang leader, Shirhan's Han, it spelled total war, where both sides would suffer heavy losses. Why? Have you gone mad? Did I not tell you to stop? Bai Xiao yelled at Su Changkong, anger mixing with embarrassment. Capturing Shirhan's Han alive would have maximized benefits, but Su Changkong killing him was the worst choice. Shut up. Su Changkong's gaze turned icy, and he looked up at Bai Xiao, his stern chiding voice exploding and causing Bai Xiao's body to tremble. At this moment, Su Changkong, having slain several elite martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang, radiated a daunting aura of slaughter, his cold eyes making Bai Xiao feel as if he were plummeting into an icy cavern, as if one more word would spell the same fate for him as Shirhan's Han. But Su Changkong hadn't come here for the interests of the White Jade Gang. His was a mission of revenge for the dead of Black Iron Manor. As for the interests of the White Jade Gang, to hell with them. Bai Xiao silently swallowed his saliva, not daring to question Su Changkong further. He still had doubts in his heart. Could there really be such a formidable young warrior amongst their White Jade Gang? The young gang leader. The young gang leader is dead. From other directions, people also noticed the decapitated corpse of Shirhan Han, and the martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang let out wails of grief. Shirhan's Han, the young gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, had led over 100 elite troops to launch a surprise attack on the White Jade Gang, only to die here. Retreat! Retreat! Some of the Black Cavalry Gang's martial artists shouted loudly, knowing that the situation was beyond salvage and that they must withdraw. Neighing sounds, one horse after another neighed, as the martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang pulled tightly on the reins and turned their horses around, fleeing into the distance. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Slaughter them all. Seeing this, the disciples of the White Jade Gang felt a surge of morale and pursued the fleeing martial artists of the Black Cavalry Gang. The scene descended into chaos, leaving only corpses behind. Some belonged to the Black Cavalry Gang, and some to the White Jade Gang. The Black Cavalry Gang's martial artists had launched a pre-dawn raid on the White Jade Gang, catching them off guard. But with the Black Cavalry Gang's young gang leader being killed on the spot, there was no doubt that it was a complete victory for the White Jade Gang. However, Bai Xiao, Elder Gong's son, and the others all had no trace of joy on their faces. By killing Shirhan's Han, the White Jade Gang had become mortal enemies with the Black Cavalry Gang, bound to fight to the death in an all-out war. Even if the White Jade Gang could win, they were sure to suffer heavy losses and be greatly weakened. Where did he go? Could he have gone to pursue the Black Cavalry Gang? When Bai Xiao came back to his senses, he was startled to find that the nameless young martial artist of the White Jade Gang, who had killed Shirhan's Han, had disappeared. But now Bai Xiao had no time to worry about that. He had to deal with the aftermath first. Today's attack by the Black Cavalry Gang resulting in Shirhan Shan's death in the battle would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences, necessitating an immediate assembly of other gang members and elders for a meeting. So strong, unbelievably strong. That young martial artist killed Shirhan's Han. Could he be in the divine strength realm? I never imagined that we had such a person among the young generation of our White Jade Gang. Inside the White Jade Gang, many disciples excitedly discussed the recent battle, where Su Changkong had demonstrated breathtaking strength. My head is spinning. What happened? Meanwhile, the young disciple of the White Jade Gang whom Su Changkong had knocked unconscious and stripped of his clothes, rubbed his aching head and woke up with a bewildered face. He was unaware that the person who had knocked him out and donned his uniform had made a stunning debut in the battle between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang by killing Shirhan's Han. At this moment, Su Changkong had already left the White Jade Gang's ranks amidst the chaos of pursuing the Black Cavalry Gang and changed out of the White Jade Gang disciple's uniform in a forest, stashing it in a bag hidden amongst the trees to burn later. After completing all this, Su Changkong undid the turtle breath shrinkage and changed back into his original clothes. Disguising myself as a white Jade Gang disciple to kill Han certainly has its risks, but alas, I'm still too weak. Otherwise, I could have eradicated them root and branch, eliminating the Black Cavalry Gang completely to prevent future troubles. Su Changkong sighed inwardly. This was all he could do for now. It could be imagined that the White Jade Gang would soon discover that the martial artist who killed Han was not actually one of their disciples, and the Black Cavalry Gang was bound to go mad with rage over Shan's death. Luckily, with the White Jade Gang standing in front, Su Changkong could make his escape, and he shouldn't encounter any unexpected incidents in the short term. It was even possible that his assassination of Han could cause the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang to fight to their mutual destruction. Strength. I must become stronger to eradicate them completely and forever prevent future troubles. Su Changkong clenched his fists. If only he had been stronger, he would have been able to completely uproot the Black Cavalry Gang instead of just killing a few people like Han. Ah, old Zhang, old Lu, they're all dead. By the roadside, Yang Chao and others looked at the corpses on the ground, their faces marked with grief and anger. A short while ago, Yang Chao and his group had narrowly escaped death. After waiting for half a day and seeing that no one was pursuing them, they carefully returned to see if any of their comrades had survived. But contrary to their wishes, those who hadn't escaped had all perished. Who's there? Just then, rustling noises came from the bushes nearby, causing Yang Chao and the others to turn pale with alarm, shouting warily, fearing another encounter with the Black Cavalry Gang members. "It's me." A response echoed from the bushes, and a tall, strapping youth walked out. "It's Su Changkong." Upon seeing this, Yang Chao and others all breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing it was indeed Su Changkong. "We didn't see you earlier. We thought you might have perished as well," Yang Chao said. Su Changkong shook his head. "I just panicked and ran, taking the wrong way." There was naturally no suspicion to Su Changkong's explanation from Yang Chao and the others. In such a situation, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Who would be concerned with which direction they were running? Damn Black Cavalry Gang. They will receive their retribution sooner or later. Someone, looking down at the body of a comrade on the ground, cursed through clenched teeth, filled with fury. They wished to immediately make the brutal members of the Black Cavalry Gang pay the price. But they were utterly powerless, only able to curse for the heavens to take the Black Cavalry Gang. Alas, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Let's take their bodies back with us. Yang Chao sighed, knowing that they had been fortunate to escape with their lives amidst the misfortune. For their dead companions and friends, all they could do was spare them from being exposed to the wilderness. That's all we can do. The rest nodded their heads reluctantly. What they didn't know was that, during this short period, Su Changkong had taken part in the strife between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang, and had killed several of the elite members of the Black Cavalry Gang, including Han. Su Changkong and his group, each carrying a body, left the area and returned to Black Iron Manor. In this chaotic world, human lives were as cheap as weeds. The death of a few ordinary people wouldn't cause the slightest stir, and after some years, probably only their friends and relatives would remember them, until not a trace of their existence remained in this world. I refuse to accept this fate. I must constantly move forward, climb higher, and take control of my destiny. As Su Changkong carried a body that was gradually growing cold, the blood from the wounds staining his clothes a dark red, he silently vowed in his heart, further cementing his determination to become a powerful warrior. With the burden of bodies, the group's pace was inevitably slow, and they often had to stop to rest. It took them more than 2 days to finally return to Black Iron Manor. Old Zhang and the others, they're dead, slain by the hands of the Black Cavalry Gang. The return of the group to Black Iron Manor with the news of the deaths of nearly 10 members undoubtedly plunged the entire manor into sorrow. But faced with the colossal entity that was the Black Cavalry Gang, Not even reporting to the authorities would help. They could only mourn their fallen comrades. On returning to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong didn't continue forging and smithing, but on the pretense of physical and psychological discomfort, he requested a long leave from Manor Lord Immortal. Immortal thought Su Changkong had been greatly traumatized by witnessing his companion's massacre by the hands of the Black Cavalry Gang, which would be quite normal, especially given Su Changkong's young age, for such a sight to leave a psychological scar. Therefore, he granted Su Changkong the lengthy leave, advising him to rest well and readjust his mindset. In truth, Su Changkong was not suffering from a psychological shadow due to his companion's slaughter by the Black Cavalry Gang. There was another reason. Now, without the connections to the White Jade Gang, purchasing the ingredients for the Vital QJ spread is going to be a problem. Su Changkong frowned inwardly. With the White Jade Gang, connections made it easy to procure the ingredients for Vital Cheese spread. Now, away from the White Jade Gang, if he wanted to buy these ingredients, he would have to take personal action, which would definitely be time-consuming and laborious. He would need to go somewhere farther to look. Resolving this issue was why Su Changkong had asked for a long leave. I'll even go to Clearwater City tomorrow and ask the owner of the herbalist shop if they know where I can buy the ingredients for Vital Cheese spread. Su Changkong thought to himself, with the aid of Vital Cheese spread, the efficiency of practicing the turtle breath technique could be greatly enhanced. Much like how exercising one's body not only requires strenuous training, but also a proper diet to achieve the best results. 3 days after returning to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong set off for Clearwater City, inquiring with the owner of the herbal shop thereabout where he might be able to purchase the primary ingredients for Vital Cheese spread. The herbal shop owner pondered for a moment before speaking. You can go to Ginseng Town and take a look. Ginseng Town is near Longevity Mountain, where many ginseng harvesters and herbalists gather. You should be able to buy the medicinal ingredients you need there. However, the journey is long. It is about 300 to 400 miles from Clearwater City. Ginseng Town. Su Changkong's eyes lit up slightly. The White Jade Gang had channels that allowed them to purchase the necessary medicinal ingredients for Vital Cheese spread with ease. Now, Su Changkong had to take matters into his own hands. Having learned from the elder of the herbal shop that Ginseng Town might have the main ingredients needed for Vital Cheese spread, he had to go there and see for himself, no matter what. Su Changkong set out for Ginseng Town. A journey of 300 to 400 miles was indeed quite distant. An ordinary person would need several days of travel to arrive. But with Su Changkong's endurance and speed, he could run almost 100 miles without stopping. After pausing to rest and recover his breath along the way, if he departed in the morning, he could reach Ginseng Town by the afternoon. As dusk approached and the sun cast its final golden rays, a figure in black, who had altered his stature and appearance using turtle breath shrinkage, appeared outside Ginseng Town. Su Changkong, with a blade at his waist, appeared to be an average traveler from the martial world. The medicinal ingredients Su Changkong wished to purchase for Vital Cheese spread were quite valuable. To prevent being targeted by the unscrupulous, he naturally had to proceed with caution. Is this Ginseng Town? Su Changkong saw a series of connected mountains in the distance, which were Longevity Mountain. Within Longevity Mountain, many precious herbs grew, such as the aged wild ginseng. If one were lucky enough to harvest an aged ginseng, it could make a person rich overnight, providing worry-free sustenance for the rest of their life. Many ginseng harvesters flocked to Longevity Mountain and gathered outside it. Over time, a small town formed at the foot of Longevity Mountain, which became Ginseng Town. In Ginseng Town, there was a constant flow of people, bustling with activity, roadside stalls, and shops lined up on both sides, very lively. Su Changkong saw many people from the martial world, with weapons at their waists, walking about. Ginseng Town, although small, was quite prosperous due to its uniqueness, filled with a mix of characters. There were ginseng harvesters who hoped to try their luck in Longevity Mountain, and merchants looking to buy precious medicinal ingredients. First, I'll find an inn to stay at, have a meal, rest, and then inquire about any news to see where the town medicine is sold and if I can buy the ingredients I need, Su Changkong thought to himself as he stepped into Ginseng Town. In the center of Ginseng Town, Su Changkong found an inn called the Welcoming Pine Inn and checked in. After paying a deposit at the counter, the innkeeper gave Su Changkong a room. After taking a bath, Su Changkong went downstairs to eat. The first floor of the inn was a dining area with tables and chairs set up, surrounded by guests drinking, eating meat, and chatting. It said that just a few days ago, Li Laosan in Longevity Mountain found a year-old wild ginseng. But before he could even warm up to his luck, he was chased by another group of ginseng harvesters, insisting that they had discovered the ginseng first. As a result, not only did Li Laosan not manage to keep the ginseng, but he also lost an arm. The ginseng harvesters were really ruthless. What's that compared to what happened in Prosperous Village a few days ago? There was a massacre that wiped out the entire family of Officer Liu, plus the servants. More than 30 people killed overnight. They say it was the work of some vicious bandit out for money and murder. Truly horrific. The guests discussed various interesting events and news they knew about. Su Changkong waited for his food and drink to be served, casually listening to the conversations of the guests in the inn. Su Changkong paused slightly at this moment, for he saw a familiar figure on the first floor of the inn. In a corner of the inn beside a table, there sat a lean and vigorous man, alone, drinking and eating meat, silently and wordlessly. The man was around 30 or 40 years of age, and he emitted a faint, sharp aura that made others reluctant to approach casually. Yin Song. This man Su Changkong remembered. He was none other than Yin Song. Over a year ago, Su Changkong had participated in an auction held by the Zhao family for an inner strength secret manual, where Yin Song had made a high bid for the red fire skill, only to be outbid by someone else. Yin Song had a not insignificant reputation in Clearwater City's martial world as the Flying Sand Blade, a blade catcher who earned his living by collecting the bounties offered by the authorities for various criminals, renowned for his martial prowess. At that time, Yin Song was dissatisfied that the man in the mask had purchased the red fire skill and had unhesitatingly followed him. Su Changkong, not wanting to attract trouble, did not intervene. Now, Yin Song appeared here unscathed, but it was unknown whether he had snatched the secret manual from the man with the fox mask or had come to some other agreement. He personally had not encountered any mishaps. Being a martial artist with a keen sense of awareness, Yin Song seemed to notice the gaze upon him. He turned his head from his meal and drank to look towards Su Changkong, sizing him up with his eyes. Not wanting to cause any trouble, Su Changkong shifted his gaze away, and Yin Song just frowned slightly, then turned his head back, continuing to eat. The inn's first floor remained lively, but suddenly the hall quieted down a notch. At the entrance of the inn, a group of 5 people stepped inside, all dressed in the attire of martial artists with weapons at their waists, a fierce light in their eyes, giving the impression they were not men to be trifled with. As these 5 people who looked like denizens of the martial world entered the inn, they surveyed the room, and their gaze fixed on the corner wooden table, or more precisely, on Yin Song dining at the table. They walked straight toward him. Yin Song, it's a narrow road for enemies. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Among the 5, a man with short hair and a muscular build stared coldly at Yin Song and spoke in a deep voice. The bustling hall became quiet. All the patrons turned their eyes toward this place, a barely concealed excitement in their gaze, knowing that they might witness a martial conflict or vendetta unfold today. As a blade catcher, Yin Song had clearly been through many storms, and the arrival of the 5 brawny men hadn't thrown him into a panic. Yin Song set down the wine jug, wiped the corner of his mouth, then lifted his head to look at the men, saying, "I don't know who you are. Have I had a quarrel with you, gentlemen?" The short-haired, muscular man sneered. "My last name is Sun. I'm called Sun Buin. Sun Bu is my older brother." "So you're related to Sun Bu, the leader of the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain." "Indeed. I took his head to collect the bounty." "Are you here for revenge?" Upon hearing this, Yin Song exclaimed in realization. As a blade catcher who collected bounties offered by the authorities, Yin Song had executed many bandits wanted by the officials, inevitably making countless enemies. There was once a gang of marauders called the Nine Thieves of Meng Mountain, who were quite rampant. Their leader, Sun Bu, was wanted by the authorities, and when Yin Song took on the bounty, he discovered the whereabouts of Sun Bu and a couple of his compatriots. He then acted and chopped them down. Now, here in Jinseng Town, Yin Song had encountered the remaining members of the Nine Thieves of Meng Mountain, with the short-haired and muscular Sun Buin leading the group of 5, coming together to seek revenge for the past. Good that you know it. Today I'm going to take your head to pay homage to my older brother. Sun Buin licked his lips, his face savage. The other for also looked cold and stern. Blade. 1. Translator. 549690339. Yin Song? Is it Flying Sand Blade Yin Song? These 5 are here for revenge. Inside the inn, some guests whispered among themselves. There were those who enjoyed the thrill, and those who feared trouble. They hurriedly took out some copper coins from their pockets, placed them on the dining table without finishing their meal, and quickly left the inn, fearing trouble might befall them. No problem. It's inconvenient to start here. Let's go outside to settle our grudge. Yin Song suggested indifferently. Hearing this, the short-haired, robust man, Sun Buin, and others hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. With so many people and so many eyes in this place, it truly wasn't good to start a fight. Resolving the grudge outside would also keep the incident from blowing up too big and attracting unnecessary trouble. Sun Buin and the rest turned around and took the lead towards the exit of the inn, but at this moment, a chilling glint flashed in the depths of Yin Song's eyes. Without warning, Yin Song, who had been sitting, stood up. Taking a half-step forward, he channeled the strength from the ground up through his waist and into his arms. With one hand on the scabbard and the other on the handle, he drew his blade with a fierce slash. "Be careful!" Sun Buin, sensing the movement behind him and realizing the imminent danger, threw himself forward to dodge while shouting loudly, warning his companions. The other 4 reacted quickly, but still, 2 were a beat too slow. Pucci. Amidst the crisp sound of flesh being torn, 2 men from the Nine Thieves of Meng Mountain were caught off guard as Yin Song's ruthless strike from behind severed their heads clean off, causing blood to spray and heads to roll on the ground. "Oh, murder! There's been a murder!" A brief silence in the inn was soon followed by horrified, piercing screams echoing inside. The spurting blood and falling heads were beyond what most people could bear. That blade, quite impressive. Su Changkong's eyes lit up slightly. Yin Song's blade seemed simple, but it was a combination of speed and skill, similar to a splitting cut, swift, accurate, and fierce. In an instant, he had killed 2 remarkably capable martial artists. Damn it, despicable. Sun Buin and the remaining 3 were a mix of shock and fury, their eyes reddened, seething with anger. Yin Song was too despicable. One moment he had suggested they take their grudge outside, but as soon as they turned around, he didn't hesitate to attack and commit murder in the inn, ambush them, leading to the spot deaths of 2 companions. All's fair in war. Isn't it despicable for you to bully the few with numbers? Yin Song laughed mockingly, knowing that the 5 from the Nine Thieves of Meng Mountain were fearsome and ruthless, far from ordinary bandits. They were all martial artists above the strength refinement realm. Facing them 5-on-1 would be difficult for him, but cutting down 2 first significantly increased his chances of victory. Together, kill him, Sun Buin roared, drawing the long blade from his waist, filled with a murderous aura as he and the remaining 2 companions charged towards Yin Song. The blade technique Sun Buin wielded was ferocious. He lifted his hand and unleashed a strike that split the air, producing a tear that was audible to the flesh. The momentum was extraordinary. Clang! Yin Song swung his blade to block, and the 2 long blades collided, issuing a crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, sparks flying from the impact. Clang, clang! Sun Buin's blade technique was expansive, continuing to strike out repeatedly, his long blade whirling like a spinning wheel, all offense, no defense. One slight mistake would split the opponent in two, demonstrating remarkable strength. But Yin Song lived up to his not-so-weak reputation in the martial world of Clearwater City. His favorite blade technique was known for its speed and precision. Within a few exchanges, he forced Sun Buin from attacker to defender, frantically fending off the strikes. However, Sun Buin still had two companions whose strength was not much less than his. They were both longtime practitioners in the strength refinement realm, with physiques at the peak of what humans could achieve. Kill. The other two martial artists, one on the left and one behind, brandished their knives and attacked Yin Song. With two fists, it's hard to fight against four hands, and it's very difficult for one person to combat two opponents of the same level. While trying to fend off one, you lose sight of the other. Moreover, Sun Buin and his companions weren't teaming up for the first time. Their coordination was incredibly in sync. Clang, clang, clang. Yin Song, fighting one against three, clearly started struggling. As a martial artist at the peak of internal strength, Yin Song had greater stamina than those of the strength refinement realm, yet his strength and speed actually were not overwhelmingly superior when compared to those of the strength refinement realm, unless he had reached the divine strength realm. Crack, crack, crack. The shockwaves from the four combatants' clash shattered the tables and chairs in the hall, scattering food and soup all over the place, leaving a complete mess. The surrounding guests retreated far away, fearing they would be caught in the turmoil. Is this a fight between martial artists? So powerful. Yin Song doesn't seem to be a match for the three. Facing three on his own, it's quite normal. Some guests marveled at the martial artist's strength. The sheer force of their fight was enough to make ordinary people too scared to even get close. And Yin Song, taking on three opponents, was clearly at a disadvantage. You three little thieves. Red fire skill, Yin Song bellowed, his complexion turning a reddish hue as his eyes bulged in anger. The veins in his arms, gripping the knife, protruded, and a faint red glow moved along the blade, emanating a scorching aura. With one splitting cut from Yin Song, Sun Buin's expression dramatically changed. He felt a wave of heat rushing towards his face. Clang! Sun Buin blocked with his blade, and amid the clear collision sound, a tremendous force struck him, making him stagger back a step or two, his knife-wielding arm going numb and weak. True Chi? Did Yin Song snatch that red fire skill back then? Su Changkong, upon seeing this, was slightly surprised as well. At that time, Yin Song followed the man with the fox mask who had purchased the red fire skill. Whether he had snatched the red fire skill from him or had come to some sort of agreement was unknown. However, it was clear that Yin Song had now learned the red fire skill, and he had even begun to cultivate his true Chi. Kill. With his true Chi concentrated, Yin Song's combat power surged. His face turned a fierce red as he faced three opponents, managing to suppress the three martial artists at the peak of strength refinement realm with sheer ferocity. But Su Changkong knew it had been barely more than, but not quite 2 years. Yin Song's true Chi was definitely thin and wouldn't last long, which was why he was so eager to go on the offense, to determine the victor quickly. However, Su Changkong had no intention of intervening. It didn't matter to him who would win or lose in this fight. He was just there for the show. In the center of the hall, with tables and chairs shattered all around and a complete mess, a cry of shock went up. One of the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain, a man with a scarred face, had been sliced open at the chest, a deep wound visible to the bone, the flesh around it burnt and smoking from the searing true Chi. It was at that moment that a fierce look flashed in Sun Buin's eyes. He flipped his sleeve, and a gray ball the size of half an adult's fist appeared in his palm and was thrown violently at Yin Song's face. Yin Song, startled, reacted quickly, swinging his knife at the gray sphere that seemed to be some kind of concealed weapon. Puff! The knife hit the gray sphere, which shattered into a white-gray powder that, carried by the momentum, covered Yin Song's face. Ah! Yin Song let out a muffled scream of pain as the powder seeped into his eyes, bringing an immediate, fiery, burning sensation that forced his eyes to involuntarily shut and water. It seemed that Sun Buin had thrown something akin to a ball of lime, undoubtedly a despicable tactic, but it was very effective. Yin Song's eyes could hardly see anything when a martial artist to his right swung a cleaving sword. The weapon grazed over his shoulder, and immediately blood spurted wildly, leaving a deep, bone-visible wound gaping open. Feeling that things were going awry, Yin Song quickly retreated backward to a corner of the wall. This way, he only had to defend himself from the front. Kill him. Seeing that Yin Song had been hit, Sun Buin and the other two's morale soared. They howled as they pressed in on Yin Song, intending to hack him to death with their frenzied blows. Although Yin Song could not see, his cultivation had reached the peak of the internal strength realm. He had trained in inner strength, and his organs were robust, senses keen. Relying on his hearing, he detected the whooshing of weapons and roared as he swung his long sword, creating a net of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sword net was a desperate attempt to fend for life. It forced Sun Buin and the other two to retreat continuously. For a moment, they dared not approach, afraid of dying alongside the cornered Yin Song. Sun Buin and the other two exchanged glances, a sinister smirk fleeting across their eyes. The black-clothed male to Sun Buin's left nodded in understanding. He suddenly squatted behind a table and grabbed a teenager dressed as an inn server, about 13 or 14 years old. What are you doing?" the young server cried out, not understanding why this calamity had befallen him out of the blue. "Borrowing your life for a moment." The black-clothed man's plan was simple. Yin Song was fighting desperately, effectively blind and cornered against the wall. If the three of them were to attack with force, it was likely to result in injury or death on their side. So, better to push someone forward to attract Yin Song's attack, then take the opportunity to hack him to death amidst the chaos. Ignoring the young server's struggle, the black-clothed man forcefully threw him, intending to push the server towards Yin Song. With Yin Song's lack of sight, the moment he detected someone approaching, he would definitely strike with his sword. The chance of survival for the server was next to none. You may ignore each other's grudges, but don't involve an innocent like this. Just then, a hand reached out from an oblique angle, grabbing the black-clothed man's wrist and stopping his action. "Hello," hoarse voice rang out. It was a young man in black clothes with a sword at his waist and narrow eyes, Su Changkong, who had changed his bone structure through turtle breath shrinkage. Su Changkong had not planned to intervene in the feud between Yin Song and Sun Buin's group. However, seeing them ready to sacrifice an underage server as a decoy reminded Su Changkong of Zhang Qian and others who had recently died unnoticed at the hands of the Black Cavalry gang. He couldn't help but step in to stop them. "You little pest, dare to meddle in the 9 strongmen of Mang Mountain's business? Then you take his place." The black-clothed man was furious. He exclaimed and took a large step forward, pushing with both hands, intending to thrust Su Changkong towards Yin Song. Yin Song's ears twitched, detecting the commotion. Without hesitation, he grasped the sword with both hands and brought it down in a full-force chopping cut. Splosh! The black-clothed man did not even have the chance to cry out before his head was split open like a watermelon under Yin Song's merciless chop. Third brother. The remaining Sun Buin and Scarface exclaimed in shock as yet another comrade met his demise. Su Changkong's expression was covered with frost. He could not bear watching the 9 thieves of Mang Mountain harm the innocent. Since he had taken action, he had to eradicate the problem at its root, thoroughly eliminating the trouble. Whoosh! Su Changkong's figure flickered, rushing straight toward Scarface. "Damn it! Die!" Scarface's eyes bulged with rage as he swung his blade down at Su Changkong. But Su Changkong's figure swayed slightly, and a nimble deer play from the 5 animal frolics was executed, causing Scarface's chop to strike only Su Changkong's afterimage. Catch this! Knowing something was amiss, Scarface heard Su Changkong's voice beside his ear. It was a warning for Yin Song. Su Changkong, who had moved behind Scarface, pushed hard with his palm, and Scarface stumbled uncontrollably toward where Yin Song was. Kill! With a low shout, Yin Song used the sound to locate his target and delivered a horizontal chop. Pooh! With his balance off, Scarface had no room to dodge and was abruptly beheaded by the chop, dying instantly. In the blink of an eye, the once unrivaled trio was reduced to Sun Buin, now the sole survivor. Overwhelming. It was a complete rout. Having reached the divine strength realm, Su Changkong faced the three-strength refinement realm martial artists Sun Buin and company with crushing superiority, his speed and strength several levels beyond theirs. Third brother. Fourth brother. A chill rose in Sun Buin's heart. He hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable figure in this modest inn, one who could intervene and change the course of the battle so drastically. Let's go. Realizing the danger, Sun Buin saw his two brothers easily sent to Ghost Gate Pass by Su Changkong. Understanding that the Su Changkong before him was unfathomably strong and not someone he could handle, he didn't hesitate to turn and flee. But for Sun Buin to dare turn his back to Su Changkong, it was truly a suicidal move. Crack! With a swift motion, Su Changkong, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, trailed a shadowy figure and instantly caught up to Sun Buin, who had reached the inn's entrance. He grabbed Sun Buin's shoulders, squeezed fiercely, and the crisp sound of breaking bones echoed as Sun Buin screamed in agony. Who? With a forceful swing of his arms, Su Changkong flung Sun Buin toward Yin Song in the corner. Pooh! Using the sound to locate his target, Yin Song gathered true chi on the blade of his knife, which shimmered with a faint firelight. With a raised hand, he delivered a splitting cut. Amidst the sound of flesh tearing, and without even a chance to scream, Sun Buin was cleaved in two and died on the spot. Why insist on courting death? There was a touch of helplessness in Su Changkong's heart. The feud between the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain and Yin Song had nothing to do with him, but upon seeing the 9 thieves involving innocent civilians, he surely would have stayed out of it if he were powerless. However, having the capability to save them at hand and still observing with indifference was something he could not bear. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance using the turtle breath shrinkage technique, so he didn't have to worry about revealing his true identity. Dead? Are they all dead? Who is that young man in black? Those thieves couldn't last a round against him. Inside the inn, some people wore faces of fear, while others were visibly excited, having witnessed a brutal feud typical of the martial world. Thank you for your help. Yin Song, temporarily blind in the corner, knew someone had intervened, allowing him to kill Sun Buin and the others. Otherwise, his chances would have been grim today. He expressed his gratitude. Su Changkong remained silent. Many thanks for your life-saving grace. The young man who had nearly been thrown out by the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain to test the road with a stone was extremely grateful to Su Changkong, who had intervened on his behalf. Shortly after, Yin Song vigorously rubbed his eyes with his hands, regaining some vision, and then asked the inn's young servant to fetch some plant oil to cleanse his eyes. Lime powder in the eyes could react with liquid and burn like fire. Using plain water for cleansing might injure the eyes further and damage one's eyesight. The Yaman's people are here. At this moment, a wave of commotion swept through the inn. The Yaman constables who were patrolling the town heard the noise and hurried over. Who's engaging in a private fight, committing murder? A middle-aged constable, followed by several others, entered the inn, his expression solemn. If the incident involving a death had occurred outside of Ginseng Town, they'd be disinclined to intervene, but such an event within the town had a non-negligible impact, and thus they had to treat it seriously. It fell within their jurisdiction. Su Changkong didn't respond. He hadn't killed anyone. I did. At that moment, Yin Song rubbed his eyes and blinked forcefully as he spoke up with a weighty voice. The deceased are members of the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain, previously wanted criminals. I am the blade catcher Yin Song, officially recorded in the Great Flame Empire's register. Yin Song explained the identity of Sun Buin and the others, and took out a black iron token from his chest. I've seen the esteemed Yin Song. The middle-aged constable examined the token for a moment before handing it back to Yin Song with a slightly more respectful demeanor. To become an officially registered blade catcher, one must have exceptional martial arts skills and unique capabilities. And Yin Song had a fairly formidable reputation in the area around Clearwater City. These few constables all recognized him. Please take these bodies and deal with them. Yin Song then instructed the constables to process the scene, indicating that this wasn't his first encounter with such matters. Yes, the middle-aged constable responded, directing the other constables to start handling the corpses. The inn's occurrence of death naturally meant it had to be temporarily closed for cleaning the bloodstains and remnants. Seeing the matter resolved, Su Changkong also headed out of the inn, prepared to find another place. "Honored sir, please wait a moment." Just as he left the inn, a voice called out from behind. It was Yin Song. "Is there something you need?" Su Changkong turned to look at Yin Song without any expression. He deemed Yin Song no easy opponent and didn't want to become overly involved with him to avoid trouble. With sincere expression, Yin Song said, "Without your help just now, I'd likely have been in grave danger. If you don't mind, might we talk at the small residence I've rented? It's here in town." Su Changkong hesitated slightly, but it seemed that Yin Song was familiar with Ginseng Town. Since Su Changkong's purpose in coming here was to purchase medicine for the vital qi spread, inquiring with Yin Song would surely yield benefits. "Agreed," Su Changkong said concisely, feigning an aloof and reticent demeanor. "Please follow me." Yin Song then invited Su Changkong to be his guest at the small residence where he stayed. Leading Su Changkong, Yin Song passed through a narrow alley and arrived at a secluded estate, pushing open the door to enter. Inside the estate, there were stone tables and chairs, not luxurious, yet tasteful and tranquil. In the estate's reception hall, Yin Song dressed his wounds and personally poured tea for Su Changkong. Then he asked, curiosity on his face, "May I know your esteemed name? With such strength, you should be someone of repute in the martial world of Clearwater City." Yin Song also wanted to make Su Changkong's acquaintance. Although he hadn't seen Su Changkong in action, the fact that Su Changkong could easily defeat Sun Buin and the others meant that his strength was at least not inferior to his own. "My surname is One, with the given name Tai." Su Changkong naturally did not give his real name and casually made up a false name. When Tai, Yin Song quickly searched his memory but found the name unfamiliar and had not heard of such a notable person nearby. Yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire too much. Yin Song obviously did not know that this was not the first time he had met Su Changkong. They were both present at the Zhao family auction in Dongling Town last time, but Su Changkong was wearing a mask then. Yin Song said with a sincere face, "I'm a blunt man, but I've always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Brother One, if you have any tasks for me, I will not refuse as long as I am able." Yin Song preferred to be a loner and disliked owing favors to others. Today, with Su Changkong's help in killing the 9 thieves of Meng Mountain, he wanted to repay Su Changkong and settle his debt of gratitude. Moved by his words, Su Changkong thought, Yin Song is quite strong, and his blade technique is very sharp and exquisite, especially the chop that killed 2 strength refinement martial artists earlier. It was stunning. I can learn from that. Yin Song, known as the Flying Sandblade, was adept at blade technique. That sword-drawing-like move particularly made Su Changkong eager to learn. Su Changkong's iron-cutting blade technique was simple and straightforward, but if he could integrate more variations, it would undoubtedly become more lethal. With this in mind, Su Changkong spoke up, "Brother Yin, your blade technique is excellent, especially the sword-drawing surprise attack. I would like to ask Brother Yin for some pointers." "Sure thing." Yin Song was taken aback, but then readily agreed. Among martial artists, exchanging martial art skills is also a way to gain inspiration and make progress. "Then I shall perform inadequately first." In the courtyard, Yin Song stood there, his aura sharp like an unsheathed blade. "My specialty is the sword-drawing technique, known as the waist strike style. The waist strike style, where the attack surges violently mid-strike. The movement of body, steps, and blade as fast as lightning. This strike is the leading blow among blade techniques. The right foot and right hand perform the snake chopping movement, stepping forward against the scales. Yin Song explained, adjusting the angle of his body and placing his palm on the hilt of the blade at his waist. The waist strike style is also known as the sword drawing technique, a swordsmanship that starts with drawing the blade from the scabbard to launch an attack. It includes not only the technique of drawing the blade, but sequences and moves of various sword strikes. To repay the favor Su Changkong had done him, Yin Song explained in great detail, without holding anything back. Su Changkong listened intently at the side. In fact, from the beginning, he had practiced on his own. Apart from a few days of practicing the 5 animal frolics with Dr. Huashan, he could be considered self-taught. Su Changkong wanted to absorb the essence of Yin Song's blade technique and learn from its strengths. Hiss. Yin Song fully demonstrated his waist strike style, his sword-drawing speed incredibly fast and sudden. The right hand rested on the hilt, the left hand gripping the scabbard, adjusting the angle for the strike. As soon as he assumed this posture, he was already in the rhythm of attack. Stroke after stroke, simple and direct, typically a one-hit kill. And even if the blow didn't kill the opponent, it would seize the initiative and take control in combat. Excellent. Su Changkong watched, captivated, full of admiration, his eyes sparkling. The waist strike style was indeed very suitable for him. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, a combination of speed and power with astonishing lethality. As Yin Song displayed his waist strike style comprehensively, Su Changkong's potential value reached an impressive 12 points. His perception was remarkable. He engraved it into his mind. With just a period of practice, he was bound to integrate the waist strike sword drawing into his iron cutting blade technique, resulting in a significant improvement of his skills. As the sky grew dim, Su Changkong accepted Yin Song's cordial hospitality and stayed in the courtyard for the night. During his conversation with Yin Song, Su Changkong learned about Yin Song's basic situation. Yin Song had a very ordinary background. As a child, his parents died at the hands of fugitive bandits, and he had experienced life's harshness. Fortunately, he was diligent enough to acquire a blade manual and, after relentless practice, finally achieved some small accomplishments. People with a tragic history like Yin Song were not uncommon in this world. Brother Yin, I heard that Ginseng Town has a gathering of herbalists, and as a result, one can buy many medicinal ingredients that are not available elsewhere. Do you know where one can purchase such ingredients? Remembering his purpose, Su Changkong inquired Yin Song about the medicinal ingredients for the vital qi spread. Yin Song must have been living in Ginseng Town for a while and surely had some understanding of the situation there. Indeed, with a smile, Yin Song said, I'm renting a house in Ginseng Town also to purchase some medicinal herbs to aid my martial arts cultivation. There's a ginseng manor in the town where I usually buy my herbs. Although the prices are a bit high, it saves me a lot of trouble. I can take you there tomorrow. Then I'll be troubling you. Su Changkong nodded slightly. After staying a night at Yin Song's residence without conversation, the time moved on to the next morning. Early in the morning, Yin Song led Su Changkong to the Ginseng Manor in Ginseng Town. In the morning, the streets of Ginseng Town became busy with vendors and pedestrians making a living, starting a new day. Mom, I want to eat candied haws. All right, but you have to eat more at meals you're growing. On the street, a middle-aged woman was leading a child. This woman, with a gentle demeanor, paid a copper coin to a vendor selling candied haws. Su Changkong was surprised because he noticed Yin Song glancing several times toward the woman, swallowing slightly. Yin Song, always so fierce and harsh in appearance, seemed almost fixated. Brother Yin likes candied haws? Su Changkong couldn't help but ask. No, that's not it. Yin Song returned to his senses, somewhat embarrassedly sidestepping the subject. We're almost at the Ginseng Manor. The manor lord, Lu Feng, is a bit peculiar, so it's best not to offend him. Although Su Changkong was curious about Yin Song's lapse, he did not press the question. Ginseng Manor, located within Ginseng Town, was a manor that engaged in the business of buying ginseng and medicinal herbs. With tens of people, it was considered a powerful establishment in Ginseng Town. The manor lord, Lu Feng, had a bad temper, but few dared to offend him in Ginseng Town. Soon, the two arrived outside Ginseng Manor. Ginseng Manor had tall walls, and from within, one could smell the fragrance of herbs wafting out. At the entrance, there were Ginseng Manor disciples wielding blades on their waists, standing guard. Lord Yin Song. Upon Yin Song's arrival, a man at the entrance of Ginseng Manor greeted him respectfully. As a martial artist who practiced strength refinement, Yin Song often needed to purchase medication to assist in his cultivation. Therefore, he rented a residence in Ginseng Town and frequented Ginseng Manor, making him a recognized figure to the people there. "I would like to see Manor Lord Lu. Is he available?" Yin Song inquired. "Please follow me." The man invited Yin Song and Su Changkong into Ginseng Manor. Su Changkong saw that inside Ginseng Manor, there were countless unknown herbs drying under the sun, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Ginseng Manor specialized in the medicinal herb business. After a short wait in a parlor, a man with disheveled hair and a mustache, his face stern, pushed open the door and entered. Manor Lord Lu. Yin Song greeted the stern-faced man. This stern-faced man was the manor lord of Ginseng Manor, Lu Feng. Yin Song, you haven't been to our Ginseng Manor for several months. What kind of medicinal herbs are you looking to purchase this time?" Lu Feng nodded slightly and spoke. Yin Song was considered a major customer at Ginseng Manor, which is why Lu Feng agreed to meet him personally. "It's my friend, Brother Wentai, who wants to purchase some herbs." Yin Song clarified the purpose of their visit and introduced Su Changkong to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's gaze turned to Su Changkong, a flash of recognition in his eyes. He had heard about the fight Yin Song had on the streets of Ginseng Town yesterday, and how a stranger's help had turned a dangerous situation around. And considering the typically proud Yin Song's warm attitude towards Su Changkong, it could be inferred that this man was the unknown expert who had aided Yin Song the day before. A slight smile squeezed onto Lu Feng's stern face. "Pleased to meet you, Brother Wentai. You've graced Ginseng Manor with your presence. What kind of medicinal herbs would you like to purchase? I'll give you a favorable price." Su Changkong, upon hearing this, didn't waste words and took out a list, handing it over to Lu Feng. "Manor Lord Lu, I'd like to purchase the medicinal herbs listed here." Lu Feng accepted the list and looked it over carefully, then raised his head to Su Changkong and said, "Although these medicinal herbs are rare, we do have them in Ginseng Manor, 10 taels of silver for each set." Lu Feng's words both shocked and delighted Su Changkong. Delighted that he had not come to the wrong place, as Ginseng Manor indeed had the rare vital cheese spread ingredients that were hard to find on the market. Shocked at the price. 10 taels of silver for each set? That's expensive. Su Changkong couldn't help but exclaim. At the White Jade Gang, a set of vital cheese spread herbs cost 5 taels of silver, but here at Ginseng Manor, it was double the price. 10 taels of silver for each set. If you find it expensive, so do well. These herbs are already rare and not easy to preserve. The cost of obtaining them is already considerable. However, since you came with Yin Song, I can give you a discount, 9 taels of silver for each set, said Lu Feng with a faint smile. Su Changkong felt somewhat helpless. At the White Jade Gang, they had their ways to buy those herbs at nearly cost price. Things valued for their scarcity come at a high price. And although Lu Feng claimed to offer him a discount, a set of vital cheese spread herbs still cost him 9 taels of silver, close to double the price. Su Changkong knew that being able to buy them was good enough, and he couldn't ask for more. Then, Su Changkong spoke. "One will buy 30 sets. Can you make it any cheaper?" 30 sets? That'll be 8 taels of silver for each set. That's the lowest I can go. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He pretended to hesitate for a moment. Then, as if it pained him greatly, he agreed. 30 sets of vital cheese spread herbs came to 240 taels of silver. Su Changkong took out 240 silver notes from within his robe and handed them over to Lu Feng. The 300 to 400 taels of silver he had saved up had suddenly decreased by a considerable amount. Lu Feng carefully counted the silver notes, then said with a full smile, "It has been a pleasure doing business with you. Welcome back any time." Lu Feng ordered his men to fetch the herbs. Soon after, a package was delivered into Su Changkong's hands, which contained the needed ingredients for the vital cheese spread. 8 taels of silver for each set. 30 sets will just be enough for me to use for about a month. As Su Changkong opened the package and checked the components of the herbs, he secretly wryly smiled to himself, thinking the price was exorbitant, unaffordable for ordinary people. The rich practice martial arts, while the poor write essays. Truly, there's no poverty in the path of martial arts, Su Changkong reflected silently to himself. A martial artist wishing to improve rapidly and achieve results in their cultivation indeed requires a tremendous amount of resources. 200 to 300 taels of silver was only enough for Su Changkong to spend for about a month. Lu Feng personally escorted Su Changkong and Yin Song out. Outside Ginseng Manor, Su Changkong said to Yin Song, "Brother Yin, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be leaving now." Having achieved his goal, Su Changkong did not linger. "Brother One, take care. If you need anything, you can come find me anytime. I'll occasionally be in Ginseng Town or Clearwater City," Yin Song said without trying to retain him, but he left his contact details. "All right," Su Changkong responded, then set out on his way. Watching Su Changkong's retreating figure disappear into the street, a hint of speculation flashed in Yin Song's eyes. Recently, the young gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang was slain by a young martial artist from the White Jade Gang. This one Tai's strength is no less than mine. Could he be the one who slew Han? Recently, a significant event had occurred in the martial world of Clearwater City. That is, the major clash between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang, during which the Black Cavalry Gang's young gang leader Han was slain on the spot. The martial artist who killed him was shrouded in mystery. Even within the White Jade Gang, none of the disciples knew his identity. The outside world speculated that this might be a gifted martial artist secretly cultivated by the White Jade Gang. For a gang like the White Jade Gang, having 1 or 2 concealed masters was nothing unusual. Despite not having seen Su Changkong in action, the ease with which he dealt with Sun Buin and the other 2 strength refinement realm ruffians, showing profound strength, added to his young appearance, naturally made Yin Song unconsciously link the 2 together. When the gang leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, Shi Zijian, learned of his son's death, he was furiously enraged, offering a substantial bounty for the head or information of the person who killed Han, vowing to flay and disembowel them. Better not to get involved in this tumultuous affair. Yin Song shook his head. He didn't think much of it. As a solo blade catcher, he did not want to offend either the Black Cavalry Gang or the White Jade Gang. Su Changkong naturally didn't know Yin Song's guess regarding his identity was very close to the truth. But even if he knew, Su Changkong wouldn't care too much, as he was using a fake identity. Leaving Ginseng Town, Su Changkong returned all the way back to Black Iron Manor. The 30 sets of medicinal materials for vital cheese spread he had purchased were enough for Su Changkong for some time. Having returned to Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong didn't delay and practiced martial arts as usual. In the morning and afternoon, he cultivated the 5 animal frolics. During the day, he practiced blade techniques. At night, he cultivated the turtle breath technique. His time was fully scheduled. Several days later, in the courtyard, Su Changkong was practicing blade techniques. Su Changkong stood motionless when a breeze blew through, making the branches of the large trees in the courtyard shake and a leaf to fall. Clang! It was at that moment, Su Changkong suddenly opened his eyes, and the iron, cutting sword at his waist unsheathed without warning, drawing a perfect arc as it cut through the air. Swish! The leaf was split in 2 and then shattered into pieces by a powerful force that scattered them all over the ground. This wave strike style really suits me well. Integrating it into my iron cutting blade technique means I can take the lethality of the iron cutting blade technique to the next level. Su Changkong's eyes shone. He had learned this way strike style from yin song, a sword-drawing technique. Its crux lay in storing energy. It may seem motionless, but was actually like an arrow on a bowstring. Before the sword had left its sheath, it was already in the rhythm of attack, unsheathing abruptly for a lethal strike. Even if the enemy was extraordinary and prepared, blocking the lethal strike, they would inevitably be put in a passive position. The difficulty of this way strike style was not low, but for Su Changkong, who had a potential value as high as 12 points, mastering it was a breeze. It would take an ordinary person 10 days to half a month to get started, but Su Changkong at most half a day to a day. While practicing the blade, Su Changkong integrated the way strike style into his iron-cutting blade technique, making the technique's level advance by leaps and bounds. Reaching the pinnacle of the technique was merely a matter of a short time. In the mornings and afternoons, Su Changkong's cultivation of the 5 animal frolics was equally rapid. As his inner strength became more refined and he developed his body's potential, he made quick progress with the 5 animal frolics. As for the turtle breath technique, with its immense difficulty of cultivation and the aid of vital chi spread, combined with time and relentless hard work, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. What I lack the most is money. Su Changkong frowned. The vital chi spread medicinal materials he had bought at Ginseng Manor were only enough for a month or so. Without the assistance of vital chi spread, advancing further in the turtle breath technique would have to be measured in years. He had to get hold of more money. Su Changkong's ability to make money wasn't slow. At Black Iron Manor, he was the best at forging swords, capable of earning over 10 taels of silver in a month. For ordinary people, this was unimaginable, but for Su Changkong, who was cultivating martial arts, it was like a drop in the bucket. If I want to earn enough money in a short time, I can't go about it in a quiet, orderly manner. Su Changkong understood this. Previously helping White Jade Gang forge armor, I could earn 100 taels in a month. I can start from there. A different color flashed in Su Changkong's eyes. Rarity made things precious, especially items that were expressly forbidden. They were even more valuable. For instance, despite their high-quality materials, swords were not forbidden in the Great Flame Empire, and one could buy them anywhere. Unless it was a truly treasured sword, it wasn't possible to sell it for an exorbitant price. If Su Changkong were to forge a set of armor and sell it, that would be worth more than 10, even dozens of swords combined. Of course, that's assuming he could sell them. Su Changkong had no plans to forge armor and sell it. Firstly, forging a set of armor by himself would take too long. It might take over a month to forge one set. Besides, such an item used a lot of materials, the cost was high, and it would easily attract attention. I can forge some crossbows. Su Changkong quickly had an idea in mind. In the Great Flame Empire, to prevent rebellion, armor and crossbows were banned, while regular bows were not. Bows and crossbows, while bow usage was not restricted, a good archer required a long time to train, and it could take several years to train an archer with superb skills. But crossbows were different. Their operation was a simple one, only needed to learn how to pull the crossbow string and then aim and pull the trigger. Mastery of the crossbow could be achieved in just a few days, and crossbowmen could be trained en masse. This was a huge threat. Therefore, the laws of the Great Flame Empire prohibited armor and crossbows. The forging of armor required even more materials and was more complex even for someone like Su Changkong. Forging armor was time-consuming and strenuous, while crossbows were more compact, took less time to forge than armor, yet their value was not lower than that of armor. Therefore, Su Changkong felt he could forge crossbows, find a place to sell them, and should be able to fetch a high price, using the proceeds for cultivation. As to whether this would violate the laws of the Great Flame Empire, it would be fine as long as no one knew. First, draw the diagrams. Su Changkong, with his characteristic decisiveness, immediately began to sketch the schematics for making crossbows. There were many types of crossbows: Qin crossbow, Zhuge crossbow, bed crossbow, siege crossbow, and so on. Bed crossbows and siege crossbows, for instance, were two huge, far more powerful than bows and arrows, and could pierce through metal from hundreds of steps away, but they were more complicated to craft and required more time and materials. Su Changkong was more inclined towards personal crossbows. The designs for the Qin crossbow he had seen in his previous life surfaced in his mind, and he began to sketch them out. After several hours, the schematic for a crossbow lay before Su Changkong. It was a personal crossbow, primarily composed of parts such as the crossbow arms, bow, bowstring, and so on. The materials, mainly flexible woods, were complemented by metal and cowhide, among other things. These materials were not rare, but the craftsmanship required was intricate, something ordinary people could not accomplish. Su Changkong's forging skills had reached Tier 5, so it should be no problem to devote some energy to this task. No sooner had he thought this than Su Changkong immediately purchased some materials. For the wood, Su Changkong bought some jujube wood, while the components and mechanisms of the crossbow were mainly made of copper. These could easily be obtained within Black Iron Manor. Cowhide for the bowstrings could also be bought without much difficulty. Once he had gathered the materials, Su Changkong quickly set to work. Like armor, crossbows were prohibited items. Su Changkong could only forge them in secret, without anyone else knowing. The components and mechanisms of the crossbow were highly intricate and crucial, with a high technical content that ordinary blacksmiths simply couldn't produce and also required a furnace for forging. Therefore, Su Changkong approached Director Liu with a request. Director Liu, I'd like to use the workshop in the evenings to work overtime and forge more weapons. He definitely couldn't forge these components during the day when the workshop was busy. He made an excuse to Director Liu, saying he wanted to work overtime to craft more weapons and earn extra money. This request was against the rules, making Director Liu hesitate. However, Su Changkong was the most skilled forging master of Black Iron Manor, and he had never asked for a raise. His request carried weight. His talents were such that he would do well even if he left Black Iron Manor. Naturally, Black Iron Manor needed to do its best to accommodate his request, to prevent any dissatisfaction that might cause him to leave. I need to ask the Manor Lord for his opinion. Director Liu went to seek Manor Lord Immortal's approval. It wasn't long before Director Liu returned. He said to Su Changkong, "The Manor Lord agreed, but you must be careful and ensure your safety." Thank you." Su Changkong's eyes lit up with excitement. Now that he could use the workshop's forging equipment, Su Changkong could start building the crossbow. During the day, Su Changkong forged weapons as usual, but when evening came and all the others had left to rest, he stayed alone in the workshop, crafting the parts needed for the crossbow. Clang, clang, clang. In the evening, Su Changkong held a small hammer, forging a delicate metal piece in front of him. This component required even more advanced forging skills. Su Changkong's forging ability had reached the 5th realm, making it difficult for anyone in Black Iron Manor to match his skill. Working overtime and relentlessly, after 20 days of diligent forging and studying, Su Changkong finally crafted his first crossbow. Looking at the finished product, Su Changkong's eyes shone with excitement. Wrapped around the bow stock were black leather straps to increase stability and enhance the structural density. The prod was about a meter long, and the entire thing resembled a cross. Let's test the finished product. Su Changkong tested the power of the crossbow he had made. In a forest outside Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong pulled the crossbow string back to full draw, knocked an arrow he had crafted, aimed at a tree some distance away, and then pulled the trigger. Thump! The bowstring snapped back, releasing a muffled thump, accompanied by the sound of the mechanism. The arrow, propelled by a strong kinetic force, flew through the air with a whistling sound. The arrow hit the tree, burying itself 2 to 3 inches into the wood, and the fletching trembled. Its power was formidable. After several trials, Su Changkong reached a conclusion. My crafted crossbow's power and range are comparable to that of a common bow and arrow, with an effective range of about 70 to 100 meters. Su Changkong nodded to himself in approval. Compared to a bow and arrow, it is slower and more cumbersome to load a crossbow, but its advantages lie in its ease of use and high accuracy. No need to master archery. An ordinary person can be trained to use it in just a few days, lowering the barrier to entry, but also the lower limit of skill required. Unlike the bow, experienced archers would need to practice for several years, which sets the two weapons apart on different levels. That's why the Great Flame Empire banned crossbows, but not bows. Su Changkong believed that with better materials and more advanced forging techniques, he could further enhance the power of the crossbow, extending its effective range to over 100 meters. However, he chose not to do so. The crossbows he crafted were meant for selling, not to be made too good or too sophisticated. Conversely, creating such high-quality crossbows could draw unwanted attention. Thus, this was sufficient. I will mass-produce crossbows based on the quality of this one, Su Changkong thought to himself. After crafting the first crossbow and gaining experience, Su Changkong was able to work even faster, with the second crossbow taking only 10 days to complete. Before he knew it, a month and a half had flown by. I have crafted 3 crossbows. It's time to sell them. During this time, Su Changkong had made a total of 3 crossbows, he reflected. The crossbow, with its higher technical requirements for crafting and easier operation than a bow and arrow, could not be legally sold due to the proclamation from the Great Flame Empire. Privately owning armaments was a major crime, so finding a buyer without arousing suspicion or danger to oneself was challenging. In the past month, Su Changkong had used up all of the vital cheese spread, and he needed funds to purchase more medicinal materials. I can ask Yin Song for help, he thought. A figure emerged in Su Changkong's mind. Yin Song was a blade catcher. Having mingled in the martial world for many years, he should know where to sell some items that could not withstand the light of day. Thus, Su Changkong set out and made a trip to Ginseng Town, to the residence where Yin Song lived. What slightly relieved Su Changkong was that Yin Song still lived within Ginseng Town. Otherwise, Su Changkong would have been making the trip in vain. It wasn't long after Su Changkong knocked on the door that it opened a crack, revealing Yin Song's face. Considering Yin Song's appearance and the slight sweat on his forehead, he must have been practicing martial arts. Brother Wentai? Upon seeing Su Changkong at the doorway, Yin Song was surprised, not having expected Su Changkong to return so soon, but he quickly recovered and invited, "Come in and have a seat first." Falling in line with the request, Su Changkong entered the residence, and Yin Song poured a cup of tea for him. Getting straight to the point, Su Changkong spoke, "Brother Yin, I've come to you to inquire about some information. I'll tell you everything I know. Just ask, Brother One." Yin Song replied very straightforwardly. After a slight hesitation, Su Changkong finally spoke, "I would like to sell some items that are not easy to dispose of." Su Changkong did not specify what he wanted to sell, but an understanding smile immediately appeared on Yin Song's face. Indeed, sometimes the things we acquire are not easily marketable. Having often killed some thieves and bandits himself, Yin Song had acquired quite a few problematic goods that were difficult to deal with, and he figured that Su Changkong was in a similar situation. "Brother Yin, do you know a channel for selling these goods?" Su Changkong asked, intrigued by Yin Song's reaction. Yin Song nodded. "Yes. Do you know the ghost market?" "The ghost market?" Su Changkong was puzzled. Yin Song explained, "The ghost market, this place has everything for sale, anything can be sold. You can think of it as a black market. Nearly every region has a ghost market." "I see." Su Changkong realized that this so-called ghost market was essentially a black market. In the ghost market, some prohibited items always found buyers. Of course, the transactions were not guaranteed, and one might be deceived or even targeted by schemers and lose one's life. "If I head to this ghost market, the crossbow I've forged should be able to be sold," Su Changkong thought to himself. He was in dire need of money, and the ghost market, being akin to a black market, provided an opportunity to sell some items that were strictly forbidden elsewhere. Su Changkong said to Yin Song, "Brother Yin, I wish to visit this ghost market. Could you tell me where to find it?" Of course, the ghost market closest to Clearwater City is situated beyond 200 li to the south, on a desolate mountain. It opens once a month on the night of the 15th. Take this token with you and arrive at the location on time, and someone will guide you into the ghost market. Yin Song replied very forthrightly, providing the location and precautions for the ghost market. He then went inside the house, fetched a black token, and handed it to Su Changkong. Located in a desolate mountain, utterly barren, the ghost market would be hardly a place anyone would visit without an introduction. Yin Song also knew of the ghost market within the Clearwater City area only through someone's introduction after many years of struggle in the martial world of Clearwater City. "Thank you so much, Brother Yin." Expressing his gratitude, Su Changkong recognized that indeed, having more friends opened more paths through Yin Song. He had learned of the ghost market's location. Afterwards, Su Changkong bid farewell and departed, with Yin Song rising to see him off. Yin Lang, who was that just now? Not long after Su Changkong had left, a lady with a gentle demeanor appeared at the door and asked curiously. "A friend," Yin Song casually responded, a tender expression on his face. "Jare, come inside and have a seat." The lady nodded shyly, understanding without need for further words. "The ghost market opens on the 15th of each month. There are 2 more days until the 15th of this month. I shall wait a while." After leaving Ginseng Town, Su Changkong pondered to himself. He was determined to make a trip to the ghost market to see if he could sell the crossbows he had made. 2 days passed in a blink, and Su Changkong had asked for leave from Director Liu in advance. The next morning, he went straight to Yin Song to inform him of the location of the ghost market. Su Changkong didn't rush on his journey. By the time he reached the desolate mountain where the ghost market was located, it was already evening. At this moment, Su Changkong had disguised himself. He wore black clothes, a black scarf to cover his face, and every part of him was securely enwrapped. Not only that, but he also wore a red ghost face mask that he had bought from a small stall. It wasn't that Su Changkong was being overly cautious. The ghost market was a place of mixed repute, and those who knew the location were not simple characters. If someone with ill intentions set their sights on him, it would be troublesome. Naturally, he had to be prepared. The full moon hung high, its light casting an even more silent and desolate scene over the mountain ahead. Su Changkong took a deep breath and stepped into the wilderness of the mountain. "Someone's here." He hadn't gone more than 100 meters before Su Changkong sensed people ahead. In the wild woods, there were carts being pulled by laborers, and each cart driver wore a mask, some with pig faces and some with doll faces, appearing quite eerie. "Do you have an invitation?" Someone noticed Su Changkong's approach, and a cart driver asked him in a hoarse voice. Without saying a word, Su Changkong simply took out the token Yin Song had given him and showed it. "Get on." The cart driver glanced at it, and then gestured for Su Changkong to board the cart. Su Changkong did not hesitate. He sat on the wooden cart, and the driver then pulled the cart, taking him deeper into the wild forest. Along the way, Su Changkong saw other passengers being transported by cart. Clearly, like him, they were guests who had come to visit the ghost market, and nearly everyone had disguised their identity and face. "We've arrived." The car driver's voice rang out by Su Changkong's ear. He looked up to see a village ahead with flickering lights, the location of the ghost market within the Clearwater City region. Though it was called the ghost market from the outside, it looked like nothing more than a long-abandoned mountain village, utterly dilapidated, and indeed giving off a deathly vibe. Su Changkong got off the cart and made his way to the entrance of the ghost market. Inside the ghost market, Su Changkong saw scattered pedestrians wandering the streets, their faces obscured by black veils or masked, many of them speaking to stall owners in hushed tones, while casting wary, surreptitious glances around, looking quite sneaky. As Su Changkong walked around the streets, he saw that many were selling items that were difficult to find elsewhere. Toxin extracted from the poison pouch of red blood frogs, perfect for envenoming weapons. If cut, wounds will not close, causing death through bleeding. For sale at 2 silver taels a jar. Su Changkong saw small jars displayed on a stall, with signs beside them describing the features and prices of the goods for sale. A silent figure in black sat behind the stall, wordless. Ruptured body, strengthening pills, upon consumption, can forcibly elevate an internal strength martial artist at peak to the divine strength realm. But there are certain side effects. Priced at 300 silver taels each, Su Changkong also saw a gaunt man in black selling pill medicine. The effects of the pills seemed incredibly exaggerated. By consuming the ruptured body-strengthening pills, an internal strength martial artist had the chance to forcefully enter the divine strength realm. But the so-called certain side effects were likely nonsense. It was possible that taking these pills could result in immediate death. Otherwise, a pill capable of creating a divine strength realm martial artist would never be sold for just several hundred silver taels. In this ghost market, there was no guarantee of quality for the items sold. If swindled, one could only blame their own lack of discernment. After walking around, Su Changkong did indeed find plenty of rare and desirable items that were not commonly seen outside. But they were expensive, and with no quality assurance, Su Changkong didn't have the money to buy them. Afterward, Su Changkong imitated the other stall owners and set up his own stall on the side of the street. He took out the 3 crossbows he carried in his basket and placed them on the ground. He then sat down, waiting for customers to approach. "Is this a crossbow? How much for one?" Soon, a customer wearing a rhinoceros mask stopped in front of Su Changkong's stall. He took a close look before asking in a hoarse voice, 80 taels. Su Changkong lowered his voice, announcing the price of the crossbow. An 80-tael crossbow was undoubtedly exorbitantly priced, dozens of times more expensive than ordinary swords, and the actual cost to make a crossbow was only about 1 or 2 taels of silver. The man in the rhinoceros mask shook his head, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He was just inquiring if the price had been very, very cheap. He would have been interested, but Su Changkong's asking price far exceeded his expectations. Su Changkong didn't mind. The night was still young, and he believed that patience would pay off eventually. As time ticked by, 4 or 5 customers inquired about the price from Su Changkong, but upon hearing his quote, they all left in silence without even attempting to bargain. After all, crossbows are contraband, like armor, and cannot be carried openly as swords can be in public. One careless move could bring disaster upon oneself. "Someone's got their eyes on me." Under the mask and the black veil, Su Changkong's face was expressionless. He could feel several eyes intermittently watching him, and it seemed he had been targeted. Moreover, other customers in the ghost market noticed this as well. Those who wanted to inquire about the price of the crossbows, not wanting to attract trouble, abandoned the idea. Su Changkong kept his composure, but his expression grew dark under the mask. Someone was interfering with his business? Time passed, and after several hours, the moon disappeared and dawn approached. The ghost market's hours were nearly at an end. Some customers, having found what they came for, left satisfied, while others left empty-handed. The streets of the ghost market became even more sparsely populated. "Let's go." Those faint presences, however, did not fade. Su Changkong stood calmly, got up, placed the 3 crossbows into his backpack, and started walking towards the exit of the ghost market. He was no longer a novice, and had long been prepared to face such situations. Outside the ghost market, the barren hills were shrouded by trees, a ghostly stillness hanging over the desolate scenery. Su Changkong stood there, waiting quietly. Before long, 3 men wearing masks emerged from behind the large trees, subtly positioning themselves to encircle him. The man in the middle wearing a bull mask was familiar to Su Changkong. He was one of those who had previously inquired about the price of the crossbows. "Gentlemen, may I help you with something?" Su Changkong looked around the circle, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes as he spoke in a deep, low voice. The man with the bull mask chuckled. "We're very interested in the crossbows you're selling, but the price is a bit too steep." A crossbow, powerful in lethality and convenient to use, preloaded with arrows, could enable a group of ordinary people with no knowledge of martial arts to take down martial artists with a single volley. Even those who had achieved the great achievement in body refinement and reached the divine bravery stage were still flesh and blood. Clearly, the man in the bull mask and his companions were interested in the crossbows Su Changkong was selling. Su Changkong said, "If you find the price too high, I can give you a discount." Does getting a discount mean we no longer have to pay? We prefer things that are free, the man with the horse mask to Su Changkong's left stated blandly. Exactly, exactly. Who doesn't like free stuff? Another man on the right chimed in, rubbing his right hand that held a short knife against his left, echoing the sentiment. The blade of the short knife gleamed with a faint chill. All three men harbored ill intentions. It was clear they were set on robbing Su Changkong, and they had been targeting him for a while. Free goods? I've never been fond of conflict in my life, so I can only send you off for free to the afterlife. Su Changkong's face was expressionless, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Thinking of making a move? I am but half a step into the internal strength realm's heights. The horse-faced masked man sensed Su Changkong's intent to kill and let out a cold snort, ready for the possibility of Su Changkong striking unexpectedly. Yet his pupils suddenly constricted. Su Changkong's palm rested on the hilt of his sword, and his aura transformed abruptly. He had been concealing his presence, but now he was like an unsheathed blade. Clang! Amid the friction between blade and sheath, the iron-cutting sword flashed like a silvery crescent moon, gone in an instant. Block it! The horse-faced masked man was horrified. Despite being prepared for Su Changkong to strike, his nerves and body simply couldn't keep up. This attack, which far exceeded his limits, left him with no room to resist or retaliate. He could only await his execution. TSSK. A head tumbled backward, crashing to the ground, blood spouting from the severed neck like a fountain and splashing onto the branches of a nearby tree, dripping down as if lashed by rain and wind. How is this possible? The headless corpse of the horse-faced masked man collapsed limply to the ground, while the remaining two, the bull-faced masked men, stared aghast at the body, drawing a sharp breath in disbelief. How could it be possible that the horse-faced masked man, who had been at the strength refinement realm for years and was not far from stepping into the internal strength realm, capable of fighting multiple opponents, couldn't even dodge a single strike from Su Changkong despite being prepared? The two men were stunned and terrified, but Su Changkong didn't pause for a moment. His figure flashed, closing in on the black-faced masked man to his right. His sword moved with his body, unleashing a straightforward horizontal chop, a fusion of speed and technique. Dodge it! The black-faced masked man was panic-stricken, hastily trying to dodge, but his movements were sluggish compared to Su Changkong of the divine strength realm. Clean and swift, as though slicing through a large spring onion, the black-faced masked man followed in his companion's footsteps, unable to even scream before his head hit the ground and his body slumped over, the spilt blood staining the earth red. With the infusion of the waist strike style, the iron-cutting blade technique had ascended a tier in power. Against these martial artists who were merely at the strength refinement realm, it was no different from chopping vegetables. Su Changkong turned to the last surviving bull-faced masked man. He said nothing, but the man trembled, the pungent scent of blood making his heart pound. To flee was certain death. Thump! The bull-faced masked man's legs gave out, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, sobbing and pleading with snot and tears running down his face. Don't kill me. I was blinded by greed. Spare my life. I'll do anything you ask. Su Changkong was somewhat surprised. This bull-faced masked man was one of the few he had seen forsake their dignity to kneel and beg for mercy the moment they faced adversity. Su Changkong paid no mind to the kneeling bull-faced masked man. Turning his head slightly, he spoke indifferently. Have you seen enough, sir? Excellent blade technique. Impressive. An approving voice sounded, and from behind a large tree emerged a towering figure clad in green, his face concealed behind a pale mask without any pattern. This person is extraordinary. Only when I took action to kill did I sense a slight fluctuation in his presence. Su Changkong inwardly marveled. This man in the green attire and pale mask was certainly no ordinary martial artist. Even with Su Changkong's keen senses, he had initially failed to detect his presence. Do you have any advice to share? With vigilance in his heart, Su Changkong unobtrusively made his inquiry. "I'm quite interested in the crossbow you're selling, just not sure about its quality." The man in the green robe with a mask spoke up, surprisingly for the sole purpose of Su Changkong's crossbow sale. In the ghost market, this man with a white mask hadn't come to ask about the price of Su Changkong's crossbow at first, waiting until Su Changkong left before silently following him, his true intentions unknown. However, perhaps after seeing Su Changkong cleanly dispatch two strength refinement realm experts, he grew wary. Interested in buying a crossbow? Sure thing. Upon hearing the purpose of the man, Su Changkong felt a stir in his heart. He had been busy all night, and because he had been targeted by those three martial artists, he hadn't been able to sell the crossbow. Now that someone was inquiring, he of course felt joy. "You have 3 breaths time to escape with your life." Su Changkong's gaze turned to the man in the ox mask kneeling on the ground who didn't dare to move, and he spoke without the slightest fluctuation in his tone. The man with the ox mask trembled, realizing what was coming, and with a fierce bite of his teeth, he knew this was his only chance to escape. He quickly scrambled up from the ground, and, with a burst of strength in his legs, shot nearly 10 feet away, fleeing in the opposite direction. The man with the ox mask was also a martial artist who had been in the strength refinement realm for many years. His speed was at the pinnacle of what a normal person could achieve. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he had already fled more than 30 feet away. At this very moment, Su Changkong had already taken out a crossbow, with the arrow knocked, and aimed at the fleeing man in the horse mask. He pulled the trigger, and with his acute senses, everything seemed to him as if in slow motion. Bang! Amidst the sound of the mechanism, the crossbow string snapped back, and the arrow, driven by a strong kinetic force, tore through the air, shooting out at nearly 100 meters per second. Thud! The man with the ox mask, who had fled more than 30 feet, felt a sudden pain at the back of his neck. The arrow arrived in the blink of an eye, stabbing into his neck from behind and piercing through his throat. The man with the ox mask's eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness. Carried by inertia, he took a few more steps forward before falling helplessly to the ground. Good. The power of this crossbow is quite formidable. Although it's not as powerful as a longbow, it has the advantage of being easy to use and simple to handle. The man in the green robe with the white mask exclaimed in admiration. Archery depends on the basic skills of the user. If one has astonishing arm strength and is highly skilled in archery, then of course the killing power of a bow and arrows is extremely terrifying, with a very high upper limit. However, for an untrained, ordinary person, they might not even be able to fully draw a bowstring. But a crossbow, even for a child or a teenager, as long as they know how to aim and pull the trigger, can pose a significant threat. What do you say? Would you like to make a purchase? Su Changkong asked, looking at the man in green attire. If this man in green wasn't interested in buying the crossbow, it would mean that his following Su Changkong was purely with ill intentions. "I'll buy. I'll take them all," the man in green said without any hesitation. "You'll buy them all?" Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's heart leapt with joy. 1 for 80 taels. So for 3, that would be 240 taels. "However, I have one condition." The man in green took a different tone. Su Changkong didn't respond, listening to the man in green speak. The man in green spoke in a grave voice. "If you have more crossbows to sell in the future, you can sell them all to me. I am willing to purchase each for 100 taels of silver." The words of the man in green took Su Changkong aback. The man in green had proactively raised the price, and in exchange, Su Changkong was to sell all his crossbows exclusively to him. Su Changkong speculated about the identity of the man in green, wondering why he needed so many crossbows. However, since the man was willing to buy in large quantities and offered a price beyond Su Changkong's expectations, Su Changkong had no reason to refuse. This would also save him much trouble. But could there be deceit in this? Su Changkong was cautious, considering the possibility that the man in green just wanted to appease him before suddenly launching a sneak attack. Agreed. Yet Su Changkong verbally agreed without much hesitation. Having a steady buyer was a great boon for Su Changkong. Here are 300 taels of silver. Seeing Su Changkong agree, the man in green took out a stack of silver notes from his bosom, counted 300 taels, and handed them over to Su Changkong. While staying on guard against a sudden attack from the man in green, Su Changkong accepted the silver notes. But the anticipated conflict did not erupt. Su Changkong successfully received the 300 taels in silver notes. So he handed over the 3 crossbows in his basket to the man in green, and the transaction went very smoothly. My name is Zhao Qing. How should I address you? After completing the trade, the man in green introduced himself and inquired about Su Changkong. The name given by the man in green was most likely fake. You may call me Ghostface. Su Changkong knew this well, so he naturally did not reveal his real name. Wearing a crimson ghost mask, he casually made up a name. We shall meet and trade in the ghost market at the opening of every month. Zhao Qing, the man in green, nodded, clearly aware that the name Su Changkong used was fake. He then suggested they meet and complete their transactions at the ghost market each month. Fine, Su Changkong answered succinctly. After completing the transaction, Zhao Qing did not linger. He turned and left with the 3 crossbows, disappearing into the darkness. This ghost face is quite formidable, at least in the divine strength realm, and his blade technique is even sharper. I might not necessarily win against him. Moreover, he is very vigilant. He seemed relaxed just now, but he was actually on high alert the whole time, a dangerous individual. Thinking it over, it wouldn't be a bad choice to try to recruit him into our fold. If he does not recognize the opportunity, then my silver won't be so easily earned. Zhao Qing walked into the distance, a hint of peculiarity crossing his face beneath the mask. Zhao Qing had noticed Su Changkong, who was selling crossbows in the ghost market, but did not reveal himself to inquire about the price. Instead, he watched secretly, following quietly, his intentions clear as day. Yet the strength displayed by Su Changkong against the men with bull-face masks was terrifyingly fierce, making Zhao Qing wary enough to change his mind, opting to buy Su Changkong's crossbows with money and agreeing to a long-term partnership. After all, if they fought, Zhao Qing felt he could win but would pay a hefty price. Rather than take the risk, he preferred to spend some silver. Life was the most important thing. This Zhao Qing is a dangerous individual, not as easygoing as he seems on the surface. I must be more cautious in the future. As Zhao Qing left, Su Changkong stood still, his gaze slightly grave, aware that Zhao Qing was not someone to be taken lightly. Additionally, although my offensive capabilities are strong, my defense still falls short. If I face attacks from arrows or hidden weapons and get struck in a vital point, I have just as much risk of life-threatening injury. I must be on my guard. Su Changkong thought to himself that although he had reached the divine strength realm, his body was after all flesh and blood, and facing multiple crossbowmen could lead to his demise. Selling these crossbows to Zhao Qing, if he used them against me, would be quite the irony. Su Changkong thus wanted some countermeasures. One was to practice the horizontal training skill, which is similar to skills like iron shirt or golden bell cover, considered part of the horizontal training hard skill. However, mastering such a skill to the extent that one would not fear the blade or sword was extremely difficult and could not be achieved in a day. Moreover, it would deplete one's life force to a certain extent. I'll craft a set of armor when I get back. In the end, Su Changkong thought of relying on external help, such as crafting a suit of armor for protection. It would be time-saving, effortless, and the effects would be immediately visible. Gathering his thoughts, Su Changkong looked towards the 3 corpses on the ground. He quickly searched the bodies and found a total of less than 100 taels in silver notes, which left Su Changkong speechless. Were they so poor they didn't bother to earn money? Without staying for long, after doing all this, Su Changkong set off to leave the barren mountains of the ghost market. Su Changkong arrived at Ginseng Town in the wee hours of the morning and made a trip to Ginseng Manor, where he purchased enough vital chi spread medicinal herbs to last for 2 months of cultivation. After completing all this, Su Changkong returned to Black Iron Manor, coming back fully loaded without alerting anyone. Back at Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong's daily routine was as usual training and forging. He also did not forget to craft his protective armor. When I craft armor, I cannot make a metallic armor, which cannot be carried out, so it's best to go for a lightweight inner armor. I'll craft a suit of golden silk armor. In his room, Su Changkong sketched blueprints, contemplating armor that would suit him. The best defense naturally came from a full set of iron armor, but iron armor was heavy, too conspicuous, and could not be worn openly without drawing attention. Therefore, the image of golden silk soft armor surfaced in Su Changkong's mind. Golden silk soft armor is essentially a younger version of chain armor, crafted from metal wires. Although its defense is far inferior to iron or chain armor, its advantage is its lightness, allowing one to wear it beneath their clothes. Combine golden silk soft armor with chain armor, and I'll craft a suit of golden silk ring armor. Su Changkong quickly devised a plan. Chain armor is made by linking rings of iron together to form the armor. Su Changkong decided to combine the two and craft a suit with better defense than golden silk soft armor and lighter than chain armor, able to be worn on oneself. When Su Changkong set his mind to something, just as he always did, he waited for the other workers to finish their shift in the evening and then worked alone in the forge, crafting parts for crossbows and the golden silk ring armor. Even though this would slow down progress on both projects, Su Changkong had plenty of time and knew to take things slowly. Refined metal wires, forged by Su Changkong, were knitted like a sweater into armor and then interlaced with small iron rings the size of a fingertip to enhance defense. The task not only required forging, but also handmade craftsmanship, which was undoubtedly time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, Su Changkong had long since cultivated a heart that was neither haughty nor impatient and was very patient and meticulous. Crafting different instruments and equipment, Su Changkong's forging skill rapidly advanced. In a mere 2 to 3 months, he could reach the pinnacle of the 6th realm in forging. Su Changkong took time every day to craft the golden silk ring armor. Despite his astonishing efficiency, it still took him a full 2 months to complete his suit. In the room, Su Changkong looked at the dark golden armor before him. The entire set was woven from metal wire and linked with iron rings. Its appearance could not be called beautiful, but it was very practical, especially around the heart area, where Su Changkong added extra thickness and more rings. The lining of the armor was made of leather, which made it more comfortable to wear. It weighs a little over 20 pounds, Su Changkong estimated. The golden silk ring armor was not exactly light due to Su Changkong's balancing of defense and weight. Weighing just over 20 pounds, it would be somewhat difficult and uncomfortable for an ordinary person to move around in. But for a martial artist with a strong physique like Su Changkong, that weight was negligible. Not bad. With his golden silk ring armor, ordinary slashes, stabs, and hidden projectiles will hardly scratch me. Su Changkong was quite satisfied. The golden silk ring armor, whether it was needed or not, was a lifesaver in critical moments. While Su Changkong forged the gold thread ring armor and crossbow, he did not neglect his own cultivation. External accoutrements were ultimately just that, while one's own strength was the foundation. In the courtyard, as dawn broke, Su Changkong began his routine practice of the 5 animal frolics. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the courtyard, Su Changkong sometimes moved like a great bear climbing a tree, other times like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Coupled with the breathing techniques of the turtle breath technique, this caused predictable rises and falls in his chest as he practiced his boxing, with true qi continuously circulating throughout his body, each breath long and sustained. Such practice undoubtedly increased the burden on Su Changkong's body, but it also greatly increased the efficiency of cultivation. Once the body becomes accustomed to a certain movement, the effectiveness of the training begins to drop. Only by combining different movements can one achieve the best results. And Su Changkong's practice of the 5 animal frolics was exactly a combination of the turtle breath techniques, breathing, and cultivation to increase efficiency. As daylight brightened, moving into the morning, Su Changkong's forehead was covered with sweat, and he breathed slightly heavily, yet he felt refreshingly exhilarated, as if he had just emerged from sauna. Every muscle in his body was comfortably moaning, and after finishing his boxing practice, he proceeded to the workshop to begin his work. At night, Su Changkong drank a bowl of vital cheese spread and started to practice the turtle breath technique. First, he sat cross-legged to meditate, and upon entering the state, Su Changkong lay on the bed as if an old turtle in deep slumber. His breathing slow and steady. A faint blue-tinged white qi circulated endlessly in and out of his mouth and nose, gentle like a trickling stream, neither urgent nor slow, peaceful and serene. His daily, arduous cultivation, his 12 points of potential, together with sufficient cultivation resources, led to a steady improvement. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and another cold winter had arrived. Su Changkong was now 17 years old. Roar! In the wee hours, with fine snowflakes drifting from the sky and the air bitterly cold, in the forest outside of Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong exhaled with a roar like a fierce tiger bellowing. A punch thrown, his fist creating a heavy sound of cutting through the air, and the falling snowflakes shattered beneath the force of his punch. Has my 5 animal frolics hit a bottleneck? I can't break through. Su Changkong stopped practicing his punches, his brow deeply furrowed. Name: Su Changkong, 17 years old. Lifespan: 80 years. Potential value: 12 points. Martial arts mastered. 5 animal frolics, realm 6, reached the pinnacle 99%. Iron cutting blade technique, realm 6, reached the pinnacle 31%. Turtle breath technique, realm 5, stand out 80%. Skills mastered. Forging, realm 6, reached the pinnacle 27%. Su Changkong opened his attribute panel to check his information. In the past 6 months, Su Changkong made rapid progress. The iron cutting blade technique, after incorporating the waist strike style, soared rapidly and had entered the realm 6, reached the pinnacle. Forging experienced similar advancement. In this period, Su Changkong made many tools other than swords and reaped considerable benefits. The taxing turtle breath technique also saw improvement with Su Changkong's daily diligent practice and the aid of vital qi spread, progressing steadily, and he was set to achieve a breakthrough within a few more months at most. Especially his longest practiced 5 animal frolics, which had reached 99% of Realm 6, reached the pinnacle just half a month ago. But what caused Su Changkong to frown was the lack of progress in the 5 animal frolics despite half a month of intense practice. It seemed to have hit some sort of bottleneck, a source of confusion for him. If my 5 animal frolics make a breakthrough, I will most likely be able to break free from the divine strength realm shackles and step into the divine bravery stage. It's normal to encounter a bottleneck. Slow and steady practice, and I will eventually break through. Su Changkong then relaxed his brow, knowing that he had reached the peak of the divine strength realm. One more step, and he would be at the body refinement great achievement of the divine bravery realm. Su Changkong could feel his body reaching a limit, as if new muscle tissue was about to grow beneath his skin, his spirit fuller than ever. The divine bravery stage, the final stage of the 4 realms of body refinement. Reaching this level would make one a rare master in the martial world of Clearwater City. Nobody could have imagined that in a humble abode like Black Iron Manor, a soon-to-be body refinement great achievement expert was on the verge of emergence. Clang, clang, clang. As noon approached, the smithy of Black Iron Manor was still running, yet within the manor resounded the urgent tolling of bells. Again, all of the forging masters ceased their work, helplessness flickering in their eyes. The Black Cavalry Gang is here. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have gone by. Su Changkong sighed inwardly. Counting the time, the annual protection fee collection by the Black Cavalry Gang was due, marking the 3rd year of this imposition. The people of Black Iron Manor all gathered. Indeed, outside the Black Iron Manor, dozens of knights clad in black had already assembled. Leading them was the familiar figure of the Black Cavalry Gang's 3rd chief, Chen Zhuang. Chen Zhuang, as always, carried that huge hammer, exuding an imposing presence. Here they come again. Good people die young, while misfortunes last for 1,000 years. The crowd muttered helplessly to each other. They had hoped for the Black Cavalry Gang to be eradicated, but now it seemed a fool's dream. The Black Cavalry Gang had run rampant in the Clearwater City area for 3 years. Old Liu, Manor Lord Immortal, glanced over at Director Liu. Director Liu nodded with understanding and walked out of Black Iron Manor alone, carrying a silver note of 500 taels to Changkong. There was no choice. Facing the Black Cavalry Gang, Immortal had to submit the protection fee as before. Here is this year's annual fee. Please count it. Third Chief Chun. Director Liu respectfully presented the silver note to Changkong. Changkong took it, counted carelessly, and then looked at Director Liu and said indifferently, "It's not enough." Not enough? How was that possible? It's exactly 500 taels. Director Liu was astonished. He had counted the silver note several times. It couldn't be wrong. The fee has doubled this year. Black Iron Manor now owes 10 taels of silver per person, adding up to a total of 1,000 taels. Changkong stated blankly as he looked at Director Liu. What? It's double. Hearing this, Director Liu and everyone from Black Iron Manor was shocked beyond measure. Last year's fee of 500 taels had doubled to 1,000 taels of silver for Black Iron Manor this year. Even Immortal couldn't help but say, "Third Chief Chun, this is a bit against the rules, isn't it? Last year, it was only 500 taels. Normally a fee of 500 taels of silver was something Immortal could begrudgingly bear, but now a yearly fee of 1,000 taels would leave Black Iron Manor with meager profits, considering Immortal still had to cover the wages and living expenses of the manor members. Did this mean a year's work amounted to laboring for nothing? Changkong's expression turned stern as he commanded. Last year was last year. This year is this year. Pay the fee obediently, or start a war with the Black Cavalry Gang. Choose for yourselves." Changkong's voice was deafening, filled with murderous intent, frightening Director Liu, who staggered backward, falling clumsily to the ground. He was just an ordinary man, after all, with no courage to stand against a fierce devil like Changkong. The other Black Cavalry Gang knights each had their hands on the weapons at their waists, their cold gaze fixed on Immortal and others atop the high walls. If any resistance was shown, they would surely invade Black Iron Manor and turn it into a river of blood. Is it because of the war between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang? Su Changkong speculated. There had been friction between the White Jade Gang and the Black Cavalry Gang in the past. The Black Cavalry Gang's young gang leader, Han, had mistakenly killed more than a dozen people from Black Iron Manor. Unable to contain his murderous rage, Su Changkong had disguised himself as a White Jade Gang disciple, unleashed a slaughter, and even killed Han on the spot. This undoubtedly infuriated the Black Cavalry Gang, leading to a bitter and inexorable conflict with the White Jade Gang, a war waged with full force. For over half a year, the two factions had fought several battles with mutual casualties and heavy losses. Waging war was costly, and the Black Cavalry Gang needed to sufficiently reward and treat its members who were expected to fight valiantly and kill enemies. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and thus the Black Cavalry Gang decided to double their collection of the annual fee this year. These two major gangs might not stop warring until one side was annihilated. The Manor Lord will most likely choose to compromise, Su Changkong knew. This time, the Black Cavalry Gang's demanded annual tribute had doubled, which was quite excessive, but Immortal, with his personality, was most likely going to compromise. Just as Su Changkong had predicted, "I'll pay the money," just as Third Chief Chin demands. Seeing the murderous aura of the poised Black Cavalry Gang, Immortal helplessly chose to compromise. Wage war against the Black Cavalry Gang? It would be like an egg striking a rock. Immortal ordered someone to fetch another 500 taels in silver notes, which he handed over to Changkong. Only then did Changkong's originally indifferent face reveal a smile, returning to his exceedingly amiable appearance. Villa owner Imo, we wish you a happy new year. We won't disturb you any further. Having received 1,000 taels in protection money, Qin Zhuang did not linger. With a laugh, he waved his hand and led dozens of knights away, disappearing into the snowstorm. Alas, the Black Cavalry gang is getting more and more outrageous. They've taken 1,000 taels this time. Next time, they might demand 2,000. Their demands will only become more excessive. You can't ever feed a wolf enough. Many members of Black Iron Manor were filled with rage, feeling that the Black Cavalry gang's appetite would only grow. Father, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Moreover, Immortal also realized this point, and he gave a long, weary sigh, looking somewhat aged. In his youth, Immortal had taken over Black Iron Manor from his deceased father, swearing before the body to develop it steadily and make it prosper. Despite Immortal's dutiful efforts, Black Iron Manor faced various troubles and threats almost every so often, and though he felt anger and unwillingness, he could only keep compromising, seeking to survive. Immortal even considered disbanding Black Iron Manor, taking a sum of money and fleeing far away, which would not be without its relief. However, the thought of the family legacy ending in his hands made him too ashamed to face his ancestors, and so he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Su Changkong shook his head secretly. He knew Immortal could only keep compromising because he was simply not strong enough. Faced with threats from others, there were only two paths: live on one's knees or die on one's feet. Su Changkong did not wish to die on his feet, nor did he wish to live on his knees. So he needed to strengthen himself, to become strong enough to control his own fate under any threat. After the Black Cavalry gang left, everyone continued working as if nothing had happened, with no change as usual. The day after tomorrow is the 15th of the month, the day the ghost market opens. I need to go to the ghost market for a transaction with Zhao Qing, Su Changkong thought to himself. Over the past 6 months, Su Changkong had traded with Zhao Qing 3 times, visiting the ghost market every 2 months with crossbows he crafted in exchange for silver, which he used to buy resources for cultivation. Now, Su Changkong was preparing to make another trip to the ghost market. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Changkong asked for a day off in advance. The next morning, he carried a basket on his back with 5 crossbows and headed for the ghost market. When night fell, the cold wind howled, making the weather particularly frigid and the ghost market more desolate than on any other mid-month night. This wasn't Su Changkong's first visit to the ghost market. He made his way there with practiced ease to that deserted mountain village. This abandoned mountain village was uninhabited on normal days, but on the mid-month, it would gather people with various intentions, and most would deliberately disguise themselves to conceal their identities. On the streets of the ghost market, there were faint candle lights, but the illumination was still dim. Most people set up small stalls on the side of the street, selling goods rarely seen or sold outside. When people came up to inquire, they also intentionally kept their voices low to avoid attracting the attention of others. Su Changkong, dressed in black and wearing a crimson ghost face, was in normal attire for the ghost market and did not attract any surprise from anyone. Brother Ghost Face. Su Changkong quietly waited under the eaves of an abandoned house in the ghost market, and half an hour later a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking up, Su Changkong saw a man wearing a green robe and a pure white mask approaching from not too far away. It was Zhao Qing. This time, it's a total of 5 crossbows. Check them out, said Zhao Qing as he appeared. Su Changkong wasted no words, put down his backpack, and spoke to Zhao Qing. I still trust the credibility of Brother Ghost Face. Here are 500 taels in silver notes, said Zhao Qing with a hearty smile, taking out the silver notes from his bosom and handing them to Su Changkong. Although he said so, Zhao Qing still checked the 5 crossbows. In the past half year, Su Changkong had sold nearly 20 crossbows to Zhao Qing, earning him 2,000 taels of silver to support his cultivation. Seeing that Zhao Qing had found no errors upon inspection, Su Changkong prepared to leave. Wait a moment. But this time, Zhao Qing called out to Su Changkong. Is there something else? Su Changkong looked towards Zhao Qing. Brother Ghostface, you are certainly not a common person. I would like to invite you to join the sect I belong to. With your skills, you will surely make a name for yourself and soar to new heights." Zhao Qing spoke with utter sincerity, but his words astonished Su Changkong, who was being invited to join some sect. "May I ask the name of your sect?" asked Su Changkong, after pondering briefly. In truth, he had no intention of joining the sect Zhao Qing was part of. Zhao Qing's presence at the ghost market and his mass purchase of crossbows suggested that his sect was no band of do-gooders. Su Changkong had only asked out of politeness. "Only if Brother Ghostface joins will I be able to disclose information about our sect, but I assure you, our sect is strong and will not bury your talents." Zhao Qing did not reveal which sect he belonged to, but his tone remained completely sincere. This made Su Changkong even more vigilant. Not even willing to share the sect's name, and covertly buying forbidden weapons? It all seemed highly irregular. There and then, Su Changkong tactfully said, "I'm accustomed to wandering freely and dislike being restrained, so I will have to decline." Su Changkong's refusal was gentle, but Zhao Qing could hear the firmness in his voice. Zhao Qing sighed, expressing his regret. "Then I won't press the matter." Without lingering any longer after completing the transaction, Su Changkong left the ghost market alone. Watching Su Changkong's departing figure, Zhao Qing stood silently where he was. This Zhao Qing is definitely no good person. I'll have to give it serious thought before trading with him again. Su Changkong thought to himself as he walked. Zhao Qing's behavior didn't seem the least bit benign, prompting Su Changkong to consider ending their transactions. It would be best not to get too involved with Zhao Qing to avoid trouble. Walking alone through the desolate mountains outside the ghost market, headed outward, Su Changkong's footsteps crunched dry leaves, but suddenly his ears twitched, catching several thunking sounds strung together. Su Changkong was all too familiar with this sound. It was the noise of crossbow mechanisms in motion. From the depths of darkness, the tips of arrows flickered with a cold light, like meteors streaking across the sky, violently shooting towards Su Changkong. Having reached the pinnacle of the divine strength realm, Su Changkong had undergone a metamorphosis and further cultivated his inner strength, unlocking his body's potential and making his senses exquisitely sharp. The moment he heard the sound of the crossbows, his body instinctively dodged. 7 or 8 arrows, some grazing by Su Changkong's body, disappeared into the darkness with their inertia, flying nearly 100 meters before falling to the ground, while others struck trees, their heads embedding into the trunks, the fletching quivering. An ambush, an attack. It was aimed at taking his life. Zhao Qing. In an instant, Su Changkong's eyes flashed with a bone-chilling murderous intent, and a surge of anger boiled in his heart. How could Su Changkong not understand that this was undoubtedly Zhao Qing's doing? He had refused to join his sect, and now the man had set an ambush for him in retribution. Zhao Qing had purchased the crafted crossbows from Su Changkong, only to turn them against him. How could this not enrage Su Changkong? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Su Changkong could ponder any further, a series of whistling sounds rang out from the darkness on the other side, as several arrows shot towards where he was. Su Changkong had personally crafted these crossbows, aware of their shooting speed and range. 5 animal frolics. Deer play. Employing the extremely nimble deer play from the 5 animal frolics, Su Changkong's body moved in fluid twists and turns, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged the arrows, some by a wide margin, others by mere inches. Only because Su Changkong had reached the pinnacle of the divine strength realm, and his strength and speed were several times beyond those of an ordinary person, could he evade so nimbly. Had it been a strength refinement or inner strength martial artist, even with preparation, their speed and reaction would not have been quick enough to avoid the swift bolts. Go! Su Changkong had sold a total of 18 crossbows to Zhao Qing. He had kept an eye on a number of incoming arrows, which matched, and he knew that crossbows were easier to use than bows, but had a lower range and rate of fire compared to a skilled archer. Based on Su Changkong's calculations, Even a proficient shooter would need about 5 seconds to reload, which meant that the archers had fired all their arrows and were now in a firepower vacuum. With this time, Su Changkong could fully escape the ambush. The enemy lurks in darkness. I stand in the light. Escape is the best strategy. Su Changkong sprinted in the opposite direction, knowing that ordinary people had a hard time killing someone in the divine strength realm. The disparity in speed and strength was the main reason. If a divine strength realm martial artist wanted to escape, so long as they were not surrounded, getting away was not a problem. But just as Su Changkong darted several meters away, a green figure soared towards him from the side, its speed extremely fast. Mid-flight, the figure's right fist swung down furiously, bringing with it a whooshing sound as it cleaved through the air. Not daring to be careless, Su Changkong gathered his strength and unleashed a heavy divine power punch toward the green figure. Bang! When the fists collided, the air burst with a sound like firecrackers, and Su Changkong felt a burst of pain in his fist, as if it had struck metal. On closer inspection, the green figure wore a pair of exquisitely designed metal gauntlets. The green figure was also shaken back a step or two. Strength, speed, they were evenly matched, both in the divine strength realm. Zhaoqing, under the guise of ghost face, Su Changkong's face turned ice cold as he saw that the person blocking him was none other than Zhaoqing, wearing a pure white mask and clad in green robes. Having just rejected Zhaoqing's offer to join his sect, Su Changkong encountered an ambush not long after leaving. It was clear Zhaoqing had premeditated this. Zhaoqing stared at Su Changkong and said calmly, "Ghostface, I'll give you one more chance. Join our sect, and you can save your life. In the future, you'll have a bright future ahead." The first time Zhaoqing encountered Su Changkong, who was selling crossbows, he followed Su Changkong with ill intent. However, Su Changkong swiftly and decisively killed several martial artists of considerable strength, making Zhaoqing wary of confronting him head-on. This caused him to change his mind and purchase the crossbows from Su Changkong with money instead. Zhaoqing's idea was simple: buy the weapons from Su Changkong first, then try to invite him to join the sect. If the other party agreed, it would be a happy outcome for all. If not, then he would arrange for his subordinates to deal with Su Changkong using those weapons. Today, Su Changkong had refused to join the sect and would likely choose to not trade with him in the future. Therefore, Zhaoqing decided to take action. His money wasn't so easy to take. The human heart is unpredictable. Su Changkong silently lamented. He knew Zhaoqing was not a kind person, but to so ruthlessly kill the donkey after it finished turning the millstone was quite immoral. "Fine, I am willing to join your sect." Su Changkong's mind raced, but he verbally agreed to join the other party's sect, accepting for now and planning to find a way out later. Zhaoqing was no fool and naturally knew Su Changkong was just making a perfunctory promise due to the circumstances. "Swallow this pill, and we are brothers of the same sect." Zhaoqing flipped his hand and tossed a pill the size of the tip of a thumb towards Su Changkong while he spoke. Su Changkong caught it in his hand. The pill was pitch black, and he couldn't detect any scent, but he didn't need to guess to know it was a poison pill used for controlling people. "Sigh," Su Changkong sighed, looking resigned. But suddenly, Su Changkong channeled true qi into the pill, flicked it powerfully with his finger, and with a crisp breaking sound, propelled by both his strength and true qi, the pill shot towards Zhaoqing's face like a bullet. Su Changkong would not let someone else control his destiny. Zhaoqing, too, did not expect a master like Su Changkong to comply easily. His actions were only to buy time for his hidden subordinates to reload their crossbows. Zhaoqing dodged the pill shot at his face. Iron-cutting blade technique, horizontal chop. With his left hand on the sword sheath and his right hand on the hilt, Su Changkong infused the Wei Strike style iron-cutting blade technique, fiercer and more violent than before. Amid a clang of metal friction, a semicircular, chilling flash of the blade appeared and vanished in an instant, aimed at Zhaoqing to cleave him in two. "Good." Zhaoqing let out a wild laugh. Ordinary people could only brace for death against such a stunning strike from Su Changkong. But as a high-level martial artist, Zhao Qing bent his fingers and reached for the blade with both hands. To grab a blade with bare hands was something not even a master of external strength would dare to do carelessly. But Zhao Qing's hands were covered with a pair of black metallic gloves. Clang! Amid the sound of metal striking metal, Zhao Qing's metallic gloves, made of some unknown material, withstood Su Changkong's blade that could split iron and gold. It didn't manage to cut through Zhao Qing's gloves. Zhao Qing clamped down on the iron-cutting sword, but swiftly retreated before Su Changkong could exert his strength and break free. Whiz, whiz, whiz. In a succession of whooshing sounds, arrows shot out from the darkness in the distance. The hidden crossbowmen had already reloaded their bolts and launched an attack on Su Changkong the moment Zhao Qing drew back. Cling, cling, cling. Su Changkong, agile as a spirit deer, dodged while using the iron-cutting sword in his hand to deflect the arrows, surviving this round of attacks.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.